more product. It goes around the nation. This way, we have less reason to go and import.
So do you think this 15%, let me ask Mr. Bassi, now don't you think the Northerners are actually looking at the long-term impact of this and not the short-term? And do you think the 15% import duty is actually seen?
Okay, so I mean, I think we had cause to discuss this same story the last time, but the only thing that is different from here now that I'm seeing northern manufacturers, and you are wondering whether certain manufacturers are against it.
Yeah.
Because I don't know why they
they are against it.
Okay.
It's only the northern manufacturers that actually backed the import duty, because some others are saying the 15% is so much. Like if you take 15% in import duties, how much are we not going to sell to the citizens? So it's only the Northerners that actually back it.
Okay, fine. I mean, if you the last time we discussed, I think this similar story, and this first and foremost, let me even talk about my personal. I think that I said there was a welcome development that the 15% tax is imposed on imported share, and the reason is basically to encourage local production of share, which is good for the economy if you ask me, right? Because we cannot really just depend on the imported share. And you recall as we speak, Deborah, that the 4 refineries owned by the federal government of Nigeria for almost 30 years or thereabout,
has been on life support.
Okay, so so we have a private refinery, the Dangote refinery, which is the largest in West Africa, coming in there now and producing. I think that it should be encouraged. And like Valentine said, there are other modular refineries, not only Dangote that is having a refinery right now. As we speak, Bois is currently trying to build a refinery in Akwa Ibom State, meaning that so if we have more refineries in Nigeria, this should encourage local production of a refining of fuel, and so it discourages importation, because look, we can't keep importing fuel. Much as I agree that there should be some level of importation in order to strike a balance between what is produced locally and what is, because of perhaps competitions, and then to also kind of fight against monopoly. You understand? Because that one of the fears that people are expressing, that look, if we allow Dangote alone to dominate the market, then we're going to have a monopoly, and then at some point it might just decide to increase, and then because again he is the only one, so to say, and then you may not really have anything. You may not have a choice but to buy whatever it is or is offering you, that's in terms of price. But I still will argue that importation of fuel should not be so much encouraged. But of course, it's 15%. It's just to kind of discourage it a little bit. They're not saying you cannot bring it in. Nigeria is Nigeria is a big time producer of crude. So why should a country like Nigeria
ranking 1 of the 10?
Depend, so to say, as we have seen in the last almost more than 2 decades, solely depend on imported fuel. And thank God that like I said, the Dangote refinery eventually came in, and so we should see less of importation. We should see more of local production of refining of petroleum product, which is good for us. You understand? So I will basically say, I think that the northern manufacturers, I give it to them. I support what that's saying. I support their stand. Let's see less of importation, because in any case, we've seen in this country several times that bad products are imported into the country. We've seen a situation where it was basically a scam, when they were telling you they were bringing products, and we've heard story allegation about the fact that some people, especially when government was paying for subsidy, and some guys would just move ship to somewhere around the high sea and then bring empty ship into the country and claim subsidy that they have imported. So that happened because we were relying, as it were, solely on imported fuel. So now that we have a refinery that is producing, right, we should encourage them to produce. And like I said, another one is coming up in Akwa Ibom, Bua. Other modular refineries are also coming up. So what we need to see is that the NNPC, the Nigerian government, if I should say that, should support the local refiners by giving them crude, so that they can produce. Important. So we have this thing. Look, it's something of pride that as a crude producing nation, it's something of pride that we refine locally. It helps the economy. It brings down the price, because the price of freight and bringing this thing in would have been cut off. So basically just do internal, a distribution, which for me is good. But of course, not to say that importation should completely be removed from the mix, because it will help to, check the monopolistic tendency of these guys who are actually, producing.
Because we're pressed for time, let's just take one more.
Yeah,
one more headline, and it reads FEC. Okay, it's 43 billion naira for Lagos Ibadan Expressway project. I can see Valentine wants to. He has a lot to say about it.
So it is no news, right, that in this our wonderful beloved country, Nigeria, that sometimes we actually put in, or rather we use square pegs for round holes. I'm not saying we shouldn't fix roads. My big question is, if we knew that we needed money to fix that Lagos Ibadan, right, road, then why did we venture into Calabar Coastal Road to start with? I mean, it doesn't make any sense.
Sure.
I mean, let's be honest. Like I said before, right? Look, when you see leaders in that level, right, making decisions that at the end of the day might not affect the, I'll put this way, might not push the economy immediately for a country that needs immediate action, immediate results. You begin to question the certain things. Look, Lagos Ibadan Road has always been almost like a death trap. Tolls and issues, back in the days, I don't know about now, but back in the days, I'm talking about, say, 5 years ago or so, how many bus were operating on that road because the road was bad? What about Lagos Benin Road? I can go on and on. The money we spent trying to carve out new roads could have been used to perfect and fix our old roads. And we now have extra money left to be able to use to put into our railway system to make them even better. I understand that, yes, there's some level of politics, and a lot of politicians have a way of turning white to black. But my question is should it be at the detriment of Nigerians, lives of people? Look, give or take. By the way, in case we don't know, I'm sure we know this already, the Lagos Calabar Coastal Road is not even complete yet. So more money now has now come on board. Let's not go to Lagos. Why not we just perfect one of Lagos Ibadan Road first? I mean, that road was existing, so, I mean, it's a painful thing, but however, like they say, in the words of Abiola Kashimawo, just watch us.
Let's watch it. What do you think about it, quickly?
Yeah, I mean, the Lagos Ibadan Express road is a major road as far as Southwest and of course Nigeria generally is concerned. It takes a lot of traffic from Lagos, and of course it is from there you begin to
move to Ibadan
of course that road. So fixing it fine is a good thing, but I just want to say that look, for Lagos Ibadan Express Road, it's been going on for years. I recall us in the days of Jonathan. So I just want them to, I would say government should just once and for all fix the Lagos Ibadan Expressway. I mean, we would love to see it as good as because some part of it really, if you drive on that road now, you'll enjoy your ride, because part of it, major part of it has been fixed. So whatever is left, they should do it, and then so it's a good one that they eventually go back to approve. Federal Executive Council has approved fund so that they can finish that job. Love to see it.
We don't want to hear that money is there, but do something else.
No, but they should not have that money.
That's all I heard. Something else. We don't want to.
I would disagree with Valentine. I mean, in terms of the Lagos Calabar Coastal Road, I want to see existing roads being fixed. I also want to see new roads being opened, because at the end of the day, the existing ones and the new ones that are being opened help the economy, help people to move safer, faster. The Lagos Calabar coastal route, if eventually is done, I mean, it will be easier for you to travel from Lagos through that route to maybe the states that are along the road. I mean, so it's a good one as well. I mean, it's just that the only quarrel that I have, or people may have, not just me, people may have with the award of that contract is that it was not subjected to public bidding. Somebody just decided that this is the person that is going to
which is why I said that leadership
nobody was given opportunity. The other companies were not given opportunity to bid
for it
and all of that. So that's what is bad about it. So that if you had allowed a competitive bidding, such that it is the most competent that you find to be the most competent that is awarded a contract, fine. But I think that it's equally good to open new routes and then fix existing routes.
All right, we'd have to bring this to a close. It was really good. It was heated. I liked it. Anyways, we'll go on a quick break now. When we come back, we're gonna see what's happening in the dailies. That's the newspaper review. Just stay with us.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
Welcome back. This is a newspaper review segment of the Business Day television breakfast show, where we're going to be exploring top headlines on the front page of the dailies. I'm still your host, Deborah Eze, and joining me for more insight this morning is our in-house analyst
Valentine.
and our editorial director,
Joshua Bassett, thank you.
And also Anthony Uduba is going to be joining us. He's the entertainment correspondent right here at Business Day Television. Good morning, Anthony. It's good to have you on the newspaper review.
Hi, good morning. Good morning,
Hello.
everyone.
Good morning.
Good morning, Anthony.
All right,
Absolutely.
we're kicking off with the Business Day newspaper, and the big story on the Business Day newspaper reads, filmmakers frozen out of bank big checks. Filmmakers frozen out of bank big checks. And that story was written by our very own Anthony Uduba. You can get a hook of that story by grabbing the Business Day newspaper, and that story is on page 31 of the Business Day newspaper. Another story on the Business Day newspaper reads, partnerships, policy action key to sustainable agriculture, cleaner environment. And that's coming from Expert. And that's on page 25. To think we had an agricultural workshop yesterday speaking about cleaner environment, air pollution, and agriculture. This story is actually very timely. And you can get a hook of that story on page 25 of the Business Day newspaper. And we also have Anambra election to test INEC's new boss. And that story was written by Odinaka Nudu, and you can get a hook of that story on page 30 of the Business Day newspaper. And finally, on the Business Day, we have external reserves seen rising to 7-year high on Eurobond issue. And that story is on page 30. Good thing we had talked about that this morning. But quickly, let's turn our focus to the big story on the Business Day that reads, filmmakers frozen out of banks big check. Anthony, what's your take on the story?
Hi, good morning, everyone. Good morning, Deborah. Good morning, everyone. So this story is really it's dear to me. It's been a story I've been trying to write for months now, because I'm following the creative sector. It's obvious that there is need for funding for us to scale up and be able to level up to the likes of Hollywood and South Korea, which is bringing up like good movies and series for us, and we consume this series as well because we see them as the storytelling is nice, the visuals are nice, and people key into these particular genres or subgenres from different countries. But then again, we've struggled to get our films to these countries. So the question begs is, how do we scale up? It's funding. And over the years, over the past couple of years, we've seen both the government and both private sectors, especially banks, claiming to or telling us that, oh, there's funding. We've launched social fund. We've launched this fund, but the filmmakers are not directly getting these funds. There is no particular film that I've seen in recent times that shows that, oh, it's being produced or it's being partnered by so bank. We always see it as, oh, it's a production from a private company or a private firm. So that's just the case here. And over the years, we've seen a bank like Afrexim Bank, who they've launched billions of dollars into the film industry. $2 billion, over $2 billion now, because recently they had a $200 million fund, partnered by the Ministry of Arts and Art, Culture, and Creative Economy. Then again, we see that a lot of people don't see this thing; they don't see this money. During this previous week, I was opportune to attend the African Film Festival, and we all know who David Oyelowo is. He's a British Nigerian filmmaker. He has his works all over the world, and he's known globally. Yeah, he claimed that he has reached out to banks in Nigeria to fund his projects, but and when they come to him and say, "Oh, let's do this, let's do that," they find out when it's time to actually do the work, they don't see them. The banks are nowhere to be seen. So it begs the question, like, when are they truly going to start funding the industry? How are creatives, how are filmmakers going to access this easily? It's a question that a lot of us have been trying to answer, and I think that's where I framed the story from. And this is what we. And that I want to give out everything.
So before I ask Valentine and Mr. Bassi, we usually would hear outrageous numbers.
Right.
Oh, this movie made this billion naira. That movie made this million terms of naira. So are you trying to say that those numbers were just made up and it's not actual numbers? Or how does that work actually?
No.
Because from where we're sitting, when we see numbers like that, it's like, okay, these people actually made money. And now that this movie, or like back in the day where we had movie producers and directors, be just movie producers and directors, but now we have them as actors. They cast themselves. We have actors like come together, join money together, and then create a movie. So are you trying to say that those numbers are not correct numbers? They're just statistics for the viewers.
No, I think that's a different conversation. Because,
okay.
And it's not we are talking about funding here. What you're talking about is revenue from films, especially from cinema. And to be honest with you, I've also tried to look into this, but I think that the numbers are actually real. Because if you look at how much, if you follow up from the exhibitors, the national exhibitors in Nigeria, they bring out numbers weekly to show us that this is what it is. So basically,
I think we lost him for a bit. Hopefully we'll have him back, because now I was going to ask a question from what he said. Since the industry, because in my opinion, the Nollywood industry, they're doing better on their own. Having to look for investors, or maybe private investors, or maybe the government, is just going to make things very rowdy. That's what I believe, because from what he said, these filmmakers are actually making the actual money. The statistics that we see is actually real. Then why do you still need a bank check?
So, good enough that at least now we have an insight in what's going on with producers and the bottlenecks that they're facing. Of course, producers are the ones who employ, actors, and the whole film industry becomes a product that can be sold. Good enough that we have this, this focus on it. I think where he's coming from, as Anthony, is from the angle of banks not wanting to, say what they'll do and do what they will say.
Okay.
And this affecting the level in which creative work is supposed to, hit the market. And we all know that the more creative works hit the market, the more it's good for the economy one way or the other. However, I think one of the challenges that those in the finance sector experience when it has to do with funding most of this creative work, because I remember on Industry Focus when we spoke about movies and creative work, I had Dr. Opi Emelonia. He's one of the top Nigerian producers, and he explained the same thing Anthony's explaining, that look, banks and people who are who want to come and invest, or investors, or come and fund your project will say they will do heaven and everything for you. When it's time to now bring out these funds, becomes a problem, right? He even mentioned the fact that he was going to do a movie about Babangida. He went to Babangida and said, look, I will get you to come in and fund the thing. By the time he started with his own money, he realized that the man had backed up a little bit, right? So this is an issue. He also mentioned right there, as Anthony mentioned, that David Oyelowo, who we know is an international, actor, has also explained the same thing to him. But the question is, he said that when he approached Nigerian banks, that's an area of interest. Nigerian banks, not international banks. So what is changing? Are we having international banks wanting to fund Nigerian narrative and control it? Remember, when they fund you, they can control your narrative. You see now. But Nigerians as a whole, what is now slowing?
I think we have Anthony back. Anthony,
Anthony,
can
do
you
we have
hear
it?
us?
Yeah, I can hear you. So
Okay, fine. So Anthony, I was building up on what you said regarding.
yeah, I was listening.
Yes. So just to build on that, so I believe that one of the reasons why you see our own local banks shying away, right, it's not because they don't have the funds, but they're thinking in an economy where we put money into to creative work, would we see that creative work will chunk out money via the cinemas, via online viewing, via other platforms where they can also track the ROI? Most of the time, let's be honest, right? Because I come from the background of the creative work too. But I can tell you for a fact, with your great ideas, when you lay out in front of these people who have the money and you put together maybe a press conference and you invite all the CEOs of banks and investment outfits that the case may be, what they'll keep hammering on is how long will it take to make their money back? Now, this is the bottleneck now, which I hope creative people there will understand. Creative work doesn't have a time limit, just the way it doesn't have a finished product, right? But for bankers and those in the finance,
they work with time.
They work with time. They work with 1 naira plus 1 naira equals 2 naira. So if a creative person comes and tells you, look, you know what, sir, give us so time. From there, we'll be able to get the creative work out, and then we'll do road work, we'll do this. The finance man is not understanding that. So I think where the bridge is that those who are producers, because I'm a producer too, I can tell you, those who are producers should begin to work with people who are professionals in the banking sector, bring them in as project managers in your project so that they can advise you as a producer, so that as you're producing your movie, make sure that in your narrative, you have things that the banks or those investors will begin to see quickly, begin to see their brand being spoken about. You see, I'll tell you, there's a secret about producing a movie. If, for instance, I have Mr. Joshua, who is the CEO of a bank, right? And I want him to support my movie. I'm asking myself a question. How can I make them begin to see what we call multipliers effect before the movie even comes out, right? In my branding, even in my story, if my story talks about a little boy who was nothing, became something, well, in that story, will I be able to reflect your company in it? That's the way to go. With that now, in your story, banks will get to listen to you. The approach now will be different. So when you hear David Oyelowo complain that look, people are not coming to support the movie, yes, you have great story. Yes, you want to shoot it here in Nigeria. But Nigerians understand one thing. Can they get their brand name and logo being seen and heard immediately? So these are the bottlenecks that can affect, filmmakers, producers, and them not getting all the response that you get from financiers.
All right. So Valentine has given us what he thinks can be the solution. So quickly, Anthony, what do you think can be the solution to this problem?
So we are coming from these points. There have been a few cases where this has worked. We all saw the Black Book a couple of years ago, and it was one of the most trending movies on Netflix, #1 in the world, and all that. It did everything. But then again, you look at the behind the scenes of what took place during the filming and during the shooting of that film. It took years to film. It took years of process. It took years of getting tech funders together to come together and make the movie that we saw. Everything was good. The story was nice, and the story was good because the writer and the producer himself made sure that and director, he was also director. I've forgotten his name, but when I get that, I'll let you know the name. He had the mind, he had the brain to actually execute this film and give us a good work. But then again, he had to take it from. You have to have the backing of tech guys who could finance that film because they had the money. Davido was there as well during the panel session we were at Africa this week, and David Oyelowo again said that if he himself, Davido, elder people from the music industry who has good funding can come together Film One can also come together because they are also they are top distributors in Nigeria. We have more choice come together and say, oh, let's all come together. Let's go to these banks. Let's try and get, if it's half of the money that they need, because he said, as he explained in the panel session, he said that if you give a filmmaker $1 million to shoot a movie, $1 million is enough for a filmmaker in Nigeria here to shoot a good movie, get the scripting rights, and push it. So the next thing is pushing through good distributors like Film One and MultiChoice and other platforms who has legs in Hollywood. That's just it. But then again, the money has to also come from, because it seems as though banks don't really trust the creative sector.
Most definitely. That's the challenge. Which is why I mentioned what I mentioned.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Anthony. We have to press for time. Thank you for your time. All right, quickly, let's go into the Punch newspaper and see what's on the headline of the Punch newspaper.
Punch newspaper, we have the big story on the Punch newspaper, the lead story on the Punch newspaper is Tinubu rallies foreign allies as not rejects Sharia ban. Trump threats Tinubu rallies foreign allies as not reject Sharia ban. Federal government vows to crush network. NEF, that is nothing else, that's for Arewa Constitutive Forum, reject US move to outlaw Sharia. Okay, and then of course we also have federal government rolls out plans to tackle food shortage. We've seen this story before. First of case biometric fight flight boarding. Port Harcourt Airport concession, Abuja disco sacks 800 workers amid power crisis. Well, those are some of the stories we have on the front page of Point newspaper.
Yeah, let's just look at the big story.
Okay, if I may weigh into this issue of Tinubu rallies foreign allies and of course as Northern reject Sharia ban, what were they thinking? You see, there's a saying that goes this way. They say, "He who is in an anthill should not dance drama." Makosa, that's it. If you're in an anthill, don't dance Makosa. So I'm not surprised that the US, obviously, or whoever it is that is pushing for Sharia ban, because truth be told, right? You already know that we are in a, not necessarily a conflict country, but we're in a country that has, its, differences. And you are leaning towards a particular kind of way of life that could have this terrorist use it as a platform to create havoc. Of course, most definitely, right? They say if you want to make sure nothing moves, cut the head of the snake. So the international body are thinking, wait a minute, if these terrorists are using this Sharia law or using the platform as one of their yardsticks to perpetrate crime, well, why not move ahead to look for those key areas and begin to eliminate them or put them on the ban? Whether or not they agree, whether or not they kick against it, look, there is, let's first face the fact, there is a far more heavier, might talking about this thing, which is due to the US and the United States. However, having said so, many might kick against and many might argue or disagree, which again is their opinion. Look, the United States should respect Nigeria. We are a sovereign nation.
All right, Valentine. Right? Quickly, what do you think?
It's okay. Basically, the Sharia thing is basically an Islamic laws, defining a way of life and all of that. But I think one key thing that maybe if it's in terms of maybe marriage and all those things, but one key thing that's in Sharia law that the international community, US or even other, may not agree with what the Arewa Consultative Forum or not that forum like rejecting the ban of that. Yes, US may be trying to interfere in our domestic affairs, but one thing, like I said, about Sharia law that everybody is not happy is that of blasphemy. That someone is accused of blaspheming somebody, and then all of a sudden, he or she is stoned to death. That is unacceptable. For God's sake. I mean, we are not. We are not living in a jungle, right? So if it would be better if at all. I mean that person that is accused of doing anything, blasphemy, whatever, is perhaps taken through the judicial process. So if the court convicts that person and then appeal and all of that, after all, in this country we've seen even criminals who have been convicted, either maybe at the lower court, high court, sentenced to death,
Can appeal.
then moves on to appeal court. Appeal court confirm the decision of the lower court. It goes to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court confirms, and then that person is even not killed. I mean, since 1999, how many governors have signed the death warrant of any?
They always push paper away.
So if that's not happening for someone who has actually been convicted and sentenced to death, all the way from the High Court to the Supreme Court, nobody has signed the death sentence of any of such people that by law is deserving of death. Why should you stone an individual that you are accusing of blasphemy?
Most of them on a mercy, without concrete evidence.
It's something that should be stopped.
Okay.
Yeah.
We're pressed for time. We can quickly see what's on the Vanguard. So let's take a look at what we have on our cartoon of the day. This is a very interesting one. We have I don't know what this is. She looks like a banker, if that's what it is. She said, "Sir, everything else matches except the picture. Are you sure this is your account? I hope all is well." And then he said, "Let's just say I'm still renewing. Oh, okay, I get it now. Now this person is a citizen who you can see his picture before the renewed hope.
Oh,
before
okay. So you can see the transformation.
No, you can see the transformation, and the banker is confused that this your picture is not looking like what you look like now. Are you sure this is your account?
It's very clear.
The renewed hope is really renewing.
Right.
But what do you really think about it? We're pressed for time.
So very quickly, you can tell that, look, the level of structural adjustment program has hit that new phase so bad that recognition becomes something that is out of place.
Yeah.
You can even see how, from the side view of the accountants, he's confused. Is this you, or was this you your former life? So it simply shows that, look, that although I wish we have seen dates so we can tell
where did the renewed hope start? Exactly. That's what
that can guide us. That can guide us.
Anyways,
but just before we conclude, Deborah, I think there's one story that cut across all the papers today, and that's Anambra election tomorrow.
Yes,
it's important to mention the fact that the Anambra election tomorrow is going to test the new INEC chairman, Professor Mopitan, and then so Nigerians are expecting and looking forward to an election that will be seen to be free and fair, and then devoid of all of those shenanigans that we've had with previous INEC leadership. And so we expect that by tomorrow, and that people will be able to go out and cast their vote, and that at the end of the day, the vote of the people will actually count, even though, I mean, thank God this time around we don't have much of tension, compared to 4 years ago when Anambra was said to be very hot. But we hope that
we don't know anything. We have to go now. We have to go. By Monday, we'll be back here to actually talk about the Anambra election results. I'm very positive about it. Thank you so much, Mr. Joshua Bassi. Thank you, Valentine. You're still watching the Business Day TV Breakfast Show, and coming up next is the Business Morning. Do stay tuned.
Hello viewers, and welcome to Today in History right here on Business Day Television, where we look back at some of the events that have shaped economies and the world of business. I am Norma Obona, and today I'll be taking you down memory lane to some of the events that occurred on November 7th.
On this day in 1918, at noon, the news flash came across the wire. Germany gives up, war ends. Euphoria erupted throughout the country, and the New York Stock Exchange closed at 2 p.m. to celebrate. However, the news would prove false. German officials were traveling to meet with Allied commanders, but an armistice would not be signed until November 11th. the Dow Jones Industrial Average would close up 1.14% on the news before the exchange closed. The post-World War rally would last a few months, but as government spending subsided and factories laid off jobs, the US economy would struggle for several years. The US economy would quickly enter a recession after the end of World War I, and the stock market would decline more than 45% before bottoming in 1921. And on this day in 1933, the renowned architect David Aradian was born in Lagos. He began his architectural education at Columbia University in New York in 1959 and graduated in 1966. After working with 3 architectural firms in New York, he returned to Nigeria and in 1968 and received a 3-year Ford Fellowship to study human settlements in Western and North Africa. He joined the University of Lagos as a lecturer in architecture and became a professor in 1979. He curated major exhibitions including the African Architectural Technology Exhibition in 1977 and Views of Lagos from 2004 to 2005. As founding partner of Studio 4 Associates, his notable designs include the Lagos State University campus, the University of Port Harcourt Auditorium, and the National Cultural Complex in Abuja.
And that is how far we can take you today in history, right here on Business Day Television. I am Norma Obona. See you tomorrow.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Morning.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Morning. Welcome to Business Morning segment right here on the Breakfast Show on Business Day Television. We're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insights into the stories that matters for business and economy. I am Deborah Eze, and it's great to have you join us. Now let's begin with the top news stories making the round in the world of business. Nigeria's external reserves are expected to climb to a 7-year high of 46.07 billion US dollars, following the successful issuance of Euro bonds that attracted an overwhelming subscription of more than 13 billion US dollars. The last time Africa's largest economy recorded a comparable reserve level was on August 24, 2018, when it stood at 46.09 billion US dollars. According to the Central Bank of Nigeria, the country's external reserve have maintained a steady upward trend, rising to 43.27 billion dollars, as of November 4, 2025, reflecting sustained growth from 37.8 billion US dollars in June to 42.9 billion dollars in August 2025, driven by increased oil receipts, inflows from multilateral institutions, and renewed portfolio. Moving on, manufacturers from northern Nigeria have welcomed the federal government's decision to impose a 15% import duty on petroleum products, noting that the move will stimulate local production, enhance value addition within the oil and gas sector, and create a more competitive environment. President Bola Tinubu had approved the 15% import tariff on petrol and diesel, describing the policy as a strategic step to stimulate local refining and strengthen Nigeria's energy independence. According to the Special Advisor to the President on Media and Public Communications, Sunday Dari, the new policy was a bridge, not a burden, aimed at transforming Nigeria's petroleum landscape and securing long-term economic stability. Chairman Sharada Chalawa, branch of the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria, Kano, Muhammad Nura Madugu, speaking during a visit to the Dangote Group regional office in Abuja, maintained that the local manufacturers are in support of the government policy. And still on, the Federal Executive Council has approved over 43 billion naira for the completion of Phase 2, Section 2 of the Lagos-Ibadan Expressway. The Minister of Works, Dave Umahi, revealed that the new approval is part of several fresh and revised contracts across the country to accelerate the pace of critical road projects. Umahi also provided updates on the East-West Road, which the President Bola Tinubu administration inherited at 156 billion naira, covering 2 carriageways, 3 flyovers, and 2 bridges, noting that the project has been restructured to ensure timely completion amid heavy traffic and a redesigned pavement structure. The minister added that work has been completed on 1 carriageway and 30% of the second, while new flyovers at Abuluma and Refinery Junctions in River State will be presented for fresh approval before the end of the month. And to end the news, job cuts in the U.S. for October totaled 153,074, marking a 183% surge from September's and 175% higher than the same month a year ago, representing the highest level for any October since 2003 and has been the worst year for layoffs since 2009. Companies in the technology sector reportedly announced 33,281 cuts, nearly 6 times the level in September. And according to reports, layoff announcements soared in October as companies recalibrated staffing levels during the artificial intelligence boom, a sign of potential trouble ahead for the labor market. And still to come after the break, the credit market outlook in Nigeria's volatile economy. Just stay with us. Welcome back. You're still watching Business Morning. Now let's move on to our first conversation this morning. Nigeria's credit market sits at a critical junction with rising interest rates, inflationary pressures, and tighter liquidity. Businesses and individuals are finding it increasingly difficult to access affordable financing. At the same time, banks are grappling with growing credit risk and a shifting regulatory environment. As the economy adjusts to these realities, questions emerge about the future of lending, investment confidence, and financial stability in Africa's largest economy. And joining us to unpack these issues is Olusegun A. Sanwo-Olu. He's a seasoned finance, credit risk, and investment advisory expert with over 2 decades of experience across Nigeria's banking and investment sector. He currently serves in executive leadership within the investment and real estate finance space, offering insight into credit markets, risk management, and capital growth strategies. All but one person. Good morning. I'll actually, for the purpose of this interview, I'm going to call you Mr. Shonowo.
Shegun Shonowo.
Oh, Shegun Shonowo.
Shegun Shonowo.
Okay, Shegun Shonowo. All right, it's good to have you on Business.
Thank you very much.
This is a very interesting.
Thanks for having me here.
Yeah, you're welcome. This is a very interesting and a conversation that we are supposed to have, an important conversation. So briefly, take us through your assessment of the Nigerian credit market, and how would you describe the lending environment today for both banks and borrowers?
Okay, as much as technical as this is, I'll try to simplify it so that everybody, even the market woman on the street, can understand what we're talking about. Yeah, we want to simplify it, because if we bring in all the technical jargon, it will be like we've had another session. So for me, and generally looking at the credit environment, it seems a bit tense. It's quite actually very tight. The credit environment is very tight. Nonetheless, right, we can't say it's hopeless. There is hope. All that is required, particularly both for the coming from the small scale businesses, one of the things that is required that will really help them at this point is to keep their books in readiness for whatever or wherever they are going to. Because one of the greatest inhibitions to getting credit for SMEs, as we're going to talk about as we go on, is lack of proper records, right? It's at the point of, or at the junction of wanting to access credit, that you now want to start putting your books together. The banks will not, as the lenders, they will look beyond what you're presenting to them at the moment. They will want to go back into your history and see where you're coming from. So that makes it a bit difficult. Like SMEs, oh, the banks are not supporting us. Nobody. Yes, that is true. The bank will not, because what the banks are giving you is not their own money. It's other people's money. If you give me your money as a bank and I give it to him, all right, without doing proper records, and by the time you come for your money, I'm not able to give it to you, it's going to be a problem for me. So while we might want to say generally on the outlook, on the face of it, yeah, the market, the environment, the credit environment is a bit tight, but it's not hopeless. There's hope for the borrower. There's equally hope for the lender, as long as we get some things right, which I hope we'll be able to talk about as this session
goes
on.
All right, now let's take a look at the economic volatility and credit risks with inflation, currency fluctuation, and policy uncertainty. How do you think this affects macroeconomic, how has it impacted the macroeconomic space, and how do you think it has impacted credit risk?
Yes, let's start from the last.
Okay.
Uncertainty.
Okay.
Uncertainty. And truly, it's not helping matters. A lot of, even from FDI, foreign direct investors, who want to come into the environment, they are not sure of what is going to happen next. Our political landscape is not helping matters, right? Assuming we have a situation where we can say for the next 10 years, this is the economic trust of our country. It will give some level of confidence, but because of the uncertainty, right? Even me as a lender, I may look at this sector of the economy as very viable at the moment, but I'm so used to this system that I can't wholly commit myself. And because I can't wholly commit myself, I can't commit myself for the long term. I can only look at it. So as a lender, it's making things difficult. Also from the angle of inflation, you talked about inflation, right? When inflation simply means rising prices. When prices are rising, I go and borrow money from the bank. The bank is willing and is magnanimous enough to give me the money. But when prices keep rising, right? Prices keep rising, interest rates are increasing. It makes it difficult for me as the borrower to be able to meet up with my obligation to the bank, because I can't get enough money for me to do my business. Prices are rising. Those who are supposed to buy my product are not able to buy. Even if they buy, the worst part of it is when it comes to FX, dollar denominated transactions. For instance, I go to the bank, I borrow funds at maybe $1,000 to $1, and by the time I want to repay, I'm going to repay at $1,450 to $1. How do I meet up? I'm not able to meet up. So all these factors mixed together are seriously impacting negatively on the credit environment that we have, that we have found ourselves.
All right, you mentioned earlier banks not giving monies to the SMEs and it's feeling like you're not supporting them. So don't you think banks should be able to manage supporting and risk management instead of just, leaving everything the way it is? Don't you think there should be a balance between supporting and risk management?
Exactly, and I'm happy you picked on me that what I said earlier, and I also want to refer to what I said earlier, that one of the greatest inhibitions to banks giving money to SMEs is poor record keeping. If you are able to keep your record straight, it will help me as the borrower to be able to assess you and even determine what you are qualified for. At some point in time, right, in your business, you might think what you need is 500 million. Or since you're talking about SMEs, you might think you need 50 million. By the time I do your assessment, I might realize that you might even giving you 50 million will be suffering your business. You might need 75 million.
Yeah.
But that will only be possible if you have the record. So I will push it back. I will push it away from the banks. I'll push it back to the business owner, the small and medium enterprises. Say, let's start and know that we want to have a business that is growing. In fact, I have one of my coaches who say that I don't like being called a small business. I prefer to be called a growing business. Because if I see myself as a growing business, I'll put my records in order so that at any point that my lender is coming to see me, he will have something that he'll be able to. So let the SMEs get their records, put themselves in a proper business shape, and it will be easier for the banks to support them.
Right,
the banks are willing to support.
They're willing to support.
The banks are willing to support. They
have
have their own challenges, yes. But
I'm still going to hit on that. So is that what's actually tightening the whole process of having to giving money? Because some of these SMEs, they actually claim that the banks have actually tightened their credit. So is that one of the reasons or just the reason?
One of the reasons.
Okay.
One of the
what
reasons.
Other reasons?
Quite a number of reasons. Even the policy for coming, which is, the policy angle, right? The ratios in the economy are not giving enough money. With the increase in cash reserve ratio, with the MPC maintained at particular levels. Currently the cash reserve ratio is about 45%. That means it's reducing the funds I have available. It's reducing my liquidity. So for me to give out to, if I'm willing to give out to 10 people, and all these 10 people, let's make it easier for us to understand. Let's say I have a billion naira. If I have 10 people who are requesting for a billion, that means I can afford to give 100 million. But out of that billion, right, 45% has been taken away from me. Reduces what I have to give. So if I'm going to give to anybody at all, right, it means that I have to properly scrutinize who I am giving to. So it's beyond that. It still goes back to the fact that, and those who will now qualify will be those who have their records straight, who have their books in proper order, who are coming with genuine businesses. Because truly, as a recovery person, when you do some assessment, you realize that some transactions are dead on arrival. I call them dead on arrival. Yeah, it's just a package transaction. It's dead on arrival. There's nothing behind. There's nothing behind. It's just a facade. Just put some things together. So it's not just books alone. Even the policies, the dynamics, the indices in the economy are also reducing what the banks can afford to give out. So that makes it look as if they are squeezing their hands. Yeah. They can't, we are only pretending as if we are squeezing our hand. We can't give more than we have. Yeah, the banks can only give as much as they have.
Let's look at still pointing on the policy and regulatory environment. Do you think the CBN is actually doing enough to actually stabilize the lending conditions?
I would say the CBN is doing so much as it can do, right? We're trying to, by increasing the cash reserve ratio, what causes inflation? In simple, like I said, we're going to simplify this for even the market woman on the street to understand. Simple inflation, inflation simply means more money chasing fewer goods. So by increasing the cash reserve ratio, what CBN is doing is that they're trying to mop out cash from the system, so we have lesser money, right, chasing the goods. So we are trying to bring down the inflation level, right? But that is also having its own adverse effect, while at the same time they are tightening they are increasing, I mean, the cost of funds for the banks, right? So the CBN is trying to do a balancing, right? But all the same, a lot more can still be done. The CBN can pump money into the economy by making affordable credit, right? So, okay, we create special funds for particular purposes. For instance, as they're doing currently in the real estate environment with the MREIF, which is the federal government funds to fund real estate investment at less than 10 digits, approximately 9.75, right? That's one way that the bank, that the government, that the policy through its policies is helping the economy by releasing those. I mean, that's 10 digits. I mean, 10%. Well, they actually wanted to say it's a single digit, but once it crosses 9.75, it's already more than. So that's what I'm saying, approximately 10%. So the CBN can actually do a lot more by easing. It's going to be a special fund for that particular purpose. It won't be the same money that the banks have that they still have to share out. So CBN can still do a lot more than they're doing currently.
All right. So alternative financing, beyond the traditional bank lending that we own, what other alternative do you think we can have?
Okay, there are quite a number of alternatives that can be explored. Private lending, for instance, though that is limited, there is a limit to which that can go. Venture capitalists is another way. Rather than everybody focusing on deposit money banks, which we call commercial banks, so we can explore that. We can explore the angle of cooperatives. We can explore the angle of infra credit is one way that is helping to support long-term lend. Yeah, because deposit money banks cannot afford to fund long-term credit. So with infra credit, giving guarantees and say, okay, if this person defaults, they want to do a solar project, they want to do a power plant, they want to do a toll road, which are long-term projects, infra credit is giving credit. So that's one other way, apart from the regular deposit or commercial bank loans, which are usually for the short term. While for SMEs and small, we can explore the angle of cooperatives, right, and personal savings, family and friend supports to grow the business to the point that you can now approach a regular bank to get funded.
All right. So from your experience, how do you think these financial institutions, don't you think they should find like another way when it comes to recovery? Or do you think they're actually like in the right path?
Well, and you mentioned from experience.
Yes. Two decades.
Yeah, that's one area that I spent a good part of my final years in banking, recovery. And well, just before I left, a number of things were already changing. The conventional method was usually to go after the defaulter, go after him, recover the collateral, and do all that. But we got to the point that we had realized that wasn't going to help matters. After recovering the collateral, who buys it, right? I tell people that when the bank tells you that they want your collateral, it's not because the bank is into the business of selling properties. No, for instance, because easiest collateral is actually property. But there are other ways that the banks can look at rather than going directly after the collateral or going after the business or going after the person. By the time you kill the business, there's nothing for you. At the end of the day, you may not get your entire money. What if we restructure? What we look at a situation where, okay, you are actually owing. Okay, meaningful realtors or Mr. Shono, you are owing. Okay, we even go to the point of what caused your default. Maybe we gave you too much money. Maybe we gave you less money than you needed. Like I gave the example earlier. By the time we examine your books and you are asking for 50 million, we realize that 50 million will not help your matter. 75 million will help you. So we do a restructuring and say, okay, what if we stretch this or we structure this fund that will tally with your cash flow? For instance, let me give you a practical example. You give money to a school and you say the school should pay monthly. A school does not make money monthly. What if we restructure the loan to the school and say you pay per term every three months, which falls with the calendar of when money will so? Because in loan, a default in a particular month is capitalized and it worsens what you were owing. That's why you see people will come to the bank and say, I borrowed 10 million. I have paid 15 million. And you say I'm still owing 12 million. How come? Simply because of the defaults in between. So a restructuring can be one of the ways that banks can help rather than saying we want to go out. So recovery can be better done than the conventional or the old ways of saying we go after, once you default, we go after your collateral. No, it can be better than that. One of the easiest ways is to do a restructuring along that will flow with the cash flow of the business that is defaulting currently.
Smart. So what key reforms or strategies would you recommend?
Still goes back to okay, like we said earlier, one of the ways, one of the things that the government can actually do to help the system, because without the growth, without credit, I'm not sure I mentioned that without credit to businesses, the economy can hardly grow. The businesses have to be supported for the economy to grow. So one of the ways still goes back to the government. The government can make funds available, right, to special purpose, fund, not just general fund that we saw just pump into the bank. We say, okay, if we want to grow this we want to grow the agri, and the government has been doing that over time. But also from experience, we realize that some of those things, like I said, dead on arrival, they just package and, oh, it's free fund, and everybody sees that's free fund, right? That is one area. The government provides the money, that's on the one hand. Beyond providing the money, there should be an education of those who are coming to borrow. Let people understand that this fund that is coming to you is not your portion of the national cake. So literacy, credit literacy to the business environment is equally very important. That's number 2. Number 3, you can equally encourage people to develop a savings culture. I've been working for a couple of years. I know I'll be going into business. What if I start up funds that will make it easier for me to go into my business by the time I want to go? And that will only be possible if I have developed a savings culture over the period. So by the time I'm going into business, I have funds to draw from. If I'm going to need support at all, it's going to come by way of, minimal support based on where I'm starting from. So those are some of the reforms that can be put in place: savings culture, literacy, and government supports.
Thank you so much,
Thank you very much. Thanks for having me.
All right, we had Olusegun Shonowo, is a seasoned finance, credit risk, and investment advisory expert. Still to come after the break, unlocking investments for Africa's film and TV sector. Just stay with us.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
Hello viewers, and welcome to Today in History right here on Business Day television, where we look back at some of the events that have shaped economies and the world of business. I am Norma Obona, and today I'll be taking you down memory lane to some of the events that occurred on November 7th.
On this day in 1980, at noon, the news flash came across the wire. Germany gives up, war ends. Euphoria erupted throughout the country, and the New York Stock Exchange closed at 2 p.m. to celebrate. However, the news would prove false. German officials were traveling to meet with Allied commanders, but an armistice would not be signed until November 11th. The Dow Jones Industrial Average would close up 1.14% on the news before the exchange closed. The post-World War rally would last a few months, but as government spending subsided and factories laid off jobs, the U.S. economy would struggle for several years. The U.S. economy would quickly enter a recession after the end of World War I, and the stock market would decline more than 45% before bottoming in 1921. And on this day in 1933, The renowned architect David Aradian was born in Lagos. He began his architectural education at Columbia University in New York in 1959 and graduated in 1966. After working with 3 architectural firms in New York, he returned to Nigeria and in 1968 and received a 3-year Ford Fellowship to study human settlements in Western and North Africa. He joined the University of Lagos as a lecturer in architecture and became a professor in 1979. He curated major exhibitions including the African Architectural Technology Exhibition in 1977 and Views of Lagos from 2004 to 2005. As founding partner of Studio 4 Associates, his notable designs include the Lagos State University campus, the University of Port Harcourt Auditorium, and the National Cultural Complex in Abuja.
And that is how far we can take you today in history, right here on Business Day Television. I am Norma Obona. See you tomorrow.
Welcome back. You're still watching Business Morning. We then move to our second conversation for today. Africa's creative economy is one of the continent's. It's one of the continent's fastest growing sectors, driven by film, television, and digital content that continue to gain global recognition. Yet, across access to investment and structured financing, it remains a key challenge for filmmakers and producers. As the African International Film Festival, AFRIF, kicks off, conversations around building sustainable creative economies have taken counter stage. This morning, we'll focus on unlocking investment for Africa's film and TV sector, exploring how festivals like AFRIF are bridging the gap between creativity and capital. And joining us is Temba Sibeko. He's the head of the AFRIF Film and Content Market. He's a veteran creative executive and producer with over 25 years of experience in film, television, and television and content development. He has worked across Hollywood and Africa and now leads efforts to connect filmmakers with investors and co-production opportunities across the continent. Good morning.
Good morning.
It's really good to have you in the studio this morning.
Well, good morning to you and your viewers. Thank you for having me.
And we hope to get questions to some or answer some of the questions that have been asked today. Now, give us a sense of what the year's market is all about and what makes it a critical platform for Africa's film and TV industry.
So, Africa Film and Content Market is an initiative from AFRIF mother body, and Nollywood itself has not have a market, which is a business-to-business platform, which for us is to create an enabling environment for content holders and IP holders who have completed content to sell to international buyers. So we've invited local buyers, of course. It could be distributors, it could be streamers, it could be television stations, and we've invited the local filmmakers and producers to trade. So basically the market in itself is to create an enabling environment for investors to meet with content holders and create an enabling environment to actually develop and build a sustainable Pan-African film industry in itself.
Investment has been like a major bottleneck when it comes to the African filmmakers. I mentioned before this interview that the big story on the Business Day mentioned banks not meeting up with promises that they make to some of those filmmakers about having to fund and what have you. So what are the key barriers that you see, and how is Africa working to bridge that barrier?
I think the key barriers are basically having an understanding from the institutional financiers about how to basically mitigate risk. And the best thing to do is to educate filmmakers. It's one thing to shoot a film, it's another thing to have a business case. So the market in itself creates also panels where we bring in the best experts internationally so that we can educate filmmakers on how to professionally increase your visibility as far as business competency. So packaging is important. How you package your financing plan, your return on investment, that is the language that financiers and banks would want to hear. So we want to be able to then make sure that we actually create an equitable position for filmmakers, content providers, and institutions. So what we do is look and say, how do we now look towards making sure that we put them in the same room and equip the filmmaker and how to actually now sell their content? It is a business. It is a film business. So you need to let the investors, the institutional investors know, how do I make my money back and how soon do I make my money back? Very important. So that's what we're looking at doing, is adding value, unlocking value as AFCM for those filmmakers. The issue for investors, whether it's family offices or it's a bank, is patient capital. Patient capital also can be converted into development capital. Now that becomes hen's teeth, because development capital is a barrier to entry to getting you to production. So one of the things that we looked at, we had a panel on Monday talking about co-financing as well, when we invited the institutional investors and private equity. So one thing is to look at saying, look at convertibles. Can we look at debt being structured as equity, and then it's triggered on milestones? So you come to them and you say, okay, fine, I need X amount for development, but that development is then converted into equity once I've got a package that's comprehensive enough for you to take a stake in there. So that's some of they're receptive to it. I think we just need to get to a point where we have a compelling environment for content providers and those financial institutions to take it forward, but not take it forward in a fragmented way, but to take it forward in a collected way, and an amalgamation of finances together. So the more that you have on the table, the less risk you have as just one financier. You're not as exposed as much.
All right. So speaking about putting people together, the financiers, the producers, and the distributors. So how does that ecosystem actually work in practice, and what kind of deals or partnership typically emerge from it?
Okay, so for example, if you've got Tyler Perry has a slate. Okay, he has a slate of films. He'll have a dozen films, right? And he says, I have a dozen films that I want to now finance. So he'll go to a studio and says, I want to finance X amount over, say, 5 years, right? So he puts them into a development pipeline. So those then invest into development pipeline. So that's his skin in the game. He gets to a point where, okay, I've invested in this. Now I want attached actors to it. So there's a value to it because each actor has a value. So he goes to the studio. The studio says, okay, you know what? We'll make a distribution, a minimum guarantee on the distribution of your films because you are Tyler Perry and you. So the same applies to how we do that with African filmmakers. We need to start looking at a slate of films that we can develop. And by doing that, you're able to mitigate your risk because you're not coming with just one film. So the ecosystem is that you have that slate, you package it, you look for financing and distribution and marketing. And then once that's done, obviously, of course, you release it. But of course, it's not just the conventional sense of theatrical releases. You have multiple platforms now. You have Netflix streaming. You have there are just so many ways to actually deliver the product. So you make your distribution agreements in those different windows. Theatrical being one, the other being streaming, and then the other one being in-flight air, of course, or you can have it in libraries and so forth. But the point is that you're across the distribution infrastructure, you have different windows that you can actually distribute to. And then ultimately, of course, is to make a profit because you've got worldwide distribution. So at the end of the day, any content holder wants worldwide distribution. And in that ecosystem, each market, North America, South America, Europe, Africa, has a value system to it. And then you have a sales agent and distributor who then basically has a value to your content and then says, here's the asking price to the value of your film. And you hope that for the film that you're making, say for $1 million, you're making $10 million ultimately, which is putting you in the profit. That's basically where you want to be. That's the ecosystem.
So you have quite an extensive experience both internationally and locally. Now let's bring into Africa. How do you think Africa can actually put itself out there and make itself attractive for global investors?
I think one thing is to look at an alignment between African filmmakers and the diaspora. I think it's important because there's a significant population of expats. Even most of Nigeria has a massive population of expats. How do you tap and unlock that and look towards getting rid of the fragmentation, not just in Nigeria, but across the continent, so that you're aligned in regard to your collaborations? And so by doing that, you make yourself more attractive, but also investment in infrastructure is important too. Skills development, upskilling as well. We have a very disruptive environment right now because of AI. It has disrupted the whole market. I think also because of what's also happened in Hollywood. I mean, Hollywood, that model right now of putting out, a certain movie with Brad Pitt or another star and hoping that you put it in 3,000 theaters, you're going to make your money back when you open on Friday, and then on Sunday or Monday morning, that model has gone to the wayside. So for African filmmakers, is looking at what the market is demanding. You've seen a lot more mobile content, what they call verticals. You're seeing that there's also AVOD, which is advertised video on demand, YouTube in itself, which is exploding too. Nigerian filmmakers are using that as a platform too as well. So it's really an amalgamation. So infrastructure, skills, and also from a standpoint of governments that are also looking at giving incentives too. We need to make sure that there are incentives from the respective regions, countries themselves, Nigeria, South Africa, Ghana, Kenya, to create incentives, because competitively, you need to be able to draw in people to invest in your country by offering some kind of tax credit or a cash incentive rebate of some sorts. So that's a mixed bag in that sense. But at the bottom line is that you want to have an alignment of saying that we have the best crews, the best infrastructure, and the best stories. But do it under an aligned umbrella of Pan-African filmmakers who see that the pool of skill and human resources is compelling enough for investors to look at Africa.
Now let's take a look at the role of co-production treaties and international distribution. What role do they play in unlocking new source of funding for African content, international collaboration?
Well, I'll tell you right now, I was an advocate for, coming from South Africa, I helped advocate for the South African co-production with Brazil. And co-productions are good for unlocking investments, soft money as well, and also being able to make sure that your distribution is not just to your market alone, your indigenous market. But what's important is that co-production treaties are only as good as the projects. So what's important is to make sure that in unlocking co-production treaty, that both countries, both governments are able to give incentives, soft money, that actually enable the filmmakers and the producers to actually trade and at the same time distribute it. So, for example, now Nigeria is also looking at a co-production. Well, right now they're at a point of ratification of a co-production with Brazil. Those are two significant economic powerhouses, and the population of Brazil, Afro-Brazilian population, is the largest outside of Africa. So the potential for Nigerian filmmakers is huge. So it's to unlock that through a treaty. The treaty can also be used for packaging when it comes to your financing, when you go to a bank or private equity or family office or high net worth individual. Because now you're saying, if I'm gonna go and finance and I say I need maybe 30% equity, some of it is debt, but a significant amount could be soft because you have the co-production treaty. That means that there's less that you need to recoup because your soft is a significant amount of your financing plan. So that, that mitigates risk for investors who tend to be conservative. And remember, with the financiers, institutional financiers, film is seen as high risk. Film and TV is seen as high risk, independent. because of the issue of, it's intangible, so to speak. But you cannot deny where Nigeria is, the number 2 film industry in the world. So the metrics you can't deny that. The issue now is to say, how do we mitigate risk? And co-productions is one of them.
All right, so let's look beyond financing. What are the things are investors looking for when it comes to film projects? Apart from, what will make a film, like apart from the finance partner, what will make a film investable? Why would an investor want to see a film and they want to invest in it?
Know your audience. There has to be an audience. Okay. I mean, when you bring that to an investor, he needs to know, is there an audience for you to make your recoupment on the investment? The story is important, but the audience is just as important, because you can't sell something that doesn't have an audience. 2, it has to be a universal theme. So even if it's in Yoruba or it's in Igbo, it has to have a universal theme for it to sell. And we've seen that with Shogun, we've seen that with Parasite, films like that, which are Korean itself and Japanese, and of course, universally, they've been successes. So audiences are a lot more tolerant and more sophisticated than they were 10 years ago. And I think COVID also played a role in that, because people were forced to house down for 19 months. And of course, as a result, here we are, which is good, which is great, but that's important. So I think making sure of that is important, to make sure that you keep the indigenous aspect of your story, but keep the themes universal. Also your audiences, knowing that you have an audience as well. And also you need to have a business plan outside of the financing. How are you going to market? Marketing is important. Sometimes filmmakers forget the marketing side of it. Okay, I made my film, but how am I going to market it? And in this industry right now, at this time, it's so more important. What is your unique selling position? Why should we pick up your title as a distributor or as a streamer? Very important.
Now, training and infrastructure, they say, remain a major challenge when it comes to the film industry.
Yeah.
So tell us, how is AFRI supporting capacity development and talent pipeline to actually strengthen the industry value chain?
Well, I think AFRI is doing a really good job in partnering with people like Canex as well, and Jiz. We just did a workshop on copyright the last few days, so we can get local filmmakers and filmmakers from the region to understand copyright and IP protection as well. So it's to arm them and equip them as well, so that when they go out there and they have their IP, they're able to make sure that they understand what they need to do, what are their legal rights, and also when they're dealing with co-productions, what are the things that they need to look for as far as that. So one is looking at the legal framework of it as well. It's important. I'm just giving that as an example. But also what AFCM will be doing too is that we will be looking at an online presence outside of, the final day was yesterday for the market, it's a 4-day market. But we will be looking at online presence of giving master classes and workshops to the local and international community, so that we're able to equip them in regards to upskilling, in regards to what are the tools, the current tools that are needed as a filmmaker and as a producer. Innovative financing, distribution, and marketing is some of the cornerstones of how it makes you competitive and gives you the edge. AFCM, the marketing itself is there to do it, both in person over the 4 days and virtually.
So you mentioned about streaming platforms where you can now distribute your films and have like a wider audience. So how is AFRI positioning African creators to take advantage of these global opportunities?
What we're doing is that we're partnering with significant markets, like for example, March to Film Cannes, the Cannes Film Festival. We've gone into partnership with them, and what we're looking at doing is, of course, having pitch sessions, which then finding talent that we believe works in progress, that we can then look towards adjudicating, and then taking those producers, those filmmakers, those projects to markets like Cannes, and looking at getting deal rooms or financing their projects, ultimately that can then be ultimately back at AFRIF a year from now, hopefully screened and distributed in Nigeria and elsewhere. So one is creating an enabling environment that way. It's very important from that standpoint. So.
All right, so finally, as the creative sector continues to evolve, what's your vision for the future of Africa's film and content market? Say 5 years from now.
I say 5 years from now is, I'll tell you, it has to be a pan-diasporic market. So we have to be inclusive of not just Africa, but the diaspora. So we have so many of our community that needs to tap into and collaborate by having a collective sense of direction to say our content itself can be consumed by everyone. But the ability for us to align ourselves, one, through the issue of understanding trade, multilateral trade, using, for example, the Africa Free Trade Agreements. How does the creative sector unlock that? Look at BRICS and the multilateral agreements that are done in other sectors. How do we unlock that? And in the future, being able to be not fragmented, between the Anglophones, the Francophone Africans, but to be united and saying we are able to, as a community, film community, export our films globally to the rest of the world and create a sustainable environment.
Thank you so much for your time this morning, Temba Sibeko.
Thank you.
That was Temba Sibeko. He's the head of the Afri-Film and Content Market. And that's been our focus today on Business Morning. We looked at the credit market outlook in Nigeria's volatile economy and also unlocking investments for Africa's film and TV sector. The Breakfast Show continues with the big story after this break. I am Deborah Eze. Do have yourself a good morning.
Hello viewers and welcome to Today in History right here on Business Day Television, where we look back at some of the events that have shaped economies and the world of business. I am Norma Obona, and today I'll be taking you down memory lane to some of the events that occurred on November 7th.
On this day in 1918, at noon, the news flash came across the wire. Germany gives up, war ends. Euphoria erupted throughout the country, and the New York Stock Exchange closed at 2 p.m. to celebrate. However, the news would prove false. German officials were traveling to meet with Allied commanders, but an armistice would not be signed until November 11th. The Dow Jones Industrial Average would close up 1.14% on the news before the exchange closed. The post-World War rally would last a few months, but as government spending subsided and factories laid off jobs, the U.S. economy would struggle for several years. The U.S. economy would quickly enter a recession after the end of World War I, and the stock market would decline more than 45% before bottoming in 1921. And on this day in 1933, the renowned architect David Aradian was born in Lagos. He began his architectural education at Columbia University in New York in 1959 and graduated in 1966. After working with 3 architectural firms in New York, he returned to Nigeria and in 1968 and received a 3-year Ford Fellowship to study human settlements in Western and North Africa. He joined the University of Lagos as a lecturer in architecture and became a professor in 1979. He curated major exhibitions including the African Architectural Technology Exhibition in 1977 and Views of Lagos from 2004 to 2005. As founding partner of Studio 4 Associates, his notable designs include the Lagos State University campus, the University of Port Harcourt Auditorium, and the National Cultural Complex in Abuja.
And that is how far we can take you today in history right here on Business Day Television. I am Norma Obona. See you tomorrow.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Good morning and welcome to the big story on Breakfast and Business Day Television Breakfast Show. I am Destiny Momo. In Osun State, local government allocations have been frozen for months, and this is a stalemate that began early in the year. The federal government says it withheld the funds because the councils weren't democratically elected. But critics say this goes beyond Osun. It's part of a bigger national problem. How Nigeria's local governments are structured or even funded and even controlled. And this is a debate that has lasted for decades about autonomy, central control, and who really governs at the grassroots. Joining me this morning is Deji Olatoye, a partner at LT Law Offices and an expert in constitutional and fiscal federalism. Good morning, Deji.
Good morning.
Thank you so much for joining us on the big story this morning. And very quickly, let's start from Osun State. The federal government says it actually withheld allocations because the councils weren't properly constituted. Now, from a legal point of view, does Abuja have the power to do that, or did it go too far?
Well, I mean, that's a debate that's been on for a long time. Don't forget, this started actually some 20 years ago, for example, or probably over, when Lagos State tried to create new local governments. And then the then presidency, or the federal government led by President Obasanjo, said no. I mean, you can't do that under the Constitution. There are 774 local governments, and there are also provisions for how you create local governments in the Constitution. At the time, and the Supreme Court actually said that, look, states could go ahead and create their own constitution as far as they comply with the relevant provisions of the Constitution in terms of the role that the National Assembly has to play in it. But again, one other issue that was one of the issues that was presented to the court at the time was whether the federal government could thereby, on the basis of undemocratic local governments that were not properly created, and forthwith, whether you could, federal government could withhold funding. The Supreme Court at the time said no. There was no such basis for federal government to do that. The federal government went ahead anyway for years and for a long time. It's ironic that the president of the country at the moment was the governor at the time. Now, there's a new position taken by the Supreme Court last year in the case that went from Plateau State to the Supreme Court, where in fact, God, don't forget the crux of this was that there's supposed to be a joint allocation committee between the state and their local governments, where these monies are actually received for disbursement to the local governments. Now, what the Supreme Court has said last year in that specific case is that allocations should actually go directly to the local governments. But that leaves unanswered the issue of whether federal government could then withhold, funding from local government, whether disbursed through the joint allocation account or disbursed through directly to the local government on the basis that they were not democratically elected. Because don't forget, one of the constitutional guarantees in Section 7 of the Constitution is that there will be democratically elected local government councils in the state. So in this regard, I suppose that the federal government considered itself, a superintendent of that provision to make sure that states, conduct elections into their local government councils on a regular basis. And it's on the basis of that guarantee of the Constitution can be implemented. I suppose that's the position where we are today.
Tension between Abuja and the states. we all know it's not new. We saw something similar years ago when Lagos created LCDAs under the then Governor Tinubu, and now under his presidency, it's resurfacing. Why is Nigeria's constitution still unclear about who truly controls local government?
Yes, and for me that's what's more important now than maybe what the Supreme Court has said or what we imagine that the Constitution says at the moment. I think what we should be looking at is that what really is the role of the local government? What are the principles, the broad principles upon which we actually need to design a local government system? And if we see, the Constitution is actually very clear in terms of the kind of control that local governments that states should have over local governments within their territory. And so if you look at the provision of the Section 7 that I mentioned before, it actually says it is through the laws of the local government that to actually, create a whole lot of things in order to control and regulate the local government. Other than in Schedule 4 of the Constitution, that there are certain stipulated things that you might call the core function of the local government, and the state itself could expand that, could create that. Because as a matter of fact, local governments in Nigeria, certain things have actually created what I call a perspective problem. I wrote an article that was published yesterday in your newspaper. We talk about the local government being the third tier of government. We talk about local government autonomy broadly as a general rule. I think those are like kinks in the way we discuss our local government system. In reality, local governments are meant to be like administrative units of particular superintending government. So in the case of unitary systems, they are units of the central government. In the case of federal system, they are units of the subnational government, be it state, province, or region, whatever you call it. And they are supposed to be able to coordinate, create more, match some, also determine what their functions are going to be. Because in reality, their functions are, they are economic primarily, but they also could protect certain identities, especially within a plural society such as Nigeria is. It is in fact in that regard that in other parts of the world, you talk about autonomy, not as a broad rule for local government, but autonomy to protect maybe minority areas and all of that, so that they have core functions that the states or the central government does not intrude upon. But as a general rule, really, local governments are not meant to be autonomous. They are meant to answer, and they are meant to be managed, regulated, combined, and recombined by the superintending government, be it the central government in the case of unitary system, or the state governments in the case of federations. And I guess what is happening today is that, because of what I call the kings, the third tier of government, local government autonomy as a broad rule, it's actually affecting the way we perceive this. I know a lot of people have issues to do with state governments. Sometimes it's even personal, there's a president who just doesn't like, the chip on the shoulder of that state governor, but that's not supposed to be how we think about it. And the reason why this is important for states to control their local governments is that states are not the same. States are not the same. Many of these local governments were created during the military rule, and we know how it went at the time. As I argued in that article, many of them were created because when a new government comes into power, a military government, one of the things it tries to do to legitimize itself is to promise people new states, new local governments, and all of that. So many of these things didn't go through proper economic and even constitutional thinking before we did it, but they are all baked into the Constitution today. So one of the things that I think we need to do is to go back and actually look at the principles that should govern our local government system, and then begin to actually revise it. We need to amend the Constitution in relation to that. Lagos State's local government system should not be the same as Ekiti State or as Borno State, So when you have a state that is essentially a broad metropolitan area, its local government system should be different from a state that is broadly a rural area. all of these things. And if you go to, all
Okay.
across the world, the US, counties in the Midwest are different from from metropolises. New York, for example, in the East, so these things are very different. Even within the same state, you give certain powers to mega cities, that you do not give to counties. In certain services are combined for certain counties in different places, so that whereas you could have a New York Police Department, it doesn't mean that every such unit gets to get its own police department. You may decide that this particular areas, you need to combine them to have a single police unit, You can decide that this particular kind of function and services could be delivered by this mega city that can be delivered by, and so you could centralize that within the state to deliver it to those other local governments. Those are the things we should be thinking about today, and not particular partisan positions. And the roles that
Can you hear me, Deji? If local councils were given full autonomy tomorrow, do you agree that they're ready to manage funds and even deliver services effectively at the grassroots?
That's exactly the point I was making. First, I do not think that local government autonomy should be a broad rule, that should be a reason why we give autonomy to particular local governments. And I don't believe that the local government structures that we have today can deliver equally. Each local government, Lagos Island local council, AMAC in Abuja, which is the one in Port Harcourt, I don't believe, these local governments, the services they're able to deliver are the same that some local governments in rural areas are able to deliver. So I don't think so. That is why I think, again, I also think that the state government should look beyond the idea that we need to control our local government just for partisan reasons, to think that these are opportunities for actually combining and actually, running programs for, economic development that can be designed specially depending on the kind of local government that you are. The Constitution actually envisages it, because don't forget that one of the things that a state should do, the state law should do, should be to actually have an economic commission, broadly for the state that takes, that takes actually from the local government. So the local government, one of their functions is to contribute to that kind of joint commission where there can be joint planning and the rest of it. Ironically, that is what you mentioned, what Lagos state government did. What Lagos tried to do initially was to pay local governments, actually. But because of all of the legal issues, it then decided that, okay, these are not local governments. These new entities are called LCD, local development, councils or something like that. But it was able to, within even the period, even when it was being denied its fund by local government, it was able to actually organize, how the funding, and how these councils can deliver some services. And I think that's what states should be doing, ability to actually coordinate those local governments, see the ones that need to be given strong powers and high functions, and see the ones that, so for example, in Lagos state government, I don't see any reason why local government should not be doing waste, things like waste management and all of that. We see that the time of a particular commissioner is almost, consumed just by that, by running after, people who dump refuse by medium device and the rest of it. These are things that local government should be able to do, particularly very strong local governments. Whereas there are probably local governments that are not able to do that at the moment unless they build up to that, and the state will coordinate that. So no, to answer your question directly, I do not think that if you just pump funds into the local government the way they are now, that they're able to deliver services unless they are well coordinated. And the best tier of government to coordinate that will be the states.
All right, now the joint local government account is often described as the Naboth vineyard of Nigerian politics. And governors want control, and even the federal government insists on oversight. Now, and councils are caught in the middle. So what do you think are the best way to fix this? Is it to scrap it or have a reform for it?
Essentially, I think what the Supreme Court decision of last year has done is basically to say, because the whole purpose of that account is that local government funds are received into it, coming from the federation, and of course the state government can also put its own fund there, and then it's divided by the local governments and all of that. It's actually a tool. So I don't think we should discard that entity. It's actually a tool for achieving what I stated before. Joint planning, being able to see the strengths of local governments, even to be able to do fiscal equalization. So, for example, whereas it says local governments can collect money, tenement rate, and all of those, collect licenses, liquor licenses, and the rest of it. But the humongous amount that ATOS, local government, for example, is able to collect from that is different from what, say, Badagry is able to collect. So you may need, in order for Badagry to be able to deliver its services, to do some fiscal equalization by redistributing and all of that. It could be from part of the funds that state government is putting into the joint account. I don't think we should discard that, you know, even though I said the Supreme Court decision had that implication. But don't forget what the Supreme Court will do is essentially to interpret law. But laws do not exist by themselves, for themselves. We create laws to achieve purposes. Once we begin to rethink all of these things, then principles should come in to actually give opportunity for state governments to have, the platform to be able to do the regulation, joint planning of its states, of its local governments within it. So I'm for that entity remaining in some shape or form, perhaps also included in what we call the economic planning that's already in the Constitution. But there must be that entity through which states are able to control. We can deal with the issue of possible mismanagement before. I mean, states mismanagement, they are state funds, you know, and that's the reason why we have rules. That's the reason we have, we have ICPC, EFCC, and the rest of it to deal with financial crimes and the rest of it. You know, I think we should be satisfied with that. Why we are encouraging states, you know, in fact, by allowing states to do that, we begin to see models, best practices. How is Port Harcourt doing it? How is River State managing it? You know, do they? And so we begin to see this. I mean, if I could be historical, for example, the idea that there should be democratic local government, it was in the First Republic or in the 50s, it was actually the Western region that decided that, look, we want people elected into our local council. You know, other regions at that time did not think so. So that's, if we leave states to do this, you will find what you might call the laboratories of democracy, you know, which begin to develop ideas that you can say, look, this looks like best practice that you can recommend to other states, you know. But from day one, everybody is autonomous, you know, and, you know, equal control, equal function for all the local governments in Nigeria, that's not a good idea in my view.
Can you hear me, Deji?
Yes, I'm hearing you now.
Okay. All right. You've been very elaborate on, I mean, given this answers, you know, to this effect. Now, you've spoken about something you call subsidiarity, driven diversity, and the idea that each state should govern according to its own reality. If given the opportunity, I would have asked you what you think might look like, what it might look like in practice for states as different as Lagos, Borno, and Ekiti. I don't know if you can just give me that answer briefly so we can round up because of time.
Yes. I mean, I don't even think I need to waste time on that. I said it earlier, you know, when you look at Lagos, for example, it's a broad metropolitan area, you know, so you have Lagos. But people coming to Lagos say it's when they get to Lagos that they know that there's a place in Lagos called Lagos, you know. So when you have a state like that, you know, huge metropolis, businesses and all of that, the way they run their local government should be, you know, should be different from, you know, the state that, you know, you mentioned or that I mentioned in that article. So the services you deliver are different. So in rural states, for example, agricultural states, Borno, Niger, and the rest of it, where settlements tend to be sparse and concentrated and all of that, and people are involved in agriculture, local governments could, you know, the services they delivered could be, you know, basic services and, you know, basic sanitation, water, and the rest of it, and then supporting, you know, rural settlements with agricultural development programs and the rest of it. Lagos State perhaps does not, local governments do not have to do that. They are running urban centers. They are probably going to be running some high-level services, you know, major waste management, other than basic sanitation.
Okay,
you know,
Mr. Deji, Mr. Deji, you just spoke about basic sanitation, you spoke about local government. You have given me so much answers to this, and I think I'm satisfied with it. I agree with you totally, because I know that if given the opportunity, you will elaborate more and more, and this will actually bring a change. Trust me, to bring a change. But I pray that one day we'll find you in positions like that to effect these changes. I want to thank you so much for joining us on The Big Story today, Mr. Deji.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And we would like to have you next time to elaborate on very more pressing issues like this. Thank you for staying with us. Thank you for
Thank you very much.
We do appreciate you. And you've been watching The Big Story on Business Day Television breakfast show. Up next is social listening. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
Hello viewers, and welcome to Today in History right here on Business Day Television, where we look back at some of the events that have shaped economies and the world of business. I am Norma Obona, and today I'll be taking you down memory lane to some of the events that occurred on November 7th.
On this day in 1980, at noon, the news flash came across the wire. Germany gives up, war ends. Euphoria erupted throughout the country and the New York Stock Exchange closed at 2 p.m. to celebrate. However, the news would prove false. German officials were traveling to meet with Allied commanders, but an armistice would not be signed until November 11th. The Dow Jones Industrial Average would close up 1.14% on the news before the exchange closed. The post-World War rally would last a few months, but as government spending subsided and factories laid off jobs, the U.S. economy would struggle for several years. The U.S. economy would quickly enter a recession after the end of World War I, and the stock market would decline more than 45% before bottoming in 1921. And on this day in 1933, the renowned architect David Aradian was born in Lagos. He began his architectural education at Columbia University in New York in 1959 and graduated in 1966. After working with 3 architectural firms in New York, he returned to Nigeria and in 1968 and received a 3-year Ford Fellowship to study human settlements in Western and North Africa. He joined the University of Lagos as a lecturer in architecture and became a professor in 1979. He curated major exhibitions including the African Architectural Technology Exhibition in 1977 and Views of Lagos from 2004 to 2005. As founding partner of Studio 4 Associates, his notable designs include the Lagos State University campus, the University of Port Harcourt Auditorium, and the National Cultural Complex in Abuja.
And that is how far we can take you today in history, right here on Business Day Television. I am Norma Obona. See you tomorrow.
Join us as we honor excellence at the Nigerian Business Leadership Awards 2025, a night dedicated to visionary leaders shaping Nigeria's business landscape. From Person of the Year to Outstanding Leadership in Non-Interest Banking and Financial Inclusion, Retailer of the Year, Business Leader of the Year, Female Executive of the Year, and many more. It's more than an award. It's a celebration of enterprise, innovation, and impact. For sponsorship or participation, contact Uchina on 0703 047 2336, Daniel on 0802 756 4653, or Shagun on 0812 024 3167. For Business Day Nigeria Business Leadership Awards 2025, celebrating excellence in enterprise.
Once we made the world's red gold palm oil that built nations. We wove ashoke that told our stories. We crafted leather that walked across continents. Today, we are doing it again. But this time, we own the narrative, powered by makers, artisans, designers, chefs, and dreamers who believe local is the new global. Business Day's Go Local Summit 2025 brings them all together. Go Local, from raw potential to market power. For exhibitions, sponsorship, or partnerships, call Rachel on 0806 420 3499 or send a mail to rachel.edache@businessdayonline.com.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng. and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges. Because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
You're welcome to the social listening segment on Business Day Television, the show where we track what's trending online. My name is Deborah Eze, and I'm being joined by
Onyeka Valentine.
Onyeka Valentine. Let's do this. Are you ready?
Well, always ready, like they say, born ready, but would you stay ready now? That's the question.
All right, we're starting off with your will I call him the most favorite person, apart from the man who actually does a lot of work?
Well, again, he used to be my most favorite person.
Oh, he used to be?
Until
okay,
he made Nigeria, a country of concern. So let us now turn him to a person of interest.
No, not that person. The other person that's in charge of the country of concern.
Right. Interesting.
So you don't know your favorite people anymore.
I mean, let's be honest.
Yeah.
Like they say, when you are in charge of a country as big as Nigeria, you should rest assured that not everybody will go the way you want. Some will say for, others say against. Before I say for, but now let's see how it goes.
Okay, I'm tired because I have to keep track of the people that are your favorite people. Only for you to change. No.
Broadcasting and those who are in our kind of business,
right?
You must always tread carefully. You watch the tide. When the tide moves not in your favor, you must know how to adjust.
All right.
The most important thing is don't drown. So let's get on the fence.
Okay, we start in Abuja, where President Bola Tinubu has vowed to crush terrorism and strengthen Nigeria's diplomatic ties across the world. Speaking before the Federal Executive Council meeting at the presidential villa, Tinubu said his administration is focused on peace, stability, and growth under the renewed hope agenda. He told his cabinet to Nigeria to achieve terrorism through global partnerships and strengthening our reforms. His comments come shortly after U.S. President Nigeria as a country of particular concern. Tinubu said the government is already engaging with international partners to correct that perception and build investors' confidence. Now, let's quickly take a look at some of the tweets before I get your opinion from this story. Now, the first tweet is from Scan King, and Scan King said, Nigerians, next time, do not elect to allow them to win. Anyone... Did I get that correctly? Okay, the first one is from 180T, and it said, this is the reason why I will always advise leaders to be serious with their country. Develop your country and grow your economy. Zero tolerance to corruption, regardless of your position. Compete with advanced countries so that you can be respected globally. It is not too late. Another reaction from Sean King or Scan King, he said, Nigerians, next time do not elect or allow them to win. Anyone who cannot manage diplomatic relations with the most powerful country in the world at any time, it will not benefit you. This is a classical mess as an example. This one, I hope I am wrong, cannot even visit the US. Another reaction from Jagaban Warrior. This is the leadership Nigeria needs. From his name, we already know where he's coming from. All right, let's go on a quick break. When we come back, we are going to get more reactions from the netizens online. Just stay with us.
Once we made the world's red gold palm oil that built nations. We wove ashoke that told our stories. We crafted leather that walked across continents. Today, we are doing it again. But this time, we own the narrative, powered by makers, artisans, designers, chefs, and dreamers who believe local is the new global. Business Day's Go Local Summit 2025 brings them all together. Go local, from raw potential to market power. For exhibitions, sponsorship or partnerships, call Rachel on 0806 420 3499 or send a mail to rachel.edache@businessdayonline.com.
Join us as we honor excellence at the Nigerian Business Leadership Awards 2025, a night dedicated to visionary leaders shaping Nigeria's business landscape. From Person of the Year to Outstanding Leadership in Non-Interest Banking and Financial Inclusion, Retailer of the Year, Business Leader of the Year, Female Executive of the Year, and many more. It's more than an award. It's a celebration of enterprise, innovation, and impact. For sponsorship or participation, contact Uchina on 0703 047 2336, Daniel on 0802 756 4653, or Shagun on 0812 024 3167. For Business Day Nigerian Business Leadership Awards 2025, celebrating excellence in enterprise.
Welcome back. You're still watching the social listening. And before we went on that break, we were taking reactions on saying he's going to contact the represent with or without the help of the US by seeking other international advice. All right, we were on to Jagaban Warrior, and he said, this is the leadership Nigeria needs. Bold, decisive, and globally engaged.
Right.
President Tinubu is taking the fight against insecurity seriously, while positioning Nigeria as a key player on the world stage. We need hope in the motion. Finally, from Peter, he said, we should not just come online and speak English without not looking for ways to stop the killings in Nigeria. We all know that people can't move freely in Nigeria. This is not the time to blame anyone. Nigerian government should do the needful before things get out of hand.
Right.
What's your take?
Okay, so I mean, the stories are quite interesting, and the fact that our president can respond with this, clarity, made me have to clear my throat very well. So let me clear one more time. Right. So what this means is that, do we hope that international bodies or any other country, right, reacts to what's going on in Nigeria? Do we pray for that to happen every now and then so we can have a response like this? Because, you see, I'm happy that our president has said, look, we will tackle insecurity head on and go for it, leave no stone unturned. But must we have waited till Donald Trump, right, sparked the fire? it's very clear that the reason why all these killings are going on, the reason why these insurgents or terrorists and bandits or whatever you want to call them, these murderers have been getting away with it all along, is one thing and one thing only, is that we've been playing, look, Russian roulette with this thing. When I say Russian roulette, what I mean to say is a saying that when you're joking with it back and forth, we've been playing with this thing back and forth for years. It now looks as if some certain people have now realized, wait a minute, that they can cash out with this situation. Wait a minute, we can actually, sway the government's opinion to our favor, right? If this Boko Haram or, terrorists and bandits keep on laying siege to our communities. So it now looks as if, wait a minute, for what it's worth, that it is now become an order of the day. So as much as we are sovereignty, we don't want, I said it before, we don't want any, foreign interference in our domestic affairs, right? But if that's going to solve the situation, if mentioning it and then talking about it and then actually say, look, there's something going on in this country, will get our leaders to become proper leaders, to get our leaders to begin to act very well, right? Then should I now say so be it?
So you were satisfied with the speech from yesterday?
I am satisfied. Well, the thing is, I'm beginning to see from a different angle now.
Okay.
Am I satisfied? No. But do I think is a move towards the right direction? Definitely yes. But the question now should now be, as he has said it, those who are supposed to implement it, will they move away from sentiment and deliver their job 100%? That's the question. That's the question. Talk, and no action leads on to one thing. It leads to the international world seeing us as people who are not serious. We don't want that. Already our reputation is at stake, right? And if the international world, who are key business people, investors, international investors, begin to see that Nigeria may not be the right place to invest money, it's only a matter of time. Social media is very powerful. Don't forget, even if it's wrong news, the fact that there's a perception being pushed there, a narrative being pushed there by a country that is not, that by people that are not from Nigeria, they could push the narrative to their favor, not our favor. So what this means is that the sooner we begin to counter those words and make decisions and implement decisions that will make the world see us with a different light, the better for us. So what he has said, our commander-in-chief, right, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, what he has said is 100% welcome. The question now is, will it be implemented very quickly? Remember, even though you might want to call it a bluff, but nobody wants to call Donald Trump's threat a bluff, right? Haven't seen what happened in Iraq. However, we don't want to get to that point. He has mentioned it, whether he mentioned it from an angle that was unprofessional, an angle that was undiplomatic, or whatever it is, the fact that he has mentioned it, he's not somebody to overlook. The whole world has heard it. The question now is, how fast can we move to show the world that, look, we can deal with our domestic issues decisively, get those bandits, deal with them, all their sponsors, and even those who are international, who people are behind it, bring them out. If they live in the US, bring them out. Wherever they are, bring them out. Let our government become far more responsible. I'm not saying they were not responsible before. I'm saying, but they can now be far more responsible to deal with this issue, deal with it decisively, and cut the head of the snake away, so that this thing about banditry, terrorism, Boko Haram, ISWAP, ISIS, whatever it is, will be a thing of the past.
All right, I hear you. You actually said that really well. Let's now move to the second conversation that we have on social listening today. Actress Regina Daniels is making headlines again. She revealed that her parents...
I was hoping we would just leave those people alone, but let's go ahead.
All right, actress Regina Daniels is making headlines again. She revealed that her parents, who had been estranged for years, have finally reconciled. In a heartfelt post on Facebook, Regina said her father and mother reunited solely for her happiness and are now working together to secure the release of her brother, Sammy, who has been in detention. She described her father as a respected lawyer and her mother, Rita Daniels, as a powerhouse who would do anything for her children. The reconciliation comes amid ongoing drama surrounding Regina's marriage to Senator Ned Nwoko. The actress had earlier hinted at experiencing domestic violence, which Nwoko denied, accusing her of substance abuse instead. Now let's take a look at some of the tweets.
Right.
Now the first tweet there reads from Shegun Ajayi, and it said, when everything was going well, flying in private jets and driving Ferraris, this man was outcast because he didn't support his daughter marrying an old man. People called him a deadbeat for not attending the wedding. Now that trouble has come, his presence is needed.
Aha.
I know that is where you're going to, your voice is going to be loud. Another action from Wase, and he said, one of the challenges of being a man is you advise against bad decisions. When they don't listen and the blowback comes, you're still expected to fix it. Still no guarantee they will listen to your advice next. Another one from your pastor's son. A father didn't approve the marriage, but they went ahead with it and sidelined him. Now everything don't cast and they are going back to daddy. And that reaction reads from Uche Chuku. And it said, never ignore the lifestyle of a girl's mother when you want to marry her. She probably wants freedom to run around and enjoy the money that being married to Ned has given her access to. The plan is just not working the way she planned.
Right.
I totally disagree with all of this anyways. But what do you think about
So, again, it is what it is. But there's a lesson to learn here.
Okay.
And it's very clear, which is this. Look, if you expected to eat your cake and have it, then think again. Especially when you're dealing with a politician. You see, politicians have mastered the art of politicking. So whether or not you like it, every now and then, their specific skill in running the affairs of a country as big as this will come to the home once in a while.
Yeah.
You see, why have I said so? I said this because whatever it is that will, again, want to slow down a politician's career, he will put it aside second. This whole issue, he has seen that, look, this lady is going to be an issue for him moving forward. So, mitigate it. That the father now is now coming out to now say, all right, they're going back to the father to go and ask for support or maybe come and be part of the family again. It just shows you that as much as nobody might want to accept it, look, at the end of the day, the father has to fall back on. And see, it's like when you're playing American football, right? You have there's this move called the fullbacks. They're the ones who, or you want to call them the defenders. They're the ones that your final break before your opponent scores the goal. So they fall back to the man who obviously did not, give his consent to the marriage. But the question is, who is the person with the money, the most money? At the end of the day, will have his or her word, right, to be,
the
final say. She has the cash now. I would not entirely say that the man, as the father, did not enjoy one or two, gifts from the daughter, even though he didn't support the marriage. However, I'm not part of that family, so I don't really know what has transpired. But what this is teaching the public is simple. Look, young ladies out there, remember, there is a reason why it is called a father figure. Why they call that word father figure is that, look, the way and manner the father will train the child is different from the way the mother will train the child. They both come with unique style and unique ways of training the child, which is why they say to train a child takes a community, right? I understand when you have some certain women who, they are single mothers, they're training their children, doing the work of the dad and the mother and the mother at the same time. It's not out of place, right? It's a given. Most times it works. But when the father is still alive, that's what they call the father's blessing.
Yeah.
We might see these things as it doesn't matter, we are in a fast-paced world. We're in a fast-paced world. I agree. But the father's blessing is very important. Why? Because there's something the father will see that you as a daughter will not see. Right? What she saw at the beginning was, okay, there's funds, maybe you take care of me. Of course, I also take care of my brothers and sisters. Lifestyle becomes assured. The father, on the other hand, has already seen that, look, his daughter is not going to be option 1, option 2, option 3, option 4, as the case may be. Even if she's option 1, the fact that the man she's going to get married to is a very wealthy man and an influential man at that. He can dictate the pace at any point in time, and that's what's playing out right now. So the father saw.
I don't think that's what is playing out. She's saying she's not interested in the marriage anymore.
Well, good and fine.
And he's saying that's the Ned is saying, according to what what they've given the public, Ned is saying you still have to be married to me. You have to come back to the house.
Well, again, that is their what I call personal, intimate issue, which we're not privy to. Or rather, we don't have full details. What we have is what they are put out there. However, there's a lesson to be learned here.
Yeah.
Whether there's an economic damage or economic plus, I'm still trying to look for the angle in which I can now say BusinessDay is going to make money from it. We're not spend our money and our data, But however, there's a lesson learned, and lesson learned is very clear.
Yeah.
Look, you cannot say it is a given to ignore the words and blessings of a father, especially when it's alive. If you have to get into a union, that is a lifetime. I leave it at that.
All right. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter. I feel like why I said it doesn't matter. I'm not really I'm a traditional person, but I don't really think a child is less if it's just the mother that actually trained the child and there is no father figure. I believe that when two people say they love each other, they can actually still wake up and say they don't love each other again.
But was love the major center holding?
No, I'm talking about Regina's parents now, and not Regina's marriage.
Okay, right.
Like we're talking about the father now being available now that one of his sons is actually got arrested. So I don't really think me waking up and saying, "No, I don't think I love you anymore." It should be a problem. I don't think I want us to be a unit anymore. I don't think it should be a problem. It doesn't change the fact that we have children together. So if there is, an issue, you should be able to come as the father. Not because we are cool, because there is something binding us together. So I think it's just okay. And before the whole she gets married to Ned and all that, Rita, that's Regina's mother, I think they've been separated. There have been adult issues, the issues that come with relationship and family. Exactly. There have been issues. So I don't see any reason why anybody should attribute she getting married to the man because, her father didn't give his blessings. Because even the young lady said, her mother had to ask her that, are you sure? Let me use my family as an example. I'm pretty sure if I come out tomorrow and tell my dad, I want to get married to a 60-year-old man, my parents, that's my mom and dad, they will just ask me, are you sure? Is that what you want to do?
Are you sure what step you want to take?
Exactly, because growing up, I was given the opportunity to choose between good and bad. Do you want this? Do you not want this? I had the opportunity of choice. Let me put it that way. So if I come out and say, I want to get married to a 60-year-old, the first question will be, are you sure you're going to be happy? Yes, I'm going to be happy. Is this really what you want? Yes, it's really what I want. Then go ahead. That's your business. It's your future. It's your future until if something still happens, they will still give me a choice of, do you want to come back home or you want to still stay? So see, most people that don't have choice is a luxury, especially in this part of Africa. Most parents don't give their children choice. So when they actually see people that came out from a family or background where you have like a chance to like make a choice, it feels like our parents are centered there because of money. And then it doesn't make sense when you're now from money, you're like, okay, maybe they are going broke. Or maybe it's a business deal. It's not a marriage. I don't know if you get what I'm trying to say. So I don't see he actually coming back to now also source for the release of his son as when people were enjoying it. Where was he when he told you not to get married? Where was he? And now you're calling him. Don't come now. It's not your son.
So you think he actually honored the invitation because his son is involved in the matter?
It wasn't even an invitation. His son is actually involved with the police in the matter. As a father, a responsible father, like he claims, is definitely going to be there. And with the whole situation, it will be so insane for Regina's mom to say, we don't need you here. No, at that point, you're not thinking about all of that. It's just for you to come together exactly as a unit to actually, make whatever is going on.
I actually agree with you.
Yeah, because I must tell you, I've met people who I tell, like when I gained admission to study law, in my second year, I decided to drop out. Like, I'm not studying law anymore. And people were like, And your father agreed, and I'm like, who brought you all up?
Choice.
If I decide tomorrow that I don't want to, I want to do certain things, I have people who will back me when they ask the right questions and they say that, okay, you're an adult, you want to make this choice, go ahead.
But do you see a possibility of Regina Daniel going back to
now? We
has done it before.
With what I saw this morning, with the way, there's a point where you become so oppressed and you wouldn't have a choice. Oppression in the sense that if it takes our children, she would want to go back because of her children. Our brother has been in the police cell. I found out this morning that he has been transferred to get to Nasarawa. She will be forced to. When you see your mom having to cry over a choice that you made, you'll be forced to. Like, maybe me coming back is going to solve it. I'll be, oh yeah, let me come back. Only if, and I think she's too young, only if she's very strong-willed and she's like, you know what, I'm going to fight this. And it takes a level of maturity in a woman to actually have that kind of strong will for you to say, okay, I'm not going back.
Let's hope that apart from her close family and her family, she actually have real friends to support her emotionally.
And she has actually. People are really supporting her, but more support
on social media. I think social media will be the worst way to find. You know.
Anyways, we're pressed with time. Thank you so much for listening today. My name is Deborah Eze. I didn't do this alone. I did it with
Onya Kabana.
And have yourself a beautiful weekend as The Breakfast Show will be back on Monday. Do have yourself a nice day. They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this is a recommendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. beyond headlines, Business Day fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges. Because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
Good morning and welcome to Economy and Market on Business Day TV, where we give you a comprehensive breakdown of the economy as well as the market. Today, we're going about this show in a different manner, and we're going to be discussing certain subjects, starting from the Eurobonds over subscription. We saw Nigeria issue Eurobonds on Wednesday, and we saw an oversubscription of about 500%. This is despite threats by the United States president of a possible military action. Then we're also going to be talking about the fact that our external reserves are projected to hit a 7-year high following the issuance of those Eurobonds. Then also let's look at the equities market. On Wednesday, we saw the equities market record its steepest decline in November, possibly in 2025. This is a continuum of the decline in the equities market that we've seen start since Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. It's been a dip. It's been a dip in the market. Then we're also looking at Ella Lakes announcing that they have secured SEC approval for their 235 billion naira public offer. This will make them, as they are going to be going to the market very soon, pretty soon, and they are going at the market with a 235 billion public offer. Then finally, Tesla shareholders have approved a $1 trillion pay plan for their CEO Elon Musk. After the break, we're returning back with a conversation on Eurobonds over subscription. Stay with us. So Nigeria successfully raised $2.35 billion from the international debt market in its latest Eurobond issuance. This marks Nigeria's largest order book in the international debt market. The issuance was split into a 10-year $1.25 billion bond that was maturing in 2036 and a 20-year $1.1 billion bond maturing in 2046, basically a 10 and 20-year bond. And these two issuances attracted over $13 billion in bid, according to the Debt Management Office. On the show this morning, I have Eniola Olatunji, a revered analyst from here in Business Day, to give us insight into all of these figures and what it means for the Nigerian economy at large. Good morning, Eniola.
Good morning, David. It's nice to be here.
So let's know, what does this mean? Basically, $2.35 billion, largest ever Eurobond issuance. What was it telling us about the state of the economy?
Okay. So first of all, there was a subscription of about $13 billion, and that is way higher than we've seen in at least. It's the largest one. It's the largest ever subscription. Last year we saw 9 billion, and before last year in 2022 we saw about 4 billion at its peak. So this is the largest, and this is despite Trump's threats. When Trump announced that there might be likely military intervention in Nigeria, in the secondary market, the Eurobond did so poorly. Like, it was bearish on Monday and was bearish on Tuesday. So it wasn't so much of a surprise that it was oversubscribed, but to the extent at which it was oversubscribed was the surprise, because I mean there was like a military threat that even at checking not just the Eurobond market, even to a minor extent the Nigeria equities market. So what this means generally, first of all, I would like to say that the yields are attractive. The yields at 8.62% and 9.13% are very attractive. Last week, America cut its rates by another 25 basis points. Now, America's interest rate is about 3.75 to 4.0, and that is low. That means the US Treasuries is very low. So 9%. 8 to 9% is very attractive.
It's coming to where I was even coming.
Yeah.
Coming to where the question I wanted to ask next. Don't you think that investors are basically looking for a cheap cash cow? Because 9% on is that on the 20-year bill or 9% on the 20-year bill? So that's like 9% for the next 20 years.
20 years. But it's also still, I would like to point out that it's still within the range that similar tenures are doing in the secondary markets.
Okay.
Because even as at Tuesday, just before the issuance on Wednesday, the average yield was about 8.1 something, 8.1% region. So it's very close to what like the benchmark the average yields of across like or existing euro bonds. So it's not too far from it, but it is still very, very, very attractive. What is the interest rate in the UK too? Is about 2%. So 9% is very attractive.
9% on a BBB plus rated, on a country with a BBB plus sovereign credit rating.
Exactly.
I think that's quite
so
interesting.
it is actually very attractive to anyone that want money. And also there are several factors that are just being in favor of, like, we've been expecting this issuance in say August, and in fact we're in a way better place than we were last year, and yet last year was oversubscribed. So the interest rates, not even inflation rates is going down. Our reserves are growing.
Okay.
The reserve is growing. The naira is stable. So we're out of the gray list. Even the bond itself was properly rated. We don't have a very terrible rating. And if you even compare this week, also Congo raised a bond for at the highest rate ever. It's 13.5%
in USD.
Yes.
Okay.
So you'd see that we can't compare ourselves to Congo here, because the likes of USA, they usually raise, even their bonds currently on the secondary market are about 7%. Though those are people who like to compare ourselves to. But I'm just saying that we're in a very good position, aside from like Trump's threats last week. Generally, economic wise and based on fundamentals that one would examine a country, we were in a very good place to raise that bond.
So one question I want to ask is, now a conversation was going on Twitter around haircuts to bonds, and okay, let's look at it this way. Argentina is issuing bonds at 29%. People are avoiding the bonds.
No. So there is interest on capital and there is safety of capital.
Okay.
Because you would want, like, if as much as like you know that okay, there's 30% on this thing, you want your capital back. You want your capital back. And one of also the reasons why Nigeria was really subscribed, because we have a track record of always paying back our bonds. Always paying back our bonds. We've seen where countries or neighboring countries have had to like what's that word? They've had to restructure their bonds or like shift their payments, like Ghana. But we have a track record of always paying back our bonds. So it's one of also the reasons why we are oversubscribed. Now 29% on a bond is huge. It is huge, and any sane investor will fear for their capital.
Yes.
Any sane investor will
so one thing that always beats me, maybe you have an understanding of it, is why can't we use our leverage? We have I feel like we have a leverage of being a trustworthy partner in the international debt market.
Yes.
Nigeria always pays their coupon as at when due.
Yes.
We've never had a reason to say we want to do a buyback of bonds. We always stick to the plan. We paid back every Eurobond Nigeria has, every Eurobond that had to be redeemed in Nigeria has been paid back.
Yes.
As at when due. Why can't we use our leverage to, let's say, go with a lesser cheaper interest rates? The cost of funds, is it not going to tell on the future? Are we very certain that we're going to be on this trajectory in 2036?
So if you see the size of the issuance, I mean the duration of the issuances, you see there's a 10-year and there's a 20-year. Last year we issued a 7 and a 10-year.
Okay.
Now in the next couple of 5 years, I think we have
in fact in 2025
we have a
redemption.
We have a redemption.
And next year also we have also
yes, I think in the next 5 years we have redemption every 5 years. So it was very wise of the DMO to have issued a 10-year and a 20-year bond, which would give them time to be able to pay back the 20-year debt. Now, your question again saying
decreased interest rate. Why are we
the
not
interest rate now? Like I mentioned earlier, in the secondary markets, the rate of a 10-year bond was about the same level, 8.1, 8 points. It was around 8.5, 8.6, 8 point. Do you get? So if you issue anything less than the secondary market, why should I come and buy at the primary market?
Okay.
Why should, like, if I can get it cheaper
At the
secondary market, why should I buy fresh issuance? So it was, and in fact, they were, even when the bid was out, when they initially announced the bid, it was far higher than what it dropped down to. It was between I think 8.9 to like 9.5, and they were able to issue at 8.6 to 9.1. So the subscription gave room for the DMO to be able to issue at a lesser yield, because, like, I mean, do you understand economics? More people want, you can give them at a
supply and demand.
Yeah, supply and demand. So it just made sense that the issuance was at that rate, and to be fair, it tallies with what the secondary market is.
Okay, now let's move to the next news headline that says Nigeria's external reserves are projected to hit a 7-year high following the successful. Now let me read something. Nigeria's external reserves are projected to hit a 7-year high of $46.07 billion. This will mark the highest level since August 2018, when the reserves were at $46.09 billion. This year we've seen reserves rise up to 43.27 billion as of November 4. It was at 37 billion in June. So in the last say 4 or 5 months, we've seen around almost $6 billion in surge in the external reserve. So what was your take?
Oh yes, I very much think that this would definitely, you already say we're at 43, so imagine adding another 2.25 to it. Yes, it takes us to about 45, 46 range. But we should not forget, we also have to redeem sometime this month, I think 20 something of this month, and that will be from the reserve again. But that is about half of what we got. Is 1.1 billion dollars that we have to redeem. Generally, it's really good for the nation. Last year we issued about this same time last year, and we saw how that really helped stabilize
ease the naira
for a long. In fact, it was almost like we were waiting for the naira to get destabilized, like for some time, but we just saw that it kept.
So now we've seen the naira 1,430.
1,430. So I think that the rise in the reserves would actually be very good for the country, and especially the naira. We should hope to see, like, we should see like more stability in the naira going forward.
Okay. So one thing here is that some analysts are saying that some analysts, especially at FSDH Martin Bank, they are saying that the build-up strengthens the CBN's ability to stabilize the foreign exchange market, though sustaining this momentum will still require stronger export diversification and fiscal discipline. How will this Eurobond basically help the export market? Is there any inroad? Do you see any pathway where this can help Nigeria's exports?
So we, like I said already, the bond is definitely a dollar bond. Yeah. So that means the CBN will be
probably have more dollars to give
exporters, importers. Like, it would definitely help, like, the available supply of dollars, of USD. And once there is supply, manufacturers, producers generally will be able to get from the bank. This morning I saw a video of a woman that was robbed by a driver, and she said that the money the guy stole was our son's school fees. And you'll be thinking, why is this woman keeping dollar in her house? She said that there was a point when her eldest son was trying to go to school, and she had so much money in her domiciliary account, but she could not access it. So I was thinking back to those are the days where you couldn't get dollars But that's a long.
Hopefully those days are over.
They are over, and now you can even like make FX transactions with some of your traditional your traditional bank cards. So yes, this will really help export and import, manufacturing generally. And yes, we need like, aside from like getting dollars through investment instrument like OMO, Eurobonds, like we've seen, we need like trade, petroleum sales and all of that to bring more, so that we are not dependent. We don't have to depend on investment instruments to bring dollars, and then we have to pay back in very high interest like we are doing currently. Yes, so that's
thank you. Thank you so much, Eniola, for your time on the show. It's been a pleasure having you, our August analyst and our August guest on the show. Thank you.
It's a pleasure being here too.
After the break, we return back with some of the news headline as well as market updates from yesterday. Stay with us.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you'll be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that, because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
Welcome back to Economy and Market. We're moving on to another news around all of the drama we've seen happen in Nigeria since the weekend. So we're moving on to the news around our stock market recording its steepest decline probably in 2025. On Wednesday, we saw the market lose 1.19%. That day alone, around 1.3 trillion in value was wiped out from the market, bringing the losses from Monday to Tuesday to Wednesday to 2.1 trillion naira. Some people say some analysts say, okay, investors are taking profits in stocks that have rallied before. There's also the point of renewed caution following Trump's weekend threats that has caused some form of shakings, especially amongst the foreign portfolio investors in the market, the foreign participation in the market. There is a fear that some analysts are also expressing that there may be a risk of increased there may be a risk of increased premium on Nigerian stocks. Basically, you look at it from that Wednesday, the stock market fell from 152,629.6 points. From Tuesday, it fell to 150,573.87 points. Market capitalization also dipped a little from 95.66 trillion. It dipped also to 95.66 trillion from 96.97 trillion. The decline continued on Thursday. It was, so we've had Monday, Tuesday, when it's been, would say this week has been the most bearish week. We've been mingling with the bears for the most part of this week, for all of this week on the Nigerian stock exchange. Month to date, in the month of November, the market is down by 2.15%, and it has trimmed the year-to-date return as of Wednesday to 46%. Although when you look at it on a yearly basis, this is still the best performing year since 2020, when the market went up by 50%. And also we look at it that the 2.15 decline in November is following an 8% rally in October. So for many people, it's a case of we are taking profit. We've seen a lot of greenish movement in the market. We've seen a lot of rallying in stocks. This for most of the second half of the year, it's been a very bullish month for the market, and now we are taking profit. However, there's also the part where investors are saying we need to exercise a bit of caution in dealing with the Nigerian market for now. However, that particular sentiment will probably be countered by what happened in the Eurobond issuance, where we saw $13 billion worth of Eurobonds raised in the market. I can also play the devil's advocate and say that there was 9% on the table, 9% in risk-free interest on the table in the Eurobonds market. We don't have similar risk premium in the equities market. So probably say, okay, investors looked at all of the offerings on the Eurobond side and decided to go headlong into the Eurobonds market against what we have in the equities market. From there, we move on to Ella Lakes securing SEC's approval for a 235 billion naira public offer. Ella Lakes PLC has received approval from the Securities and Exchange Commission for its 235 billion naira public offer, which is set to open on Monday, November the 10th. Monday, November the 10th. The managing director, Chuka Modi, said that that fund will be used to finance the acquisition of its latest assets, that's Agro-Allied Resources and Processing Nigeria Limited. So we know that Ella Lakes just announced the news that it was acquiring one of Tolaram's assets in Nigeria, that's ARPN. ARPN is a farm in Edo State, Ovia in Edo State, where that used to be basically used for operations. It used to help operations in Dufil Prema, that is the makers of Indomie owned by Tolaram. But now we are seeing that Ella Lakes is moving for that asset, and they are raising 235 billion. They had earlier received shareholder approval to raise 250 billion. They had earlier received shareholder approval to raise 250 billion naira in July of this year, in August of this year. So now let's bring some insight into the details. Let's bring some insight into the details of that deal. The deal will add 20,000 hectares of farmland to Ella Lakes. This is in addition to a $25 million cassava mill. So the 20,000 hectares is not just crude palm oil, it also features cassava that is farmed on that particular. In a press conference yesterday with the CEO and the deputy, with the MD, that's Chuka Modi, the deputy MD, Paul Farah, they made statements around what they are going to be getting. 20,000 hectares of farmland that includes crude palm oil, that includes oil palm plantation as well as cassava plantation. A $25 million cassava processing plant. It's also In the farmland, there is 9,700 hectares of cultivated farmland, 6,300 hectares of oil palm, and 2,100 hectares of cassava. There's also an additional 10,400 hectares for additional expansion. Farah also noted yesterday that they are going to be acquiring a new 20-ton per hour mill. Presently, they have a 6-ton per hour mill that is in their farm in Iguelaba in Edo State. Now they are going to be increasing capacity by doubling capacity, basically tripling capacity, 20 ton per hour. That's going to be around full operational. They were going to be having 480 tons per day milling capacity. There is also presently existing in that place a 600 metric ton. The $25 million cassava processing plant features it basically has a capacity of 600 metric tons per day milling capacity of cassava. So from there we move on to the news around. Now from Ella Lakes, let's go on to the foreign scene. Let's talk about Elon Musk. Elon Musk has just received the shareholders of Tesla have approved a $1 trillion pay package for him and his company. But before we talk about it, let's take a look at some of the scenes from Tesla's annual general meeting that held yesterday.
Welcome. So, what we're going to. And those bots are just dancing. There are no wires. Those are actual robots. Thanks, guys. First of all, I'd like to just give a heartfelt thanks to everyone who supported the shareholder votes. I super appreciate it. Thank you, everyone. I'd like to thank the Tesla board for their immense support. We have a fantastic board, fantastic group of shareholders. Thank you all. And what we're about to embark upon is not merely a new chapter of the future of Tesla, but a whole new book. And I'm going to talk about that. So this really is going to be quite the story. And Optimus is a fundamental part of that. The sheer scale of Optimus, I mean, I'm going to say a bunch of things that probably I shouldn't say, you know, but but that's what keeps it interesting. I mean, have you watched any other annual shareholder meeting? I mean, honestly, I was like, I mean, if you need to go to sleep, sure. I mean, other shareholder meetings are like snooze fests. I mean, but ours are bangers. I mean, look at this. This is sick. Yeah, we got like the cyberpunk nightclub here with real robots just standing there and milling around and dancing. And around our engineering headquarters in Palo Alto, the robots are just walking around the office 24/7 with no one minding them. And then they go charge themselves. And
So yesterday in their shareholder meeting, in the annual general meeting, basically Elon Musk was basically touting the future of that company, and all of that were a precursor to the shareholders approving a $1 trillion pay package for their CEO. That would be, on record, the largest corporate pay package in history. It's not a $1 trillion payment in cash. It's rather a $1 trillion payment in shares of the company, as the company hits specific milestones, and Elon Musk will be paid up to that amount in shares on the basis of Tesla hitting an $8.5 trillion market valuation in the next 20 years. Basically, some of the milestones that they are targeting includes producing 20 million vehicles and 1 million robo-taxis, and as well as achieving an $8.5 trillion market valuation. So over the next 10 years, we'll probably see Elon Musk become $878 billion richer. Tesla's board says the package was essential to retaining Musk and driving growth in AI and robotics. These are areas that are central to his long-term vision. After the break, we'll move on to market updates. Stay with us.
Attention business leaders, want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
We are not just showing off businesses.
Let's market update from yesterday. We see that the all-share index, the market continued its bearish run. There was a decline yesterday, further decline, however, not as steep as what we've seen from the first day of the week till Wednesday. The market went down by 36 basis points, 0.36. 619.6 million shares traded in deals worth about 16.5 billion naira. Let's look at our top gainers from yesterday. We see UPDC in the lead. UPDC gained 9.83% to close at the share price of 659 kobo. FCMB up 8% to close at the share price of 1080 kobo. Omatech Ventures also up 7.44% to close at the share price of 1.30 kobo. ICO Insurance up by 5.35% to close at the share price of 3.74 kobo. AXA Mansard Insurance up by 5.26% to close at the share price of 14 naira. And amongst our losers, we look at losers. Legend Internet was the top loser of the day, 9.93% decline to close at the share price of 5.26 kobo. Champion Breweries down by 9.72% to close at the share price of 7.14 kobo. Tantalizers down 8.12%, especially after the resignation of one of its long-term serving directors, Abimbola Izu. It went down to 2.15 kobo. Sovereign Trust Insurance down 7.51% to close at the share price of 3.08 kobo. Then Linkage Assurance also down by 7.50% to close at the share price of 1.85 kobo. And amongst our top traded shares, we see all banks, all financial sector companies, from FCMB with almost 150 million shares in deals worth around 1.6 billion naira. Consolidated Hallmark holding 79 billion shares in deals worth about 319 million naira. Zenith Bank 41.887 million shares in deals worth of just over 2.5 billion naira. Sterling Holdco 38.5 million shares in deals worth about almost 315 million naira. Then Access Holding 32.3 million shares in deals worth about 731.4 million naira. Let's look at our global market. It was a decline yesterday. The decline in the global market in the US market continued yesterday. We see Dow Jones down by 52 basis points, S&P 500 down by 69 basis points, and the Nasdaq Composite down by 1.27%. Basically, all still within year to date. We still see the market in the green region. However, it's been a decline upon decline in the US indices, with some investors laying claim to the fact that there's potential inflation waiting to happen in America. In Asia, we see the market. However, in Asia, it was a different vibe, as we saw the Nikkei 225 up by 1.34%, Kospi up by 55 basis points, and the Hang Seng Index up by 2.12%. Let's move on to Europe. It was also there was a mirroring of the American situation in Europe yesterday. We saw the FTSE down by 42 basis points. We see the CAC 40 down by 1.36%, and the DAX index of Germany down 1.31%. Let's move on to the currency updates. Naira is up to 1,438 naira to the USD, especially off the backs of raised that $2.35 billion in euro bonds. The euro against the euro, 1,658 naira to the euros, and against the British pound, this is the lowest we've seen. This is one of the lowest regions we've seen the naira against the British pound since 2024. Since mid 2024, 1,888 naira to the British pound. And that's all we can take on economy and market for today. Thank you for staying with us. I'm David Olujimi.
of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Good afternoon and welcome to the BusinessDay Television News at Noon. I am Glory Brown. Thank you for joining us this afternoon. Now, the headlines. The Federal Executive Council approved 400 billion naira road projects to boost infrastructure nationwide. Inflation is deepening energy poverty, says NISO. INEC reports 98.8% PVC collection, deploys 60,000 security personnel to Anambra. Elon Musk $1 trillion pay deal approved by Tesla shareholders. Osimhen shortlisted for UCL Player of the Week. Let's begin the news in Nigeria, where the Federal Executive Council has approved a sweeping package of road infrastructure projects and reviews valued at over 400 billion naira, signaling a new renewed push to modernize Nigeria's transport network and stimulate economic growth. Minister of Works Dave Umahi announced they approved during a briefing with the State House correspondent following Thursday's Federal Executive Council meeting, which was presided over by President Bola Tinubu at the Presidential Villa in Abuja. Umahi revealed that he presented 11 memos to the council, 9 focused on reviewing inherited projects, and 2 proposed new contract awards. Among the new contracts is the award of Phase 2, Section 2 of the Lagos-Ibadan Expressway, valued at 43 billion naira, which aims to address failed portions and complete critical underpasses and ramps along the corridor, serving as one of Nigeria's busiest transport axes. The council also approved the dualization of the Mushi NNPC Junction Apapa Oshodi Expressway in Lagos, with the cost revised from 11 billion naira to 19 billion naira due to updated design and material costs. Moving on, the managing director of the Nigerian Independent System Operator, Abdul Bello Mohammed, has revealed that unemployment and a sharp decline in purchasing power have made it increasingly difficult for Nigerians to afford higher electricity tariffs. Mohammed, speaking on Thursday at the 5th annual conference of the Power Correspondent Association of Nigeria in Abuja, warned that millions of Nigerians were being pushed deeper into energy poverty despite being connected to the national grid. In his words, many households still struggle to afford sufficient electricity for daily needs and productive ventures, even as the cost of living continues to soar, adding that the debate on electricity pricing remains central to Nigerians' quest for a sustainable power market. According to him, the issue captures one of the most defining challenges in the nation's electricity reforms journey, explaining that tariffs design goes beyond mathematical computations, describing it as the heartbeat of the power sector. The MD noted that the structure of the Nigerian electricity supply industry reflects this delicate balance, as every segment of the value chain, generation, transmission, and distribution, depends on the others for survival. Still on, the Independent National Electoral Commission has declared its readiness for Saturday Anambra State governorship elections, announcing that 98.8% of registered voters have collected permanent voters card, one of the highest collections rates ever recorded in Nigeria. INEC Chairman Joash Amupuchon revealed this on Thursday during a press conference at the Commission's headquarters in Abuja, following 3 days of stakeholders' engagement in Anambra State. The Commission assured that neutrality and professionalism would be maintained throughout the exercise, as the chairman warned that impunity will not be tolerated. Amoputon expressed concern over the state's history of low voters' participation, urging citizens to turn out massively on Saturday, revealing that while Anambra has 2,802,700 registered voters, turnout in previous elections has steadily declined from 25.5% in 2013 to 10.27% in 2021. According to reports, the numbers of security personnel for the election was also increased from 55,000 to 60,000, being part of the effort by operatives to ensure adequate security during the exercise. Also, the federal government has approved the concession of the Port Harcourt International Airport to private operators, saying the move will boost efficiency and reduce losses incurred in managing underperforming terminals across the country. Minister of Aviation and Aerospace Development Festus Keyamo, who revealed this to State House correspondent after Thursday's Federal Executive Council meeting in Abuja, also assured aviation workers that the concession will not lead to job losses. According to the minister, the federal government has previously struggled to attract interest in the Port Harcourt Airport under the previous administration, adding that renewed investors' confidence under the Tinubu-led government led to a turnaround. Keyamo revealed that the Federal Executive Council approved all 8 memos presented by the Ministry of Aviation, including the procurement of 15 new firefighting vehicles to be deployed at the country's 5 international airports, including Abuja, Lagos, Kano, Port Harcourt, and Enugu. Also approved was the procurement and installation of tertiary power supply at all airports and 14 very high frequency remote stations managed by the Nigerian Airspace Management Agency to ensure uninterrupted support for air navigation system. To end the local news, northern Nigeria is facing a severe shortages of medical doctors, with some states reporting a single doctor attending to over 43,000 patients, putting immense pressures on the healthcare system. This is according to this SBM Earth Preparedness Index 2025, assessing the preparedness of Nigeria's 36 states to respond to health emergencies and deliver effective healthcare services. According to reports, these northern states face the highest pressures on their medical staff, with each doctor serving the largest numbers of patients. The report shows that this trend represents a severe economic loss for the country, as Nigeria essentially subsidizes the training of medical professionals who contribute to the economies and health systems of wealthy nations. Experts, however, warn that the mass migration of medical personnel is putting rural and urban health systems at risk. Joining me to discuss this topic is our in-house analyst Joshua Bassi to shed more light on the northern Nigerian facing doctor shortage, with one doctor attending to over 43,000 patients. Thank you, Bassi, for joining us on the news at noon this afternoon.
Thank you, Glory, for having me.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
Regarding this doctor shortage right now happening in the northern part of Nigeria, what's causing this shortage, and how long has this been building up?
Well, if you listen to the read that SBM reports on the health preparedness index as far as Northern Nigeria is concerned, you notice that actually the situation in Northern Nigeria is more critical. I mean, generally, we have a shortage of doctors, and of course, not just doctors, health professionals in Nigeria. Of course, we know there are problems every now and then, see them going on strike and all of that. But in the case of Northern Nigeria, it is even more worse because, the case of insecurity in Northern Nigeria. Fortunately, this is also the part of the country where we have a lot of diseases, so it's ordinarily, if you go by the World Health Organization's, population to doctor ratio, I mean, you have it's recommended at least one doctor to about 1,000 patients. But in some other countries, you have probably even we see like 4 to 5 doctors to 1,000 patients. In Nigeria, and the average is about one doctor to about 4,000 up to 5,000, 10,000 in Nigeria. So that, which is not even acceptable. But we now have a situation where we are reporting 43,000 patients to one doctor. That's killing, So, but if you ask what's responsible for it, how has it been building up? Like I said, it is because in Northern Nigeria, we have case of, insecurity. So generally, doctors may not actually want to serve in Northern Nigeria because of insecurity and all of that. There've been all this Boko Haram issue and all of that, kidnapping, killing and all of that. So ordinarily, if you are posted to Northern Nigeria as a medical doctor, as a medical personnel, you may feel somewhat reluctant to go to that part of Nigeria to serve. So we have a situation where a few of them who are working there are under immense pressure to attend to a very large number of patients as reported by this SBM report, which is quite unfortunate. So the issue of insecurity, I think, is part of it. And then, of course, generally, the shortage of doctors in Nigeria. Of course, we also know that, especially in some part of the north, I mean,
the facilities, I mean health facilities, I'm talking about the hospital, talking about availability of what it is that the doctors need to work. Those things are not readily available. I mean, we saw, there was a time where we saw a report of, patient practically lying down on the floor, which is not supposed to be. Patients should be lying down on the bed.
And you made mention of some communities where medical facilities are already limited.
Yeah.
How is this shortage affecting those, especially in the rural communities where access to medical facilities is already limited?
Yeah, ma'am. So it makes their situation even worse. I mean, compared to those who are staying in the maybe urban cities, like maybe like Lagos, let's say Kano town, maybe a place like Kaduna town, or maybe Abuja, or maybe if we may even extend it, maybe say the Port Harcourt and all of that. So far-flung, communities, rural communities, it makes their situation even worse. Like I said again, is diseases, is even more prevalent in the rural area, and this is where you also need, some of these, so it makes the situation of people who live in the rural areas very worse. And it is not surprising that it is in the rural area that you record a lot of deaths, because of one, they cannot, even if they are sick, there's no a place where they can move in to receive, to get health care. And when they even move in, even if there are places of maybe medical facilities where they can go to seek health care, by the time they get there, the doctors are not readily available. And where you have doctors available, the doctors are under that are attending to thousands of patients. So it might be because just because one doctor is attending to thousands of people, by the time it probably gets into the turn of the person who's queuing up, who's waiting, anything can happen. And so it makes their situation worse than those of us who live in the cities like Lagos, or maybe like urban areas. So it leaves them in a very, very, very messy situation.
Correct. The shortages are mostly coming up because of doctors migrating to other countries, and definitely you can't hold anybody against their will not to travel when they have the money to. What steps do you think the federal and state government can take to ensure that they can be able to retain and bring in doctors that can stay for some good numbers of years?
First and foremost, thanks, a very, very relevant question, Glory. First and foremost, you see, for medical doctors, right? Apart from the fact that they need their allowances, they need their salaries, the enhanced allowances, better package, better welfare, I think one of the things that a medical doctor enjoys is that he gets into a facility, a healthcare facility, and what it is that he needs to work with, right, are available. The drugs are available to give to his patients. The facilities are there for him to be able to attend to his patients. Yes, we might have a situation where there are many patients for him to attend to, or for her to attend to, but the things that he needs, to be able to attend to that patient, those things are provided. So it's very key. And so what should government be doing in this direction? Build medical facilities that are truly functional, right? Let there be, there should be lights. Even from the very beginning, we are Bible students, they say, let there be light. So we're in a situation where a doctor gets into his office or maybe gets to a theater or gets to the hospital to attend to the patients, and there's no light. I mean, he won't be encouraged to stay. There are no beds for the patients to stay, for the doctor to get to him or get to her. They will be encouraged. The doctor will be discouraged, right? Okay, so let's leave. So that is infrastructure. So government should provide infrastructure. Government should build functional hospital, provide drugs, and ensure that at every point in time there are drugs in that place for the medical doctor or for medical personnel to be able to attend to his or her patients. Apart from that, right, welfare is key. We see doctors leaving Nigeria. Like you said, I mean, many of them are migrating, living, and it's also stated in that report. It's as if Nigeria is training medical personnel in order, and then feeding them, I mean, to other countries. So we use resources, right, to train our medical personnel, and other nations are the ones benefiting from the resources that we have, invested in training those medical personnel. It shouldn't be so. And so one of the things that is making them to leave, I've talked about infrastructure, which we do not have. And then moving away from infrastructure, you talk about welfare. You talk about better allowances, improved allowances. You talk about, some of them, you hear them complain about the fact that, there was this, they've attended to patients more than the normal time. I think they call it, I don't know, I think this is what they call it. When you do extra work, there's a certain amount of money that should be paid to you as a compensation for putting extra hours. I mean, they're not paid. So part of the reason why they leave, so those are the areas where government should look into. I mean, give them pay them what is commensurate with the work that they do. And because the work they do, in terms of pay, is quite attractive outside. So if we are going to retain them, we must try. We may not have as much to pay them what Canada is paying them, to pay them what UK is paying them, to pay them what America is paying them, but we can at least raise the bar beyond what it is currently being paid now. That will make them to look so much outside rather than staying. Because actually some of them that are actually patriotic enough and they want to stay, but
they want a good reason for them to stay back.
So they want you to provide for them what will enable them, what they will work with, right? And then, of course, again, also pay them what it is they can survive, because at the end of the day, they're humans, right? I mean, they need their family. They will take care of their family. They will pay their children's school fee, right? They will attend to other needs. So in order for them to be able to attend to other needs, at just some level of minimal comfort, you pay them what is good enough. I mean, like I say, it may not be exactly what their counterpart in advanced developed economies are paying, but at least something that they can also use to take care of themselves and take care of their family while doing the job.
Thank you, Pastor Joshua, for your time and also for sharing your insights on such an important topic as this. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Gloria.
We're going on a quick break now, and when we return, we'll bring you the foreign news in details. Just stay with us. Welcome back. This is still news at you right here on television. Now, on the foreign scene, Tesla boss Elon Musk has had a record-breaking pay package that could be worth nearly $1 trillion approved by shareholders. The unprecedented deal was approved by 75% of votes, drawing huge applause from the audience at the firm's annual general meeting on Thursday. The scale of the potential payout has drawn criticism, while the Tesla board argued that Musk might leave the company if it was not approved and could not afford to lose it. Following the announcement, Musk took to the stage in Austin, Texas, and danced the chants of his name. According to reports, meeting all the above milestones would see him awarded a stock grant of more than 400 million additional Tesla shares, worth around $1 trillion if the firm market value is raised high enough. Also, China's most advanced aircraft carrier, the Fujian, has entered service days after a grand commissioning ceremony overseen by Chinese leader Xi Jinping. According to report, the Fujian, which is the country's third warship, is equipped with electromagnetic catapults, which will allow planes to be launched at higher speeds. The launch reportedly marked a significant step forward for Beijing, which now has the world's largest navy in terms of sheer numbers of ships, and the country has been expanding its navy at breakneck speed under China, putting pressures on the United States and its allies to keep up. According to the state media, the Fujian can also launch 3 different types of aircraft with its electromagnetic catapult and flat fight deck. The report revealed that the domestically built vessel can carry planes with heavier weapons and fuel loads so they can strike enemy's targets from a greater distance, making it more powerful than China's first two carriers, the Yaoni and the Shandong, both built by the Russians. And now to sports, Victor Osimhen has been shortlisted for UEFA Champions League Player of the Week, earning recognition for his impressive performance in Galatasaray's 3-0 victory over Ajax on Wednesday night. The 26-year-old netted all 3 goals for the Turkish Super League champions, scoring 6 goals in 3 Champions League games this season. Arsenal midfielder Mikel Merino, Manchester City's Phil Foden and Carlos Forbes of Club Brugge were also among other player nominated for the award, as fans can vote for their preferred choice on the official Champions League website. To end the news, Ajax are reportedly exploring a sensational reunion with former manager Erik ten Hag following the dismissal of John Itinga after a poor start to the season. According to reports, Ajax technical director Alex Kroens recently met with ten Hag at his home for an extended discussion about a potential return. While the meeting was described as a casual coffee talk, it has fueled strong speculations that the Amsterdam Giants want their former boss back in charge. Intigan's side managed 5 wins, 5 draws, and 5 defeats, conceding 28 goals in 15 matches with a run of 4 consecutive Champions League losses, including a 3-0 defeat to Galatasaray on Wednesday, leaving Ajax bottom of the league phase with 0 points. All right, this is where we wrap it up this afternoon on the Business Day television news at noon. I am Glory Brown. Thank you, and stay tuned for more updates.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it. And I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and you know.
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
Hello viewers, and welcome to Today in History right here on Business Day television, where we look back at some of the events that have shaped economies and the world of business. I am Norma Obona, and today I'll be taking you down memory lane to some of the events that occurred on November 7th.
On this day in 1918, at noon, the news flash came across the wire. Germany gives up, war ends. Euphoria erupted throughout the country, and the New York Stock Exchange closed at 2 p.m. to celebrate. However, the news would prove false. German officials were traveling to meet with Allied commanders, but an armistice would not be signed until November 11th. The Dow Jones Industrial Average would close up 1.14% on the news before the exchange closed. The post-World War rally would last a few months, but as government spending subsided and factories laid off jobs, the U.S. economy would struggle for several years. The U.S. economy would quickly enter a recession after the end of World War I, and the stock market would decline more than 45% before bottoming in 1921. And on this day in 1933, the renowned architect David Aradian was born in Lagos. He began his architectural education at Columbia University in New York in 1959 and graduated in 1966. After working with 3 architectural firms in New York, he returned to Nigeria and in 1968 and received a 3-year Ford Fellowship to study human settlements in Western and North Africa. He joined the University of Lagos as a lecturer in architecture and became a professor in 1979. He curated major exhibitions including the African Architectural Technology Exhibition in 1977 and Views of Lagos from 2004 to 2005. As founding partner of Studio 4 Associates, his notable designs include the Lagos State University campus, the University of Port Harcourt Auditorium, and the National Cultural Complex in Abuja.
And that is how far we can take you today in history right here on Business Day television. I am Norma Obona. See you tomorrow.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insight, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
Once we made the world's red gold palm oil that built nations. We wove ashoke that told our stories. We crafted leather that walked across continents. Today, we are doing it again. But this time, we own the narrative, powered by makers, artisans, designers, chefs, and dreamers who believe local is the new global. Business Day's Go Local Summit 2025 brings them all together. Go Local, from raw potential to market power. For exhibitions, sponsorship or partnerships, call Rachel on 0806 420 3499 or send a mail to rachel.edache@businessdayonline.com. Once we made the world's red gold palm oil that built nations. We wove ashoke that told our stories. We crafted leather that walked across continents. Today, we are doing it again. But this time, we own the narrative, powered by makers, artisans, designers, chefs, and dreamers who believe local is the new global. Business Day's Go Local Summit 2025 brings them all together. Go Local, from raw potential to market power. For exhibitions, sponsorship or partnerships, call Rachel on 0806 420 3499 or send a mail to rachel.edache@businessdayonline.com.
Yeah, hello viewers, welcome to today's edition of BDTV Mark Center. My name is Anthony Lebem, and with me here are my regular co-host Ibrahim Abubakar. How are you today?
I'm fine, thank you.
So you're flagging Chelsea. You guys didn't win now. You struggled against an Azerbaijan club side. But you are flagging with your Chelsea.
But we didn't lose to Liverpool, so it's fine.
That's fine by me. That's fine. That's fine. But we lost to champions. You guys struggled against mediocres. How are you? It's a smiling period for United fans these days. By this time last month, it was like, God, what is happening? Amorim needs to go, but that song is no longer trending at Old Trafford.
It's smiling period.
Well, they have to go in Europe, so
we know. The way they are going, they could be in Europe next season.
I doubt that.
It's not too early for you to
unless.
But it's an improvement anyway. By this time last month, you know where you get on the table compared to now. Things have changed. So celebrate the moment.
They might probably come play the CAF Champions League, not the European one.
Interesting. We have a very interesting topic before us, and one of the news that is making big headlines now is about our own Victor Osimhen, a player that Premier League clubs, La Liga clubs, Bundesliga, don't see him as their priority. But the guy is not concerned. He's busy scoring goals. Last season people say he was a fluke. He won a lot of trophies for Galatasaray, won the Golden Boot Award, and he has started this season. Against Ajax, he became the second player after Obafemi Martins to score a hat-trick in the Champions League match. And interestingly, he tops the Champions League goal scorers chart with 6 goals, even far ahead of Erling Haaland, Harry Kane, and Mbappe himself. And if you look at all this, on this level, do you think Osimhen is on the verge of winning the Champions League Golden Boot Award for the first time in Nigeria winning it?
Well, if any Nigeria could, it's probably an Osimhen, because he's proven over time that he's a goal scorer, he's a goal getter, and he creates something out of nothing almost every time. And him, going to Galatasaray, many people, I remember, being on this same show, and I said that the best he could do for himself is going to Galatasaray and prove himself in the Champions League.
Wow.
Not the Super League, not any Turkish domestic competition, but where the European clubs who didn't see him fit to join them, who didn't see him as a priority, can now see him, that okay, this we missed a quality player in Osimhen. If you saw what has happened, or if you look at what has happened, the first game he didn't play.
Yes, the goals could have been more.
Exactly. Then the second game that will be coming out to play for Galatasaray, he was not even fit 100%.
Yes, he came from injury.
Then they scored a goal against Liverpool, and that was a goal that they needed to get all 3 points.
Yes.
Then the next game they won against he scored 2 goals. I think the Champions League.
Yeah.
So he scored 2 goals
Before the hat-trick.
Before the hat-trick, then you could see that he's not just a player who could make things happen. He's a player that can make things happen at any club. He's done it with Lille. He did it with Napoli. He did it at Galatasaray. Then went back to Napoli before signing for Galatasaray. Now, I think what is going to happen now is. It's currently 26, it's going to 27. Many European clubs will probably want to get his signature. Maybe not this season, next season, because he recently just signed for Galatasaray, and Galatasaray, I'm sure, will not want him to go after one season. So, like I said again last time, that he will probably use Galatasaray to level up. This is what I can do. And he has already shown that he can do it at top level, scoring 3 goals against Ajax. One
that led to the sack of the manager.
You understand? Then he scored against Liverpool. Then after the goal against Liverpool, you could see some United Kingdom-based analysts, sport analysts, now talking about him, now giving him all of the glory that he deserves.
Yeah,
and you understand? These are the same people. I think Gary Neville at some point was talking about how he doesn't see, or he didn't see Osimhen as a top striker. Then after the game against Liverpool, he came out to say, "I'm sorry." There's this term we use on social media. I was not familiar with your game. He said that, knowing that I fell for the biases of many of the media outlets out there in the UK or in Europe. Now that I've watched this guy play, this is someone that could play for any big team in England, not even just as an African. He can play anywhere in England, any big team, mention it in Europe. And he has proven. What I'll just say now is probably he should try to get assists alongside this. Why? If you look at the last 2 seasons in the Champions League, the winners of those, the winners of the Golden Boot didn't make it to the final.
Yeah, they didn't make it.
They didn't make it. So at some point, they were. I think it was Kane with the same goal, but a better assist. So in the last 2 seasons, the winner of the Golden Boot has not, played in the final of the competition. They got to the semi-final. The only thing I feel, or what I feel, will help Osimhen in this competition is how far Galatasaray will go in the competition.
It's not wrong. I know you are bitter that United overlooked Osimhen, and there is, proving the English coaches, proving that they made a very big mistake to ignore him. And looking at what he's doing and the way he's going, looking at his pace, his energy, his strength, Osimhen looks like a hungry player who wants to explore. He's not even tired of records. He's like, for him, he's just starting. And the way he's going, yes, he had the likes of Haaland, who is in the form of his life currently. Mbappe too is scoring goals week in, week out. Same thing for Kane. Do you think this, Champions League Golden Boot is in his favor as the way it's going?
Well, it probably may be too early to say if Osimhen is going to be the highest scorer in the Champions League this season, considering that they are still playing the
group phase. Yes.
Still several matches
left
to be played. They will still enter the second round, quarter-final, semi-final, and final. So for me, it depends on how far his team Galatasaray can go in this competition. And I don't see what I think they are not a bad team. They brought in Sane and the former idol star in France. And they also have 1 or 2 stars there. I hope they can qualify. Obviously, I don't see them qualifying automatically among the top 8. Probably they will be among the team that will play qualifying.
Okay, you feel they'll play playoff.
Playoff, and then maybe they'll go into the.
But PSG that won the Champions League went through playoff.
Yeah. but you cannot look at the kind of team PSG had last season.
But at this stage, last season, it's true. At this stage, nobody tipped PSG or tipped Dembele or this other guy. You say it was never.
Not even Inter Milan.
You understand?
To the finals.
Yes. But they qualified. They picked up. So you are right. But for me, Osimhen has done very, very well. He has been excellent so far. He has played 4 matches I think he's the highest scorer. So if he continue with this momentum, I see him being among the top scorers. It's also how far his team can go, how far his team will go in the competition. Also counts a lot to determine if it's going to be.
Let me take
he has proved his mental.
Let me take you up on how far he can go, because sometimes you might. I remember those days when Ronaldo win. Madrid might not win, but if he score a good number of goals, if he continues with his goal scoring form like this, and maybe perhaps PSG crashed. I mean, Galatasaray crashed out maybe the quarterfinals and all of that. So sometimes you can have that go back. That goal back that you can say, okay, with this go back, I know that yes, you can. And the way it's going, he has scored against big teams. He's a man that showed up at big parties. He's not. If you look at it on the Champions League table, they are ninth position. In fact, the same point with Real Madrid, the same point with Liverpool, the same point. He has that. The only difference is goal difference. So if they continue this form, who says they can't make it in the top 8?
Yeah. So then, if you look at the next games in the league format in the Champions League for Galatasaray, you could see that Osimhen still have at least 3 goals to offer or to give that team. They're playing against Union SG from Belgium.
And that should be a good feast for him. At least 1 or 2 goals.
At least 1 or 2 goals. Then you're playing against Monaco from France. Another 1 or 2 goals. You're playing against Atletico Madrid and Man City.
You see,
those are the next 4 games for Galatasaray. I think the first 2, that's the Union SG and the game against Monaco, he should be getting at least 3 goals.
It's just for him to give himself a 15 goals target.
You understand? So he's currently breaking the record as a Nigerian and as South African.
Yes.
And he's the highest goal scorer in Nigeria in the Champions League now, I think, 25 goals, followed by Obafemi Martins, 23.
23.
You understand? So then in the Nigerian framework, he's the second highest goal scorer in Nigeria. So before you say Jack, this guy is breaking records. He's setting records.
And he's 26.
You understand what I'm saying? So I feel like the how far we go with his goal scoring this will depend on how far his team will play. If they can step up the way they played against Liverpool and play that same way against Man City and even Atletico Madrid, he should be getting at least 2 goals, one goal each from each game. Then you see Monaco, at least, like I said, he should be able to give us at least 9 goals before the end of the league format, the league phase of the competition. And he's already on a 6.
No, what he needs to do is there are also some very, very good strikers in
Hey, that's what I'm saying. That the likes of it.
Alan who can score 4 goals in it, can be very clinical when it comes to scoring of goals.
So that's the hurdle he needs to cross.
Yeah. There are some very good strikers. Kane, Haaland, several strikers in the Champions League who pose a threat to him becoming the highest scorer.
So then if you also look at their team, if you see look at what Madrid played against Liverpool. Madrid could not step up against
our strikers.
They could not step up against a debilitated Liverpool team, a team that Chelsea, Manchester United a bit had a better run against in the league. Madrid could not score a goal against them. Madrid has been struggling against English team in the last couple of years. Then if you now go back to even Alan Man City playing bigger teams, you see that they also struggle when they play bigger teams. So I feel like the option or the best thing that could happen to Osimhen is his team stepping up for him. They provide for him. And they know best to provide for him. They know
they feed him well.
So what I feel will be if he can stay fit, exactly. So if he can stay fit and they can play this game for him, then getting the at least 9 goals.
Him doing well in this season actually aid him to win the best player in Africa. That's what I'm
looking. No, we are even looking beyond that because he has won that before. Like what Ibrahim said, Osimhen is, if you watch the way Osimhen plays, after that game, Osimhen is the kind of player, maybe because of his upbringing, the way he started life, is somebody who nobody gave him hope and all of that. So for him, he wants to set that record. And you can see passion, you can see ambition. That's the same thing with the likes of Ronaldo and Messi. They never get tired of Ballon d'Or award. They still want to score goals. They still want to win as many golden boots as
for me, the biggest joy for me is the fact that you look at when the transfer season for this season that we are now started, and then no serious clubs came for him, and they refused to pay his money. Even mind you that they needed a striker. They went to buy this guy from
Chelsea.
And they have how many goals has he scored compared to how many Osimhen has scored this season. So the guy Look at the top club in Europe. Instead of going to spend this money, look at Liverpool. They went to buy this guy 120 from City.
And I think Osimhen, for me, I'm not saying because I'm in Nigeria, but I think Osimhen is, I the only striker I can rate ahead of Osimhen now currently, maybe Haaland, maybe Mbappe, then the third one should be Osimhen. I even rate him ahead of Kane.
I don't even count Mbappe as a striker. So I feel in the world right now, I cannot mention 3 strikers without putting Osimhen's name there. And the best thing we can do as Nigerian platform is to also show the world that we have quality in these places, because you look at the media in Europe, they don't care. You saw what happened with his transfer saga.
Yes.
Chelsea wanted to get him. They were asking this guy for a pay cut. When Sancho that has not done half of what this guy has done, was taking 200,000 plus home every week, and you're not telling the current African best player at that period, at that time, to get a pay cut, something you cannot. You can't tell Sancho and he will take. Then you spend crazy money on Delap and Pedro. Now Delap has not performed.
Even Pedro
gave us a spark, but it was not there. So you understand, why not put these guys' money, the transfer fee for these 2 guys, put it together, pay for Osimhen, bring him in. Then you have a striker that can give you at least 20-25 goals a season in the league, not even all round. In a season all round, if you get at least 30 goals in a season.
As I knew the Osimhen would deliver, they paid that money.
They paid that for him. That's a record signing.
There was a report from Turkey, I think last month, that Galatasaray has made more than 50% of what they spend on the guy.
First engagement.
And the season has not ended. So before the end of this season, they probably have made their £75 million back. And it's just profit from there on. And then you understand that there is some sort of bias. I don't know if it's because it's Nigerian. I don't want to say black, because yes, there are so many black players out there and they're doing well. You look at the case of Lukman with Atalanta. You understand what is going on. You substitute the player, fine. He was going his way. I don't know what he said, but whatever he said, you're not supposed to put your hand on someone. You're not supposed to push someone. That's not a way to do it. That is professional. Exactly. You play in the Serie A. You play where the world are watching. So you don't do that. So I feel like there was a bias in the transfer, apart from the fact that he had a not so good agent at the period. You had issue with Napoli and you signed another deal. It shouldn't be. There you saw some of the T&Cs, the terms and conditions that Napoli gave to Osimhen before allowing him to go to Galatasaray. You are not to sign to any Italian club.
Yeah, so you got like 2 years. So you have to go to Italy.
So in the next 2 years, even if Inter Milan, if AC Milan, Juventus, they are calling for you, they want your service, you are not allowed to go for 2 years at least. Then you see some of the T&Cs there. You understand that they did that on purpose, which is the same thing that this guy. So I feel there is some sort of bias, there is a sort of call across board in Europe against Nigerian players.
Obviously, the way that transfer window
was the most speculated transfer ever. Most speculated.
Exactly. So sign the guy. Then look at. So again, I said a bias. Gary Neville, like I said earlier, came on to say I never watched this guy. I only made a comment based on what the numbers and what I heard. Then the first game you watched, Galatasaray Liverpool, he came out to say, "I'm sorry, Osimhen. I'm telling you outrightly that I'm sorry." He made a video, if you search for it. "I'm sorry, Osimhen. I never watched your game. This is one of the best strikers in the world currently." He made that statement. Then it tells you that there is some sort of bias, a media bias against him in Europe.
Obviously.
You understand what I'm saying?
So probably one of the best players striker.
It's not. Then look at all of the teams in England specifically that wanted to sign him back then before the end of the transfer this season. Arsenal, Manchester United, Chelsea. None of the striker they bought has done better than Osimhen.
Even Liverpool also.
Even Liverpool, not to
the question is that with this kind of form that Osimhen is driving, if perhaps he wins the Champions League Golden Boot, or maybe close to winning it, will this spike another interest from Premier League clubs, in getting him for next season?
There's no doubt. Every season, I'm sure he will always be in transfer markets.
He will command a huge fee. I think Galatasaray have said if you want to buy him, it's 30. It's £130 million.
Yes,
if we continue with this kind of form, obviously it will. Even Even this season, as soon as I've seen, they say they see him as the potential.
Yeah, Barcelona.
To
Lewandowski, yes.
There will be a scramble for a signature
next season.
So for us now, Nigeria, it's a plus going into the
World Cup qualifiers. Yes, I was going to mention
next week.
Yes, against Gabon.
Playing Gabon. So we should look forward towards that. It will be a very interesting match. We have to win to play the next match Cameroon and
I guess because one of the good things for us is that if you watch the qualifiers all through, any match that Osimhen plays, I'm not sure I've lost any of those games. We have not lost. So that's the most important thing, and the good news for us going to the World Cup playoff qualifiers, that yes, we have our hottest striker, not even in Nigeria, one of the hottest strikers in Europe, and each time Osimhen plays, he either scores or he contributes, and for me that's is a big plus for us. Then another thing I want to ask, looking at Galatasaray and Osimhen, yes, how far they can go, but I feel that there's some acquisition that Gala did that even helped to strengthen that team. So for me, I don't see Gala going out soon from the Champions League, because that would also work in favor for Osimhen, because they made some good signings, and it also could work also in Osimhen's favor. What you just need is, like I said earlier, is for him to stay fit, because the way he plays with power. I just hope he's fit for us at the World Cup qualifiers. And for clubs in England or Europe, even Madrid said, why not Madrid? We don't have a striker at Real Madrid, a natural striker as we speak.
There's no natural striker.
We don't have a natural striker.
It's why when we talk about striker, I can't not to add Mbappe to the conversation.
Mbappe operates from the flanks.
Yes, it's not a striker.
You can imagine have that kind of pointer.
Yeah, so exactly. So at point in Madrid's history, there was a Cristiano Ronaldo who wasn't a striker. Mourinho came and made him a striker. When while we had a Benzema was literally playing and feeding Ronaldo. Ronaldo left, Benzema took points, yes, as at the proper line. And we saw what happened. It led to a Ballon d'Or for the guy, what best accolade for the guy. Now he had left. There's no outright 9 for Madrid since last season. They've not had an outright 9.
Come knocking for his signature. I won't be surprised because the records are there. Like I said, Ronaldo might crash out maybe quarter-final, semi-final. But likes of Messi and Ronaldo, what they do, if Osimhen continues like this, 2-3 goals, 2-3 goals, you understand? You have enough goals that it will be difficult for anybody
to match that figure. So
you understand? For me, I just feel that he's going in his odds. What he needs to do is to stay fit, stay focused, and keep scoring those goals. And I'm happy his teammates are behind him. And why not? Let's see, for the first time, having an African player, not an African player. African player have won it in the past. At least in Nigeria, winning the Champions League Golden Boot Award is something that is remarkable.
Yes,
it will be interesting. I think if you can stay of injury.
Yes, of injury.
I think if you look at that team now, everybody seems to be playing for him.
Yes, in fact, they are playing for him.
So if the Galatasaray can make some signings
again, yes, add to that team, yes.
Knowing that, as long as you are playing match in the league and Champions League, you are prone to injury. So anything can happen. So I see them going far in the Champions League. I see them going far.
Yeah, they have the quality. You mentioned Leroy Sane. Leroy Sane has played for Manchester City, played for Bayern Munich before joining Galatasaray. Then there is Anikadi, who's played in Italy.
Yeah, fine player.
One of the best strikers too.
I wanted to compete with him, but now there's a synergy between him and
the process of Osimhen going to Galatasaray, it was a funny story because Osimhen was not meant to go there in the first place for the loan deal.
Yes.
It was a cardio all through, but he was injured. Osimhen came out of the season. Then Osimhen came. Then before you know it, cardio also came. Then at some point, you were playing the both of them together. But we know at that time that Osimhen, Icardi was their main 9. You were just coming in, but he shook everybody. Had the high goal scoring numbers in the league, in the Turkish FA Cup, being the best foreign player in that season. All through the record of Turkish football. Then you now sign him. Now he's played 8 games. 3 or 4 out of those 8 games as a starter, he scored 3 goals. Now in the Champions League, 6 goals. You could see that's figures that you can take to the bank that this guy will deliver at least 20 goals for you every season in your domestic competitions. Then you have a Torreira that's played for Arsenal before. So many players are currently in the Galatasaray team who has been there, done that. So I feel like even in January, if they are adding or not, they have the squad depth to deal with anything, and they showed it against Liverpool. It can happen.
Wow, interesting. You know, when it comes to Seamen, we don't end the discussion, but we have time frame, and then quite an interesting discussion. And a lot of Nigerians are hoping and believing that at least a Nigerian wins the the Champions League Golden Boot, and our own boy Victor Osimhen is in that line, which is goal scoring form. And who says in football anything is possible? Very possible. Yeah, and so let's keep hope alive, and this is how far we can bring the show to you. And please stay tuned for more next week. I will discuss Super Eagles playoff against Gabon. I also pray for Super Eagles to be at the World Cup 2026. Thank you. My name is Anthony Lebem, and with me Ibrahim. Thank you for having you. And Bom, yes, thank you for coming. Bye. Cheers.
Hello everyone, and welcome to another exciting edition of BD Extra, the show that brings you everything business of entertainment. And today on our show we have a special guest. My guests are always special, obviously, but then again we have someone so special here. He has been working in the fashion space for over 2 years now, and he has worked with a lot of celebrities. You know, it's juicy. Today on the show, I have Benny Styles. Benny Styles, welcome to the show.
I'm glad to be here.
Oh man, it's glad to have you here as well. Oh, it's like we hardly have like someone from the fashion space up on in business, and you know the business of fashion is something that a lot of people do not understand. And having you here actually, you know, makes you something for our audience to take in, and you know. You coming from the style that you just representing your brand and all that, which is very good, and which is why I see why a lot of celebrities gravitate towards you. Nevertheless, he has done a lot of things. You know, all those your fans, your celebrities, your faves on the AMVCA carpet. Guess who styles them? So Benny, it's nice to have you in our studio. Tell us how this all started. When did it all start for you, and what was the background? Background to styling celebrities. What was it like?
Okay. First of all, thank you so much for having me. I'm really glad that there's an opportunity for us to have fashion conversations. We hardly have fashion conversations in our space. Yeah, so I'm really glad to be here. So I'll say that for me, fashion has been a thing for me from my university days. Even right from childhood, you get growing up, my siblings, they always like ask me to suggest like styles to them. My sisters actually. So it became a thing for us in the house. Anytime you're going out, they come to me, "Hi Benny, what's up? Do you think you like this? What do you think about this? What do you think about this?" And my opinions are varied. So it became a thing. Then I got to school. I started doing the whole thing, collaborating with my friends, my classmates. They want to go out. They want to go to events, dinner nights, all of those things. They call me. So at a point, I became like a very fashionable person in my faculty, because for me, I needed to change how we see some certain things, some certain clothes in that territory. Because for me, I schooled in Amritsar University, Epoma. So in Epoma, if people that know Epoma, they know how people dress there. So there's jeans,
people are here.
Jeans, polo, they are sagging. This one is with dress. Nobody really cares about their style. Everybody's just wearing what they feel like and just come. So for me, it was very boring, and I didn't like that. So it started from my own personal uniform, going to classes every day. We used to wear navy blue and black. So you see me in different kind of outfits, see me in different shades of navy blue. I always very stylish. Today I paired with the waistcoat, tomorrow I'm with a jacket, next tomorrow I'm with a bishop neck, tomorrow collar neck. It was just crazy, like different style, different. So everybody kept wondering, Benny, what's happening? So I thought of the whole thing. I'm like, oh, this is actually a market in Lagos, but it's not here. So I need to do something. So that's how I actually came up, and I started collaborating with like some of the designers that I saw there, and they love my style. They love, in fact, when I do something with them, it's different from what they've been doing, and they're wondering, they're like, what have they been doing actually? So it became a very interesting thing for me, and I came back to Lagos too.
So let's talk about your inspiration to fashion in general. What inspired you to pursue this career initially?
Okay, for me, like I said, I love fashion.
Okay, but who inspired you really?
I have a lot of mentors at the moment. A lot of people inspired me actually. One of which is the styling Fidel. Actually, one of my mentors. I look forward to him. I look up to him. I mean, it's one of the intentional stylists we have in Nigeria.
Have you guys like met?
Yes, we have. And we follow each other on Instagram. He's wonderful. He pays a lot of attention to detail. So it caught my eye when I was growing up. So, and I mean, I followed him diligently. So, didn't know we would meet this close, this very soon. This, like, the gap wasn't so long. I mean, I've been in the industry for like 2 years. He's been there for like 10. So, but yeah.
So in your view, why is the fashion industry, let's talk about the industry of fashion right now. Why is the fashion industry positioned to becoming the next big thing in Africa, from Africa? Because we are seeing a lot of stylists or a lot of fashion designers taking their brands outside, and this is something that not just, we're not talking about music or film. If you want to talk about like the creative industry in Nigeria, we're talking about also fashion is also part of it. You know, we are at the event, we are at the African creative markets, you know, and fashion is basically has its own show to show you how, and the runway that happened yesterday evening. It was superb. You know, a lot of fashion designers came out to show their brand. So my question now is, why do you think we are basically African fashion is the next big thing out of Africa?
Africa is a great continent, and for Nigeria, Nigerians are very great. Like, we have richness in our culture. And if you look at our local fabrics that we have, like the likes of Adire, Ashoke, tie and dye, and the rest, you know, these are fabrics that, you know, they were there then, but people did not do so much with it.
Okay.
So it seems like now every designer has seen, they've created a niche for themselves, and they've seen the market. So they want to use this same cultural, what we already have, to modify it to make sure that the rest of the world sees it, and they're doing fantastic with it. If you check Lisa Afolayiwa, you would see that she doesn't drift away from us, like our culture. Go and check her prints. It tells a story with our heritage, with our culture, and all of those things. Not even only Lisa. Go to look at Ugomoye. Do you understand? So these are people that want to tell stories in all of these things. And, you know, Africa is just so, they need to break into that market to be able to show for sort of this thing. So it's not just a Nigeria thing. It's, everybody needs to see it.
Yeah, because we are having a lot of conversations around people taking their, so it's like the big countries that accept fashion. You know, when we take our things out there, they're no longer thinking about the UK hip hop fashion or not. They're now focusing more on, let's see what's coming from Africa, because we are using our artists who are big, you know, the big artists to explore, you know, those spaces and all that, which is quite something. It's something I see is amazing, which is something that fashion designers should tap into and all that. So, but my next question goes to, like, how is it contributing to job creation in Nigeria?
It is. A typical Nigerian designer has a lot of labor, like workforce, right? in terms of production, facility control, like a lot of things are going into in production of a dress. There are a lot of stages it passes. So in these stages, the designer is not going to do them all herself. She has people to employ that's going to make them work. There is the person who is going to source the fabric, who's going to procure them, all of those things. There's bidding, there's just a lot actually. So I mean, it creates a lot of job opportunities.
Yeah. So can you discuss like when you talk about fashion styling, you're one of the top in Nigeria. So right. So let's talk about styling as a business in Nigeria. What are the challenges like in terms of monetization, client acquisition, like building brands? You know, what is it like about Benny Styling?
For Benny Styling, I mean, we are grateful for where we are now, and where we are going to. At the beginning of the year, we had a lot of plans that we're going to execute before like even the first quarter, which were really achieved. Now we're in the second half of the year. We're looking out for some other things that we have in our list as well. You know, for stylists in Lagos, it's now, I'm glad that now people are beginning to see and they know the importance of having a stylist. For us, it's not just about the clothes now. It's about putting an entire look together, telling a story. A client comes to you, she doesn't know what she wants, she doesn't have an idea of what she wants to be like. For instance, bridal styling, do you understand? So it is the job of a stylist to put all of these elements together and make sure that their client looks great. Being able to see this client, know what will work on them, know what will fit them, know what elements is going to put together to make a complete look for this person. Communicating with clients too, do you understand? And you know, I'm really glad that people are beginning to see that the fashion styling industry is a place to reckon with. People are beginning to trust their money with stylists and know that yes, they're going to get full use of it, and they're going to make it work. Because unlike before, when you even tell somebody I'm a stylist, they'll be like, oh, what's this one doing? Do you get? It wasn't a thing then. I'm sure when those people started like maybe 7-8 years ago, they found it very difficult because it was just like they were trying to just do it for doing sake, because out of passion and all of those things, they didn't really get so much from it, because then it wasn't paying as much as it is paying now. So now people now know the real work of a stylist and why you can literally see if you would see a work that a stylist is involved in and see a work that a stylist is not involved in, and you can tell the difference. So it's very, very
my question is, what separates you in terms of you and other stylists? What's the branding about Benny Styling that separates you from?
Okay, so for Benny Styling, we are a styling company, right? Benny is a person. The Benny Styling is a company, and you do a lot of things actually. We do bridal styling and groom styling.
Okay. That's nice.
Yeah, we do bridal styling, groom styling. We do commercial styling, editorials, birthday shoots, special events, you know. And aside that, we do style creation for fashion brands. So it's not just, we're not selfish with what we give out. We give to fashion brands as well, and all of those fashion shows too. And that's
God, from my lips to you. I want him to style me on my birthday.
We will. Why not?
Yeah, because I'm big on fashion myself, but and I feel like this was like 3 years ago when I decided to like have a change of style, how I appear and how I look, and I couldn't do it by myself. I had to like make use of someone who, she's into fashion really, but I call her my stylist really. But I saw the value of having somebody being called, someone to look at you and look at what fits you, and how you wear and how you carry that clothes you're wearing, how you present it, and how it's telling a story about you. That was what she was speaking to me, and since then I got it, and I was like, fine, this is something that I feel like keying into. And then this brings me to my next question, which is what are the opportunities how do you see fashion growing in Nigeria, fashion styling going on? What are the opportunities like? And I know the bridge between the person who wants to be styled and the fashion designer. What's that synergy like, and how is it, going forward in Nigerian fashion styling industry? How is it?
Okay, so stylists are at the forefront of every creation, because for us, we get when a client consults us to style them, for instance, bridal styling.
Okay.
And we talk to them about they talk to us about what they like, what they do not like, the kind of fabrics they want, all of those things, By talking to them during the consultation already, you already know what's to put together for them. Do you understand? So when putting those things together, you already have an idea of the designer that is going to be able to curate that mood board you have put together. So it's not just us creating the mood board and just taking to any designer. They'll make your job very worse. You take it to who you know that can execute it. We have a lot of designers now that really do so much work. Creative designers do so much work. It's not hard to even find them. You get? So when you put these things together, you take to them, you understand? They tell you, okay, this is how it's gonna be like. And I mean, it's not very hard for you to now, for them to execute, because that's their niche already.
Yeah.
That's what they do already. Do you understand? You just come and you go back to, you just relax because you're comfortable that they're going to execute.
Yeah.
Unlike you taking this same mood board, someone that doesn't even know the job, you're just a designer, but you're still going to teach them what to do. Do you understand? I think that one is, those people will stress you. Those ones will even stress you more. So the thing is, for us stylists, we know those designers that do the work.
Okay.
We know the ones that will stress you and make you just hate the whole thing. Do you understand?
Yeah.
So it's not just about taking a particular work. I can create this sketch and give it to 5 designers, and the 5 of them will execute it differently.
Okay.
Do you understand? So you have to see a designer and know their capacity, know what they are known, see what they are known for, and know how to work with them. Do you understand? There's some things you can't take to them because that's not their niche. They would not deliver on it. Do you understand? So that's we see these things. We can tell you, okay, so we suggest to our clients. I think this designer is not even about the dress now, the entire look. Do you understand? The hair, the makeup, the jewelry, the shoes, the photography. Do you understand? So we see these things, we put them together in the mood board, and we give it to every creative that is best for the job.
That's a whole lot of work.
A whole lot of work.
You have done stuff with celebrities for the AMVCA carpets. So tell us the ones what's your favorite? What was your favorite celebrities to work with? What particular dress did you make for this person, and what was the process like? Trying to match that person's outfits to who this person is, a person's persona. So
I love all my pieces. Right? Because everything I put together is very intentional for me. A lot of thoughts were put together, to put together to make sure that stuff comes to life. Because for me, it's not just about the money. I'm building my brand as well. Do you understand? So I try as much as possible to have a niche and people should know me for what I am doing. Do you understand? So when these people come, they already see the uniqueness in my style and why they want to work with me. So most of the time I let them tell me what they want.
Okay.
And I look for ways to modify it. Do you understand? So for my AMVCA this year, my clients, I think I styled two of the hosts. Awa Magaji who was the official red carpet host for Amstel Mata, and Ria Abdul, who was the official host for African Magic. They had communicated to me what they want. Just gave me a brief, told me, oh Benny, I want to look this way, I want to look that way. So I went to do my own work. Okay, but for Ria, it was quite different because I was not just working with her, I was working with African Magic. Do you understand? So it was a way of, I needed to know what would work for Ria, which a personal style, and know what is convenient for African Magic for the red carpet. Do you get? So it was quite fun. It wasn't for a stylist, when you have your team, the work is not only on you. You know, the body may get increased by whichever joint supplies. So when you have other people in your team that are creative like yourself, you guys put your heads together to make it work. So I'll say I'm grateful for my team too, because they're actually the real ones, and they make it work.
Yeah.
Make it work.
So I'm curious, how do we as fashion stylists in Nigeria, how do we elevate the fashion, African fashion to the international body? We are not just doing this for just Nigeria right now, or even Africa. How do we go beyond that as stylists?
There are a couple of stylists that are already breaking barriers already. They're already doing the work outside there, and getting global recognition already. So yeah, and they're doing wonderfully. They're doing fantastic. I'll just say that we should stay true to our own culture and our own style, right? And just know what works. Basically, we don't need to copy. Do you get? Be you. Do you get? Just do what works for you. If you decide to be here, and you want to do this, do it. If you decide to go this other route and you still want to do this, just do you, basically. Do you get? So they're already making waves. We've been seeing a lot of stylists likes of Swazi.
So I'm thinking, as people would go to schools for fashion designing, are there opportunities for aspiring stylists, to actually do better in their crafts in terms of education? Is this something that is being talked about in the space yet amongst the industry players?
Yes, for stylists, for us stylists, we hardly have those conversations. But I think it's often with with the fashion designing, fashion
yes,
designers.
yes, it is.
But I would say that for aspiring stylists, they should read about what they want to go into. There are a lot of articles and books to read from. Will teach you everything you need to know, literally. And again, you just have to put yourself under a tutor. If you see someone that kind of likes, that you like what he does, intern with them. Do you get? Stick to intern with them. Even if they don't, most of them might not even respond to you. Just watch closely. You'll catch one of the things. And be bold, start up your stuff, and just do it. One step at a time, you get there.
That might sound informal for people who just want to go into, but I think for those that there's some people that want to try harder, they want to do better, they want to be, they're saying the likes of Benny Stars, then I want to be like this person, I want to top this game. So do you think that is proper for there to be an organized way whereby you can, because people, photographers are doing it.
Yeah.
The fact that they are doing it, get these people together, let them know about the business of it, how you handle clients, how you handle fashion designers. I don't think that's something we're talking about.
Some stylists are already doing master classes already.
Oh, pretty beautiful.
I think Zach Luxury Styling, he did a few months ago. I think we have another one coming up, Yolanda Okereke master class. So they already, people are having that conversation already. So they should enroll, and I'd say I'm registered for the class, these classes, and ask questions in these classes. Do you understand? Ask questions that bother you. Most of the time when people go for master classes like this, you just sit down there and just be fanzing the people there. No, so ask real life questions. Those things, because even till date, people are still scared to ask questions about how am I supposed to charge a client for so and so X, Y, Z and this. When you go for those master classes, ask the speaker, how do you do this? How do you do that? They'll tell you.
So do you use tech during your process? Is there any way you use tech to there's AI right now helping people to draw out ideas? Is something that you do?
Yeah, tech is one of the tool for us fashion stylists now, because we do a lot with it in terms of virtual consultations and virtual fittings, all of those things. There are some clients we have in diaspora that we just have to style online. We don't have to be there. Yeah, so we tech has played a very, very vital role in those aspects. Virtual consultations, fitting sections, and all of those things. Yeah, even AI too. So see most of the designers now using AI to do their sketches and like they're beautiful, like very, very good. So it's still it's gonna take some people off the market,
Yeah.
but it's doing the work.
So let's go to, we mentioned something about like bridal styling, and is something you're going to, are you something you're getting into?
I do bridal styling. I do bridal styling.
Talk more about it. Let's
Bridal styling is, in fact, bridal styling is the big deal in our country, in Nigeria. Bridal styling is the official deal, actually. You know, most people tell you celebrity styling celebrities doesn't really pay as much as, yes, it doesn't, but still, it's still bridal styling just does the work. You know, it's complex, but it is very, very engaging. You get it's very fun for me. I love bridal style. I love to style brides, maybe because I love to hear their stories. I like to, I just, when we have consultations with brides, and you hear how the goats fall in love, having to draw a mood board from someone's love story. I mean, it's just a great thing. So I've started a couple of brides, actually. Started a couple of brides.
So finally, tell us what you think aspiring stylists should learn. People that are trying to get into the business of styling, because it's a business, whether we like it or not. You've been successful at it, and a lot of stylists have also been successful. What do you think they should look out for, and what do they think they should do in terms to make it in the industry?
I would say aspiring fashion stylists should read up for me about what they are about to going into, because styling is beyond touching the client on the day of the events, that trying to put this on the clients and put that on. It's beyond that. It's a whole lot of work. You understand? You must understand a lot of things. You must understand colors, color combinations. You must understand your clients. You must understand their body. So for me, I have a lot of clients that, they'll tell me, Benny, I like this. Why can't I wear it? And I'll be like, no, it's not going to look good on you because this, and this. You understand? So you must be able to understand all of this content, because, and you must know what you want, first of all. Do you get? Know why you want to even be a stylist in the first place. What is lacking in that space that you want to fill? Do you understand? You want to be a stylist with the same how everybody's going, or you want to be a stylist with different. So I mean, just do you, basically. You get, know what you want and read often. If you have mentors, talk to them, follow up. Do you understand? Watch them closely. I mean, do the actual work. So.
All right, this is where we draw the curtain today. Thank you so much, Benny, for coming to the show. This is where we wrap up for today. We draw the curtains here on BD Extra. Catch us on BDTV, on our live shows for news, for business news, sports, and everything that interests you. We have Benny on. Benny, say something to the camera. Let's see.
Hey, it's so good to be here.
Yeah. All right. Thank you so much, and we wrap up. Thank you and goodbye.
Once we made the world's red gold palm oil that built nations. We wove ashoke that told our stories. We crafted leather that walked across continents. Today, we are doing it again. But this time, we own the narrative, powered by makers, artisans, designers, chefs, and dreamers who believe local is the new global. Business Day's Go Local Summit 2025 brings them all together. Go local, from raw potential to market power. For exhibitions, sponsorship or partnerships, call Rachel on 0806 420 3499 or send a mail to rachel.edache@businessdayonline.com.
Join us as we honor excellence at the Nigerian Business Leadership Awards 2025, a night dedicated to visionary leaders shaping Nigeria's business landscape. From Person of the Year to Outstanding Leadership in Non-Interest Banking and Financial Inclusion, Retailer of the Year, Business Leader of the Year, Female Executive of the Year, and many more. It's more than an award. It's a celebration of enterprise, innovation, and impact. For sponsorship or participation, contact Uchena on 0703 047 2336, Daniel on 0802 756 4653, or Shagun on 0812 024 3167. For Business Day Nigerian Business Leadership Awards 2025, celebrating excellence in enterprise.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Obajabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, moving from my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space.
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Children can use skincare, adults can use skincare, man can use skincare, boys can use skincare. It is apparent, it is meant for everybody, not one, not ladies alone.
Only women use skincare. Agenda was agenda, and that is one propaganda I am not falling for. Welcome to this episode of Market Pulse, where we are exploring the skincare industry, and of course we are going to talk to experts. We are listening to and we are surveying the prices of the skincare industry. So join me as we explore this industry.
With shop now, with 8 to 10 million, I think your shop will still be empty.
The heavyweight champion accounting for about 15% of your body weight. The largest organ of the body, constantly working, constantly protecting your skin. On this episode of Market Pulse, we travel through bustling highways to reach the heart of the skincare industry at the Trade Fair Market in Lagos State, Nigeria.
I have not heard anyone or anybody say against skincare.
What does the poll say?
Come rain or sun, the market is alive, a symphony of voices, colors, and scents.
In the system of Nigeria, we are meant to cope. Because if you cannot cope, what will you do?
The strength and perseverance of Nigerians are written in every stall, every handshake, every deal.
When the fake has been made, when you give it to customers, they will be complaining. And once you lose one customer, you have lost it all.
To truly understand the pulse of the skincare market, we went beyond the shelves to meet the makers, sellers, and buyers themselves.
I'm into business. My business name is Unique Mercy, into cosmetic. I've been in this business for 4 years now. In times of price, my customers are complaining in Nigerian goods that the prices are much. So I find out that it's stressing away customers for me. So I have to stop selling Nigerian goods. Cost of goods has made people to be producing fake. That's affected me. Some goods that are expensive, they have no other option other than to do it to produce the fake. And when the fake has been made, it will be cheaper. And when you give it to customers, they will be complaining. And once you lose one customer, you have lost it all. I've been in this business for like 4 years now. I can dictate the difference between what I'm selling and when it has been reproduced. I believe if you're not in this business, it will be difficult for you to understand, because there are imitations that can't be defined only by people that has been selling the original. You understand? So if you're not into the business, or that's the reason, the most reason why customers complain is when they apply it on their skin, they will find out reaction. I think that's the way they know the original. But me, without me testing it, I will know original and fake. I've been trying my possible best to make sure that I will give them original by getting it direct and the comfortable price. And that will make the number one is that original. That's what they want from me. That's original. And I will make sure that getting it direct at least will also still keep them. If you want to start in this market 4 years ago, you would, like, for instance, I think with 2 million you can start up a business. With shop now, with 8 to 10 million, I think your shop will still be empty. When we started the business, this shop they started this shop around 2013. So I think things was better then, you understand, and we were able to accomplish some things by paying shop rent and having the shop. We were able to buy the shop. At least this shop is one of the things that made us to still be in this market by now, by shop rates, you understand, and being important also is the reason why we will see much gain, and the reason why we are still selling and having customers also. So those are the things that made us to be sustaining. And when you have customers that trust you and you trust them also, and that you can give a credit facility when you are balanced, that like your capital is well published, that you are balanced, you can give credit of 4 million naira to your customer that you trust. I think to the person that is sincere for business, you understand, I think that with that you will be sustaining. For instance, if you want to use brightening, there's every tendency that your brightness will be like my own. Like now, your face is toning with your makeup now. Your face is toning.
Okay.
Do you understand? When you want to use brightening, like someone that is a kind of someone that is working under the sun, that the sun has been black, the person will use toning. You understand? Then bleaching is for people that their normal color is black and they want to bleach, and that's it. They have the cream that they will use for the bleaching. My advice, I'm not advising anybody for bleaching. It's not a good thing.
From Korean serums to US exfoliants, UK moisturizers, Chinese face masks, and Nigerian shea butter blends, the skincare world is a tapestry of global influences. But what makes each brand unique? and what are their specialties?
I'm a businessman. I sell cosmetics and perfume. I'm a business I've sailed up to 15 years. I've worked as a manager before I start my own business. The thing really affects everything we are doing here because assuming we are having 500 before, but now the business, the whole money has exploded up to 2 million, but you cannot buy the equivalent bills we are having before. You will be going to like 8 million up. And most of the customers are not buying what they need. They only buy what they saw that they can afford. And for those of them that travel far from here, most of the goods they are buying are so small now compared to what they have been buying before. The importation we are doing before, assuming before this inflation, we are having, for me, I used to import like 100 cartons. But for now, I can only import at once 20 cartons and 15 so that I can pay and they can supply. The cheapest place we use to go for China, but that has no effect because it's not standard to this. So we go for China once. You can get the cheapest as from 800, 1,000.
As inflation bites into everyday essentials, the skincare sector also feels the squeeze. Prices are shifting, but the desire for healthy, glowing skin remains strong.
I deal on cosmetics products. Okay, and these are shop. There are so many things that are trending. In cosmetics, they have different varieties. They have like when you come to cosmetics, they have something like cream and soap and perfume as well. When you come to cream and soap, they have different countries where people do buy from. They have Philippines, they have Thailand, they have London, they have US. So when you come to like a UK, you see something like CeraVe. Simple product. These are very quality products that people often go for, especially ladies. These are skincare that will not bleach you or whitening you. Rather, it will tone your skin. It will make your skin to glow. Then when you come to like French product, like the product that they've been gotten from France, they're actually nice cream as well, but they are more of lightening cream. And as well again, in Nigeria here, you have local products that are very, very okay too. They have a lot of them, like Skin Magnet, Lemon Fresh. There are so many wonderful cream here. They do produce in Nigeria here, and people often use as well. And they make use of it. And people don't know they are very, very okay. Before you go into it, you need to be sure of what you want to do. You need to be very, very sure of what you want to do. Then I know how to go about it. And at least get experience of it before you start. And different angles, like at least you need to at least gather customer base. You need to have customer base before you start. That's number one. Make sure the particular plaza they are going to stay. Make sure that that particular plaza they actually did it on that particular stuff that you want to go into. Not that they are selling cream here or soap. Then you go to where they are selling like wine. So it will affect you. Definitely you need to stay within that terrain where they sell those cream and soaps. Closing of border as of then, but now border has been open and all that. So, but there are other things that is giving us headache, like issue of an NAFDAC and all that. You bring some certain product in, they will allow you to cross. So when you now stock it in your shop, maybe you pack it in your warehouse or rather packing store. It will be chasing everybody around and all that. Meanwhile, they allow you to come. So if it is not sellable or if it's not good, so they should inform people earlier before people will actually import them. Not that when you allow it from from port authority, then once it comes to this market, they will start like disturbing people and going and chasing people around, saying that it's a fake product. Why they are the one that allow it to enter. So that's one of the major challenges you are facing. As a person dealing in a cosmetics product, you ought to know the difference between the original. By looking at this, you should know the packaging and what is inside. And it's going to be detriment of you for you to be selling a fake product or copy. Because if you sell fake product to someone, it will affect your business because the person will not like to buy again.
Every malam to his kettle, every skincare babe or guy to their brand. There's something for everyone, whatever your pocket, and hopefully with your dermatologist's advice in mind.
My business name is Obi Success Cosmetics. Nigeria Limited. I deal in skincare products, importer and exporter of all the skincares, both UK, Cameroon, China, Dubai, etc. I've been in the business for 5 years now. 5 years ago, you can use at least 2 million, 1 million to start up this business. Example, I use like 1 million to start up my own business. Not up to 1 million self to start up this skincare product. But recently, for newcomer, for new beginners, they can at least use 5 million. And using that 5 million, it will not be enough for them to start up because the economy affected the whole thing. The cost of living now is very, very expensive. The importation now is on the high side because of the dollar rate. Then the dollar rate, there's no fixed price of the dollar rate. It increased and it come down. So with that, the price don't have fixed price of goods. You can come to market today, you might buy cheaper. Tomorrow you might buy higher. The same product you buy cheap today, tomorrow to be on the high side. It really affected the beginner, and we, the dealer that have been in it for years, is also affect us too. We believe that the cost of living is on the high side, the transportation and the dollar rate is also on the high side, affect the sales, and it affect the importing of the goods. At times you will come, you earn more. At times we come, we earn low. So at times we might predict that customer will come, but at the process they will not, because they will say that they don't have that the market, the price of the market is on the high side. They can't be able to pay. And at time customer will come, they will be disappointed on lighting their invoice because the money they budget for coming, the risk, the request they requested will be high. So it also affect our sales. So we doesn't predict our incomes in a month now. It depends on what we see and we follow up. It really affected us a lot, and we can't say we are coping and we are not coping, because in the system of Nigeria we are meant to cope. Because if you cannot cope, what will you do? So we are meant to cope. We are coping. We are adapting. We adapt by force. We cope with our strengths. You know, at times after you bought. Okay, let me just give you an example. You might purchase a market of, Hawaii soap. You might buy it today, 45,000. After saying 45,000, then went back to purchase it again. You might buy it 50,000. So there's no profit. It's not profitable again. It means that the profit you have earned have already go back to the company. So you might change dollar today, 1,500. Tomorrow dollar might be 1,550. You might buy 1,550. Tomorrow it might be 1,500. Is it not affecting the sales? Is it not affecting the profit you're gonna make? So it really affects us a lot. So I can't say we are coping, but we are just trying to put our best in order to adapt the system of government. We get the skincare. Korea is good in skincare. China is also perfect. US is good. But the skincare has levels by levels, department by department. Understand? China skincare, they are where they basically on, they specialize on. The same thing applicable to Korea and US. US skincare is not the type that whiten fast. It comes normal. It brings out your normal color, the normal skin type in you. It glow your color. The same thing applicable to Korea, and some of China skincare also like that. So the skincare is level by level. But what makes the US and Korea and China skincare different is that US is higher, is more expensive than Korea, and Korea is more expensive than China. China is where the least people can as well afford to buy, and their skin will be okay. It doesn't damage skin. It brings out the beauty in you. It brings out the color in you. It brings out the quality, the type, whom you want to be, without applying any powder. So that is the advantage of skincare. And there's the US, Korea, and etc. They're all good, but we depend on the price, on prices. So that is the price difference of skincare. For a start, you have to learn it. You have to enter inside market, meet someone to teach you on skincare. You can't just bust inside. You can't just join skincare without having update on it. When you are into skincare, when you learn it, then when you are in it, you want when you are in it, look at the customer skin. As you are touching the customer skin or as you are sighting the customer skin, you can as well dictate the skin type of that customer because you knows about it. So, but when you're a novice on it, you cannot dictate the customer skin type. That will make you to give a customer a long prescription on that. I have not had anyone or anybody say against skincare. Skincare is also for men, for man and women, also for children. We have cousin lotion, cousin oil for children. As you put to bed, you start applying the skincare for your child for smooth body. You understand? So also for children, but there's some skincare that you not use on children, and there's some skincare you use on children. So we also have children's skincare. You understand? Starting from 0 age, once the baby is put to bed, and as well start using skincare based on their own type. You understand? So children can use skincare, adults can use skincare, man can use skincare, boys can use skincare. It is meant for everybody, not one, not ladies alone. There's a lot of advantage in skincare. Skincare reduce too much of application of makeup in skincare. Once you get your skin type in any skincare products, it will reduce much makeup, much powder, much application on the face, applying a lot of things in your face. Once your skin is neat, to make your skin neat, and once it's neat, it makes you look younger. It will reduce the ages of a woman and also the age of a man. It reduces their age and it makes them look neat and smooth. So skincare is good for everybody.
Here are some of the items we scouted and their prices. A snapshot of what's trending, what's affordable, and what's premium.
Body cream that you can buy in my shop that is cheap is think packets made by Nigerian lotion. You can see 2750. You can see 35. They have cream of 110. They have cream of 17,000. They have 65. A baby white lotion is 65,000. I think Eversoap is the cheapest now. Eversoap is 2,350 for pack. Cheapest liquid. I think they have the one of 5575. Body oil is for the growing of the skin, while cream is for creaming and moisturizing skin. I think dry skin type needs oil. The mist need I think cream. Yeah. The difference between liquid and tablet. For instance, the St. Ives bath. Some people will use the bath, it will react on their skin based on the fragrance. But that body wash has scrub inside. That's the difference.
The wash, the cheapest one should be from 2,000 up. And the shower gel is mostly for females, for their feminine, but all of them do foam. But the shower gel contain much of the germs. While the tablet one can keep it for long and it's to say, but the shower gel is only meant for women and some careful men, because once it's poured on the sponge, you cannot get it back. But the tablet one, you can be taking next month. The cheapest roller now is 700. The disadvantage is that most of the work written on it is not being done by the same roller.
For skincare for face, to apply it on face, you don't need to use face cream regular. If you are using face cream, use it. You don't need to use face cream as your normal body cream. Face cream can be applied 3 times in a week. But body serum, face serum can be applying every day, morning and night. Cleanser, you can clean your face morning and night after taking shower, after your bath. Then after applying your cleanser, you apply your serum before putting in face cream. Face cream is the last you will apply. And finally, you can as well use sunscreen. Sunscreen protects you from from sun. So that is how to apply skincare. The cheapest cleanser you will see in my shop is Dr. Rachel cleanser. It's 2.5. The cheapest moisturizer is also Dr. Rachel or Beauty Formula. Beauty Formula. This is the moisturizer. It's also cheapest 2.5. And Dr. Rachel moisturizer is also 2.5. You understand? So we have others that's cheaper.
And as with every industry we've explored, one question keeps returning. What is the way forward? For traders, consumers, and entrepreneurs alike, the answer may define the next chapter of Nigeria's skincare boom. And that's it for the skincare industry on Market Pulse. I am Amanda Imosigwe for Business Day Television.
Join us as we honor excellence at the Nigerian Business Leadership Awards 2025, a night dedicated to visionary leaders shaping Nigeria's business landscape. From Person of the Year to Outstanding Leadership in Non-Interest Banking and Financial Inclusion, Retailer of the Year, Business Leader of the Year, Female Executive of the Year, and many more. It's more than an award. It's a celebration of enterprise, innovation, and impact. For sponsorship or participation, contact Uchena on 0703 047 2336, Daniel on 0802 756 4653, or Shagun on 0812 024 3167. For Business Day Nigerian Business Leadership Awards 2025, celebrating excellence in enterprise.
Hello viewers and welcome to Today in History right here on Business Day Television, where we look back at some of the events that have shaped economies and the world of business. I am Norma Obona, and today I'll be taking you down memory lane to some of the events that occurred on November 7th.
On this day in 1918, at noon, the news flash came across the wire. Germany gives up, war ends. Euphoria erupted throughout the country, and the New York Stock Exchange closed at 2 p.m. to celebrate. However, the news would prove false. German officials were traveling to meet with Allied commanders, but an armistice would not be signed until November 11th. The Dow Jones Industrial Average would close up 1.14% on the news before the exchange closed. The post-World War rally would last a few months, but as government spending subsided and factories laid off jobs, the U.S. economy would struggle for several years. The U.S. economy would quickly enter a recession after the end of World War I, and the stock market would decline more than 45% before bottoming in 1921. And on this day in 1933, the renowned architect David Aradian was born in Lagos. He began his architectural education at Columbia University in New York in 1959 and graduated in 1966. After working with 3 architectural firms in New York, he returned to Nigeria and in 1968 and received a 3-year Ford Fellowship to study human settlements in Western and North Africa. He joined the University of Lagos as a lecturer in architecture and became a professor in 1979. He curated major exhibitions including the African Architectural Technology Exhibition in 1977 and Views of Lagos from 2004 to 2005. As founding partner of Studio 4 Associates, his notable designs include the Lagos State University campus, the University of Port Harcourt Auditorium, and the National Cultural Complex in Abuja.
And that is how far we can take you today in history, right here on Business Day Television. I am Norma Obona. See you tomorrow.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges. Because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
Hello, this is a news update reaching you live from Business Day Television News Studio right here in Lagos, Nigeria. Coming up, TUC rejects 15% import duty. $2.35 billion Euro bond rate reflects confidence in Nigeria's economic value. Nigeria's top 5 banks need 4.8 trillion naira fixed income investment in 9 million 2025. Vehicles imports slide 10% on weak consumer spending. Thank you for joining us on News Updates. I am Deborah Eze. President of the Trade Union Congress, Festus Osifo, has warned that the federal government's proposed 15% import duty on petrol could worsen the economic hardship faced by Nigerians. Osifo cautioned that the duty could lead to higher pump prices since Nigeria still imports a large share of its fuel supply. He also questioned the rationale behind the tax, noting that the Dangote refinery, which operates within a free trade zone, already enjoys duty waivers. He said if the tariff applies mainly to importers, the additional cost will likely be passed on to consumers. The TUC president called for clear policy guidelines and wider consultations with labor and industry stakeholders, emphasizing that the union's priority is protecting workers and citizens from further economic hardship. And moving on, Nigeria has raised $2.35 billion through a euro-bound issuance, attracting a record $13 billion in investor orders, a 477% oversubscription. Finance Minister Wale Edun says the success reflects strong global confidence in Nigeria's economy despite political challenges. Edun credited the feeds to the government's bold reforms under the Renewed Hope agenda, noting GDP growth of 4.23%, easing inflation, and foreign reserves above $43 billion. He added that Nigeria's removal from the FATF grey list and global recognition reaffirm investors' trust, but he stressed the need to mobilize domestic resources and boost growth to 7% annually by 2027 to achieve the $1 trillion economy target by 2030. The minister outlined the next phase of reforms, including tariff reviews, fiscal transparency, and investment-driven growth across sectors like infrastructure, health, and digital innovation. Also, Nigeria's biggest banks, First Holdco, UBA, GTCO, Access Corporation, and Zenith Bank, collectively earned 4.8 trillion naira in interest income from investment securities in the first 9 months of 2025. Data from the Nigerian exchange showed their total investment in government securities rose to 49.15 trillion naira, up to 16.5% from December 2024. Access Corporation led with 15.25 trillion naira, followed by UBA, Zenith, First Holdco, and GTCO. Analysts say the surge shows banks' growing preference for safe, high-yield government instruments over private sector lending. Despite strong earnings, loan growth remained slow, with combined loans rising just 7.27% to 42.26 trillion naira. This, experts say, allied banks' risk-averse stance amid economic uncertainty. Meanwhile, the Central Bank of Nigeria plans to take full control of fixed income trading and settlements from the FMDQ exchange in November, a major shakeup that could reshape how banks profit from government securities. And up ahead, vehicle imports slide 10% on weak consumer spending. We bring you more details after this timeout.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
You're still watching the news updates and still on the Nigerian scene. Nigeria's automobile market is facing one of its toughest periods in years as new data from the National Bureau of Statistics show a sharp decline in passenger car import. According to the NBS, car imports dropped to 479.26 billion naira in the first half of 2025, a 9.69% fall from 530.67 billion naira recorded in the same period of 2024. Dealers say the market slump is not surprising, explaining that the high cost of the dollar and customs tariffs have made car ownership a luxury. Economist Professor Segun Ajibola noted that the situation is made worse by smuggling and limited access to affordable credit, which continue to distort the automobile market. With new vehicles now selling between 40 million and 100 million naira, experts warn that the dream of car ownership is slipping beyond the reach of Nigerians, underscoring the urgent need for policy reform to revive the sector. And moving on, industrialists in northern Nigeria have lauded the federal government's decision to impose a 15% import duty on petroleum products, describing it as a bold step to boost local refining, encourage investments, and reduce dependence on import. Chairman of the Sharada Chalawa branch of the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria, Mohammed Nura Madugu, said the new policy would enhance industrial development and strengthen Nigeria's manufacturing base. Madugu praised the Dangote refinery for opening new business opportunities through crude oil derivatives and petrochemical feedstocks used in plastics and detergent. Special advisor to the Dangote Group, President Fatima Wali Abdulrahman, reaffirmed the company's commitment to supporting government policies that drive economic growth, stating that the refinery's planned expansion to 1.4 million barrels per day could create over 65,000 jobs. And away from that story, Kogi State Governor Ahmed Usman Ododo has proposed a 820.49 billion naira budget for 2026, marking a 35.7% rise from last year's figure. The announcement came after Thursday's State Executive Council meeting in Lokoja, according to Finance Commissioner Ashiwaju Idris. Idris said the budget targets inclusive growth through stronger revenue generation, debt recovery, and public-private partnerships, adding that strict fiscal discipline will guide its implementation. Information Commissioner Kingsley Fanwo said the government is intensifying its fight against insecurity, with local councils now taking charge of land consent to stop illegal mining and land fraud. Meanwhile, Fitch Ratings has maintained Kogi's B stable credit outlook, noting the state's fiscal resilience despite heavy reliance on federal allocations. Still on, Ella Lakes PLC has secured SEC approval for its 235 billion naira public offer opening November 10, 2025, one of Nigeria's biggest agribusiness capital raises. The funds will finance the acquisition of Agro-Allied Resources and Processing Nigeria Limited, positioning Ella Lakes as a fully integrated agro-industrial player. MD Chuka Modi called the raise a statement of intent, saying it will fund the ARPN deal and boost refining and processing capacity. DMD Paul Farah added that a 20-ton per hour mill will be installed in Edo State to complement the firm's Iguelaba facility. The ARPN acquisition gives Ella Lakes access to 20,000 hectares of farmland and a $25 million cassava plant, expanding its reach in oil palm, cassava, and starch production. Farah said the deal ensures immediate cash flow and strengthens Nigeria's food security. And still to come, IMF official hopes to finalize Senegal lending program soon. This and more after this commercial break.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
Welcome back to the news updates. We now head to Africa, where the International Monetary Fund says its mission to Senegal has ended without a new lending deal, though talks will continue in the coming weeks. Mission Chief Edward Gamayel says Senegal's government is serious about fixing its finances after uncovering billions of dollars in hidden debt left by the previous administration. The IMF had frozen Senegal's earlier $1.8 billion program when those debts came to light. They have now grown to over $11 billion, pushing total debts, public debt, to about 132% of GDP. Senegal is seeking a new program, but it will also need a debt misreporting waiver from the IMF board. Gamayel says more than technical work is ongoing, including a debt sustainability analysis to determine whether the country must restructure or reprofile its debt. Despite challenges, the IMF says Senegal is determined to cut its deficit and bring debt under control. Malawi has imposed maize export restrictions to protect its domestic food supply after a poor harvest left millions facing hunger. The Trade Ministry says the move, made under a 2018 law, is aimed at safeguarding food security, stabilizing prices, and protecting the livelihood of citizens who depend on sample food. This year, Malawi harvested 2.9 million metric tons of maize, well before the national requirement of 3.7 million tons. Government data show that as many as 4 million people could face hunger before the next harvest in March 2026. Maize prices have surged by at least 50% over the past year, worsening the food crisis. The World Food Programme says it will begin efforts in the hardest hit district this month, but still faces a $69 million funding gap. Meanwhile, the government has ordered 200,000 tons of maize from Zambia to help bridge the shortfall. And on the foreign scene, oil prices edged higher on Friday after 3 straight days of losses, though they remain on track for a second weekly decline. Brent crude rose 28 cents to trade at $63.66 a barrel, while U.S. West Texas Intermediate gained 29 cents to $59.72. Both benchmarks are still down about 2% for the week, rising output from major producers fuels fear of oversupply. Analysts say a surprise 5.2 million barrel increase in U.S. crude inventories have added pressure to the market. Prices have also been weighed down by concerns that the U.S. government shutdown, the longest in the country's history, could further slow economic activity and dampen oil demand. And the US dollar fell in early Asian trade on Friday, retreating against major currencies as investors reached signs of weakness in the American labor market. The dollar index dropped 0.5% to 99.67, reversing its gains for the month amid growing expectations that the Federal Reserve could cut interest rates at its next meeting on December 10th. With the ongoing U.S. government shutdown delaying the release of official jobs data, traders have turned to private sector surveys showing job losses in the government and retail sectors, alongside a surge in layoffs linked to cutting or cost-cutting and automation. Market pricing now implies a 70% chance of a rate cut at the Fed's next meeting, up from 62% just a day earlier, according to the CME Fed Watch 2. And up next is sport news after this break. Just stay with us.
Join us as we honor excellence at the Nigerian Business Leadership Awards 2025, a night dedicated to visionary leaders shaping Nigeria's business landscape. From Person of the Year to Outstanding Leadership in Non-Interest Banking and Financial Inclusion, Retailer of the Year, Business Leader of the Year, Female Executive of the Year, and many more. It's more than an award. It's a celebration of enterprise, innovation, and impact. For sponsorship or participation, contact Uchena on 0703 047 2336, Daniel on 0802 756 4653, or Shagun on 0812 024 3167. for Business Day Nigerian Business Leadership Awards 2025, celebrating excellence in
You're welcome back, and now to sport. West Midlands Police say 11 people were arrested during security operations at Aston Villa's Europa League match against Maccabi Tel Aviv on Thursday night. The fixture took place under tight security after Israeli fans were banned from attending following police concerns about potential protests linked to the war in Gaza. More than 700 officers from 25 police forces were deployed, supported by mounted units, police dogs and drones. Outside Villa Park, around 200 protesters, including members of the Palestine Solidarity Campaign, gathered near the Trinity Road stand, calling for Israeli exclusion from international football. The police had briefed match officials on contingency plans in case of pitch invasions, but the game proceeded without major disruption. The decision to bar Maccabi Tel Aviv fans drew criticism from several politicians, including Prime Minister Sir Keir Starmer, while the Israeli club later confirmed it will not sell tickets to its supporters. And so in the news, Crystal Palace moved up to 9th in the Europa Conference League after a confident 3-1 victory over AS Alkmaar. Manager Oliver Glasner had demanded a reaction following the defeat to AEK Larnaca, and his side responded with a strong all-round display. Ismailia struck the post before winning a penalty, though Jean-Philippe Mateta's spot kicked was saved. Palace continued to dominate, with Will August eating the crossbar before Lacronics powered in the first half volley to cap a commanding performance. The win gave Palace renewed momentum in their Europa campaign. And that's the much we have for you on news updates at this hour. Remember to follow us across all our social media platforms and on YouTube to get more updates from Business Day Television. I am Deborah Eze. Many thanks for watching.
Attention business leaders, want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Okay, so how do you feel about the new service chiefs and the removal of the former ones by the president and this one that have been brought in? What do you think they'll do differently, and how do you feel about the whole process?
I think it's a good move by the president, because when you think about why he actually removed the old ones, it's about the news of the coup that was about to happen. So every good president will want to replace everyone around involved in the queue. So I think it's a good move by the president.
I feel he's just feeling insecure and threatened. That's why he decided to, take that decision. And for the new guys that are coming in should be focused and just abide by his decisions. Do whatever he wants. They want him to do. I think that's the way he wants it, because he's the president, the number one man in the country.
There are two ways I think you can look at it. You can look at it from the first point of performance. Since the service chiefs have been in play for for a few years now, you can see that in terms of the insecurity, there has been little or no improvement, and obviously maybe figures that we might see online might be a bit bloated, but I think in early October there was this rumor around that there was some kind of a coup or something like that. I'm sure it's actually linked to that, but then they also come outside to deny such involvement, or whether there was something like that. But I'm sure
there are two ways to look at it. Performance-wise, I don't think the performance has been up to par of what you would expect. I'm sure that that's what the president has probably looked into and decided to go with a sudden reshuffle of his service chiefs.
I don't actually know what is happening there, but all what I know is that I will take the person that will work with me and will take instruction from me, not that the person that will do anything. I don't say the former one is taking instruction from elsewhere, but I'm just telling you, the person that is a technocrat on that job is the person that is supposed to know.
The president's decision is all right by me, because normally in the civil service role, after you have spent so much years, possibly 30, 35 years and so on, of course you are due for retirement, really. So, and for the president to make that decision, I believe it's okay by me. And I believe it's okay by other Nigerians too. And as a president, you have a decision of your own. So I believe you have made the right decision.
Hello viewers and welcome to Today in History right here on Business Day Television, where we look back at some of the events that have shaped economies and the world of business. I am Norma Obona, and today I'll be taking you down memory lane to some of the events that occurred on November 7th.
On this day in 1980, at noon, the news flash came across the wire. Germany gives up, war ends. Euphoria erupted throughout the country, and the New York Stock Exchange closed at 2 p.m. to celebrate. However, the news would prove false. German officials were traveling to meet with Allied commanders, but an armistice would not be signed until November 11th. The Dow Jones Industrial Average would close up 1.14% on the news before the exchange closed. The post-World War rally would last a few months, but as government spending subsided and factories laid off jobs, the U.S. economy would struggle for several years. The U.S. economy would quickly enter a recession after the end of World War I, and the stock market would decline more than 45% before bottoming in 1921. And on this day in 1933, the renowned architect David Aradian was born in Lagos. He began his architectural education at Columbia University in New York in 1959 and graduated in 1966. After working with 3 architectural firms in New York, he returned to Nigeria and in 1968 and received a 3-year Ford Fellowship to study human settlements in Western and North Africa. He joined the University of Lagos as a lecturer in architecture and became a professor in 1979. He curated major exhibitions including the African Architectural Technology Exhibition in 1977 and Views of Lagos from 2004 to 2005. As founding partner of Studio 4 Associates, his notable designs include the Lagos State University campus, the University of Port Harcourt Auditorium, and the National Cultural Complex in Abuja.
And that is how far we can take you today in history right here on Business Day Television. I am Norma Obona. See you tomorrow.
Once we made the world's red gold palm oil that built nations. We wove ashoke that told our stories. We crafted leather that walked across continents. Today, we are doing it again. But this time, we own the narrative, powered by makers, artisans, designers, chefs, and dreamers who believe local is the new global. Business Day's Go Local Summit 2025 brings them all together. Go local, from raw potential to market power. For exhibitions, sponsorship or partnerships, call Rachel on 0806 420 3499 or send a mail to rachel.edache@businessdayonline.com.
Lagos is a city surrounded by water, a place where roads meet rivers and people move across bridges every day. From the lagoon to the Atlantic, Water is part of Lagos' story. But for years, much of this potential has been untapped. Lagos inland waterways offer a huge opportunity to move people and goods safely, easily, and faster. That's why the Lagos state government has launched the Omieko project, a €410 million plan to transform the city's waterways into a clean, safe, and smart transport system. Backed by the French Development Agency, the European Union, and the European Investment Bank, the Omieko project would reduce road traffic, promote the use of electric ferries, and make daily movement across Lagos faster and more comfortable. Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu described the project as a new era for transportation.
Omieko, a blueprint for the future. Omieko's project is a comprehensive, future-oriented blueprint for a sustainable mobility in Lagos. It merges technology, it pushes environmental stewardship, it creates a smart design for the waterways that is not just navigated, but is optimized. Under our Teams Plus agenda, we identify water transportation as a critical level for transforming urban mobility. And step by step, we have laid the foundation for today's leap. We expanded our Omibus fleet into very modern ferries. We had safe ferries that were designed with comfort and efficiency. It was used at easing the pressure.
Good afternoon and welcome to Business Day Television Roundtable, where we discuss issues around our country, issues of international. Of course, we try and break them down with the implication of such issues in our polity, in our economy. My name is Joshua Bassi, and as usual in the studio, I have with me two gentlemen who are going to discuss the issues that we have today together. I have the Deputy Editor of Business Day, Mr. Odinaka Anodu. Of course, joining us also is the usual Mr. Chuka Uroko, is the Assistant Editor here in Business Day.
Thank you for inviting me.
So, gentlemen, welcome. Today we are going to look at two issues, two burning issues. You may call them that, of course. The first is the tweet by the United States President Donald Trump on Saturday. That was 1st of November. The United States President Donald Trump sent out a tweet, and that tweet has continued to generate reactions across not only Nigeria, in fact across the world. You know, because we've seen some other countries also reacting to. What did he say? Trump, said in his tweet that if the Nigerian government does not stop the killing of Christians, that the United States might be forced to withdraw aids to Nigeria and may even go further to come in gun a-blazing and to stop it by themselves. That since Saturday, there's been so many reactions from the Nigerian government, from individuals, from people across the world, and then saying, "Look, you can't do this. Nigeria is a sovereign nation. United States is a sovereign nation. You can't just threaten." But of course, we know Trump is not someone that probably really play strictly by international convention. So it's one person that is known to do what you just want to do. I mean, some have said, look, this man is a bully. Okay, so we're going to discuss that. And of course, finally, we're just going to look at, also very briefly, the defection of the governor of Bayelsa State, Duoye Jerry, to the APC from the PDP, a situation that has left the PDP with just 8 governors as we speak. And of course, we are even hearing that some may still defect to the APC. And then you wonder, where that leaves us as a country. I mean, as a democratic nation. But Odinaka, I'm going to start with you today. We just basically want to look at the implication of President Trump's, threats, as it were, to withdraw military aid and what have you from Nigeria, and probably send his troop, as it were, to maybe do this thing by themselves if the Nigerian government does not stop the killing of Christian, and allege killing of Christian, because there have been argument as to whether it is only Christian that are being killed or that Muslims are also being killed. But the point truly remains that Nigerians are being killed, whether they are Muslim, whether they are Christian. That are these killings are going on, and that in some cases you cannot really say that there's no targeted killing of maybe Christians in the north. But let me start with you. What are the things that Trump said that actually I felt like, come on, I mean, we are, no matter what, we are still a sovereign nation, was the fact that where he said, referred to Nigeria as disgrace country. How did you receive that, Odinaka?
Well, I don't think that there's anything strange. When leaders fail to do their job, what do you expect? I mean, leaders are employed by the citizens to do their job. And when they don't do their job, they are with tell them it's like disgraceful. So
are you are you citing Trump on this?
I'm coming.
Calling us the disgrace
I don't think there's anything wrong with that. When leaders don't do their job, for instance, how does it take a leader for a number of times, and I'm not talking about this current administration, therefore it's referring to Nigeria.
Yeah, Nigeria, of course.
Nigerian leaders have been acting disgracefully. For example, you have a Boko Haram war. Okay, let me give you an example. In 2015, from weeks before the election, people of the nation said to give him 2 weeks. Military criminals, those terrorists, within 2 weeks, we got mercenaries and they put them out. They looted them out, sorry. So many people in the north tell you that there was substantial progress. But things that didn't happen happened over 2 weeks. After that, when he left, when he was there in 2015, those mercenaries left control. It worked for 2 weeks. When it returned the next administration, the man who said he was a citizen. Isn't that a disgraceful thing that hundreds of thousands of people have been killed in Nigeria, and the leaders will only issue press conferences from Abuja? So forget about those camps. We are the ones that the ones describe Nigeria as shithole. We would need to do dumb things as leaders. We don't expect the external forces to respect us. We don't expect the external forces. Before you mention this graceful country, you can imagine a situation where.
Sorry, you also once referred to our late president as a lifeless.
No, I'm not talking about because man is no longer alive. I'm talking about what he described Nigeria as, when he describes Nigeria as a disgraceful country. The point remains that we've been acting consistently in a disgraceful manner. So communities, the governor of Plateau State once said, I remember he said that 64 communities in Plateau were under the captivity of the ones they call bandits these days. How do you describe that? We have soldiers, we have the resources, they have the budgets every year, annual budgets. So, and anytime we want to solve the problem, somebody comes in the city, religion, these are dumb things now. When you don't describe it, maybe it takes a foreign country to tell us what we are. We're a disgraceful country. Because we can't do simple things that other nations do. That's my opinion.
Okay. Yes. Let me come to you. When Trump described us as a disgrace country, how do you see that?
I think the man was just blunt, and he called a spade a spade. Nigeria, if we say, he said disgraced country. In a number of ways, we have disgraced ourselves. Perhaps not only at even the leadership level, even as followers. Take, for instance, the one that actually can fit us into that description is, in Katsina, it was reported that government officials and bandits were sitting in a meeting and discussing how to bring about peace in that community that is just overrun by bandits. Then you know that these people are people that the state should be looking out for, to arrest them and do whatever they can with them. Rather than do that, government was sitting in a meeting and negotiating how much do we give you so that you don't kill our people again. And it is the duty of government to protect lives and property. No matter how small anybody is, government has that duty to protect the life of that person. In this country, the only people that matter, whose lives matter to the government, are the lives of government officials, lives of privileged people. So, and you remember that when a number of people were killed in Benue State, the one that raised global uproar, the president of the country didn't go until maybe after 3 or 4 days. And when he went there, there was a fanfare. He was received like a hero. And rather than even talking in a tough way, taking tough actions, he went there and shifted the action of whatever should be done to the people. So these are aspects of failure of government. And they are enough to let anybody say that the country is disgraced, because it disgraced our people with our actions, with our utterances. Then let's just take a step back to when we had a military ruler as a civilian president. That was Buhari. People had expected that when Buhari stepped into power, the next thing he was going to do was to decimate these bandit terrorists or whatever name you call them. But he was there for 80 years. An army general. And he could not kill, there were no report of any one bandit that was killed during his tenure. And then this other one has now come, and the same story is still being happened. Let us forget even security and come to our political life. Look at what the governors are doing. Everybody is all moving towards one direction, as if there's nothing again anybody can do. But don't forget that the present president was a major opposition and never defected to anywhere. Now that he's the president and he wants everybody to come and join him. Why is every governor going to one party? Every governor. You hear somebody talking about the party in power, talking very bad about the power. Tomorrow, the same person will just come again and say this. So, if Trump said we're a disgraced country, I think if that discussion fits us very well.
Remember that in the last administration, I really hit the Boko Haram and the so-called bandits who are terrorists. The last president, the late president, the late woman of the last Afghanistan. Hope you know it's true. Google it and see what it means. $1 million at the height of foreign exchange scarcity. Is that not only a disgraceful act? So, sometimes when you look at over time,
as a country,
and not just a particular way, he was not referring to Buhari. He was referring to so many things that he has said over time about Nigeria. So it was only acting on information.
Okay, let me come back to you again. We've seen the threats by Trump, already beginning to have some economic implication, in the country, and we've seen that, So, what do you think? We really don't pray this, goes beyond what is now. But what further economic implication do you think this could have on the economy?
There are several implications, economic implications, and political implications, and all that. But let me look at today. Yesterday we reported, slump in
some Nigerian assets, whether it's Naira, basically Nigerian assets, Naira, Eurobonds, stock market, and the rest. And today, okay, they are particularly in stock market slumped today, and the Naira too is neither here nor there. So that's what's one aspect of the implications we're talking about. But another one is the fact that Nigeria will no longer, I doubt if Nigeria can secure, warships for America or, the weapons needed to fight Boko Haram now. Because before Trump said it in public, his ministers and officials of that government must have blacklisted Nigeria because we're already in control of special concern. Particular concern. So it's very difficult for Nigeria to now buy arms and ammunition from the United States. That I'm sure. So another thing is the fact that if I'm a foreign investor now, and your countries, and somebody designates your country as a country of particular concern, I'm going to dump your assets. In fact, if I have your portfolio, I will dump it and look for another, because people may not understand the implications of those pronouncements. If I want to invest in my village now, and the governor of the state, let's say, for whatever reason, somebody tells you that particular village there are people in that village who are murderers, who are killers, and you are an investor, want to set up a hospital in that particular community, will you go into that community? You'll be afraid of your life. That's exactly the way it works in economics. So if you make pronouncements like, this country is killing Christians, so the implication is that there is no fairness in that country. The implication is that there is risk in that country, because there can be war at any time, there can be crisis in that country, and I don't want to lose my money. I won't set up a hospital in that community. This is exactly how investors think. They look at the risk factors, they look at return on how will they be able to take their money they invest. So once you create an uncertainty in a market, because market works in sentiments, it's about sentiments. Mm-hmm. Once you create an uncertainty in a particular market, which Trump has already done, so many things are no longer going to be the same. If this is not managed properly, all these reforms that this government has been trumpeting will turn upside down. Mm-hmm. Because it's already beginning to happen. Nobody knows when it will end. Yes, people have said it's not going to be permanent, but it also depends on Trump and the Nigerian government. Because imagine if Trump comes on Wednesday again and then goes and posts something else around Nigeria, it's they don't deal. Mm-hmm. So, and then you cannot predict Trump, who is flippant. You can say anything at any time and do anything at any time. So, once.
Okay, let's do that. Some people have said, look, Trump don't pretend to love Nigerians, and particularly Nigerian Christians. That there could be some undertone. I mean, that just using the killing of Christian allegedly, as just to front it. I mean, there could be some other. Don't forget the fact that he had asked Nigeria to accept the people he was going to deport from the United States, and Nigeria said no, we can't do that. Look at, do you see beyond this, killing of a Christian in Nigeria? Do you think that there could be some other thing that Trump has consider?
Well, it's difficult to say this, whether yes or no, but since this pronouncement by Trump, a lot of people have been saying a lot of things. Some people say that maybe there's more to it than just the killing of Christians. Some people look at the economic interest that America may have in Nigeria. And especially particularly oil, because they refer to what it did in Venezuela and one other oil state like that. Maybe Nigeria is the next one. But whatever is the case, I think whatever anybody may think about what Trump said, it defines Nigeria perfectly. Because the man is not talking from, a lot of people have been afraid to say what Trump said. Not that people don't know that people don't know what is happening here or don't see what is happening here.
It's just that people don't want to.
People don't just want to say, oh, I'm the one who said it. But because Trump is an international watchdog or somebody who sees himself as international policeman, he can come and talk, he can talk anyhow and get away with it. Perhaps if it were a Ghanaian president that said this, everywhere would have been boiling now. But look at it, because it is a Trump, everybody is calm. People are now thinking that, there's a fire on the mountain. Because if you don't listen to this man, a lot could happen. And a lot of people know the character or the person of Donald Trump, that he may not be playing with what he's saying. He can just do it and damn the consequence. So perhaps there could be more to it, but it is difficult to establish that. People are just making conjectural statements that, but what happened in Venezuela or one other country like that is likely to happen to Nigeria because of economic interest that the country may have, the president of the United States of America may have in Nigeria. So that is just at the level of debate and the conjecture.
Thank you. Odinaka, Nigeria surely has a responsibility to avert whatever it is that Trump or the United States, can do or may want to do. I mean, it's our responsibility as a nation to ensure that whatever it is that Trump may have in mind to do, or the United States may have in mind to do, does not happen. And so I want to ask you, what do you think at this point, we as a nation, as a country, if you were to sit down with the president or the leadership of the nation to ask, look, these are the steps to take, to avert whatever could come. What do you think this will be?
First of all, let me start by saying that this current government repeated the mistakes of the past government. When Buhari came, it took time, about 6 months, to appoint ministers. Now, Tinubu has appointed ministers, but he failed to appoint ambassadors. So the first thing the government should do is appoint an experienced ambassador. This one is not about politics, so don't go and pick a politician from anywhere and then make an ambassador to the United States. Go and pick an experienced,
career
diplomat,
and then put him there. In fact, put someone who is possibly a dual citizen, a citizen of America and Nigeria too, because Trump will listen if he's a citizen of that country. So, or maybe if he doesn't listen, those officials of the government will listen that, well, this is one of us. So that's the first thing. The second thing is any relationship with this government,
the United
States. He has not visited America since Trump became president. It's not compulsory. But what I'm saying is in the context of relationships. So you've seen a lot of some African leaders like South Africa, Ghana, they've met Trump, but Nigeria has not really had.
But when the South African president went there, Trump practically disgraced.
But it doesn't matter. The truth of the matter is that if you look at Ukraine president, the first time he went, he disgraced him. But today, they are more of friends. So, and the same thing is also applicable to the South African president. It wasn't very easy. They weren't cordial from the outset, but now they are beginning to talk about business. So the government, we have not started that process. So what we can do is to appoint ambassadors who is to establish some level of relationship with the government by, one also mentioned, sending our wise men, older men. It's also very important. These are men that are known in the international diplomacy space. Anyoko, Akinyemi, these are old men, experienced and respected. Send them there. But I think there's a need for us to begin to have a better relationship with America. We don't have that kind of relationship because Trump, you cannot predict Trump. But again, if Trump wants a nation he will do business with. So this is something that people are suspecting. It's like Mr. Chuka pointed out, everything is all about speculation. But people are saying that I don't know whether it is true or not. Part of the speculations is that Tinubu contributed money to support Kamala Harris as a Democratic candidate. So another school of thought says that
those are mere allegations.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Speculation.
That's what I'm saying.
That's
what I'm saying. So these are just allegations. But you know, there can also be truth in this. When you create that vacuum for speculation, you need people with nothing other than to believe it. So another thing is also the fact that okay, there are other speculations too, but I think they are all in that arena of speculation. But the most important thing is that we need to begin to speak with Americans. There are so many things we will benefit from America, and one of which is this now, and things that are circulating in the media. The one we just saw, where someone was saying that the president just spoke with Mr. Trump. We address Nigerians. These are not unnecessary. No, that must be coming from the government circle, but it doesn't make sense. What we need now is to first of all appoint.
Yeah, but later they debunked that data.
No, today.
Okay, again.
Not yesterday, today. So even now, before we started this program, so the first thing is to appoint an experienced ambassador. The second thing is to begin to have some form of relationship with the United States of America. Trump is not predictable.
It's not predictable.
You don't know the next. I'm afraid that the next thing we do, we turn these reforms upside down. I hope he doesn't do them.
Yeah. Okay, Juga, one other thing that clearly, especially for me, is I have seen this is not good enough. We've seen non-state actors beginning to just say all kinds of things, rather than just look for a very allowing government to, use diplomatic way, to get this, address this issue. We've seen Shegumi, who, in my view, this is someone that even the Saudi Arabia has not allowed him coming to that country. We've seen someone like Asai Dokubo, ex-militant. We've seen someone like Fani Kayode. These are people that a lot of people just look at from, what should this kind of people I'm not, they are respected in their, but then as far as this government is concerned, they are non-state actors. What do you think government should government, rein people like this in and allow that so that this is official communication between Nigeria and the United States, in finding a solution to that? Just people just talking from, different, and they're making what looks like inciting statements to say that could further, wasn't this, relationship with Nigeria and the United States?
Thank you so much for that question. But this is not unexpected in a country like Nigeria, where one's leadership doesn't relate very well with the people. They normally look for people like this to enable them achieve what they want to achieve. In a country like Nigeria, you hear non-state actors, as you have just mentioned some of them, saying certain things that ordinarily in a normal run of events, in a normal society, you should not hear. But they say it and get away with it. One of the people who I just mentioned is known to be hobnobbing with the bandits. He goes and discusses. He goes and discusses with them and comes to tell the government what bandits wants done for them. So when such people do those kind of things and get away with them, we can expect that they can just say anything because they know that nothing will happen. Ordinarily, in a sensitive situation like this, government will be the one, selected or approved government officials will be the one talking about this in a very well coordinated manner. In such a, because it was even the president's statement, according to sources, that actually annoyed the United States president, that actually had to say what he said. And then you hear now people who are not even in government talking. this kind of thing is capable of still enraging the man who is already annoyed. So for me, I think these people should be kept where they belong. They should be talking for the government, not for the country as a whole. But they just come out and say things and nothing happens. By now, such people should be advised or invited by government to say, please, don't help us. We don't need we don't need your help in this circumstance. Because they can say certain things that nobody sent them, nobody directed them, and they don't say it the way it can even make things, to bring things to normalcy. They just say because, oh, this is the way I feel about it. So people tell you America doesn't have any right to. Who says that? America won't have right where things are done properly.
No, but I listened. Sorry, I listened to one international diplomat. The man said that in international diplomacy, might is everything.
Yes, but it's true.
So it's a case of where
it's true.
A sovereign nation, but might is everything.
Yeah, because these powerful nations powerful nations will just act because they know that
Israel have any right to
particularly now that the United Nations is weak, it's no longer as
all those things are just existing as I don't know, by name. Because these powerful nations will do things and damn it. And you find that even in Nigeria, such impunity is raised high in this place. We're just talking about impunity. People know that this kind of thing, if you say it, oh, you go against the law, you go against whatever is, but they know that if I do it, then nothing will happen. Like what the non-state actors are talking about. They are just driven by impunity.
But again, let me my opinion is this. Don't stop people from talking. And those guys don't claim to be speaking on behalf of government. So we won't close their mouth. Most of them are, I know most of them are, they like those issues. Some of them will tell you that we will fight if it's an opportunity. One of them, I think I saw his tweet, we will fight if it's an. So I don't know what you will fight with, whether you will fight with your bare hands or fight a rocket is coming to you and you want to fight with bare hands. But these are just mouths, meow.
Yeah, so I get, but
there's
a need to allow.
What is more important? What is more important here is who the government listens to. Tinubu is wise. I can give it to him. He cannot be listening to these people you mentioned. He knows the people we will listen to. That's what matters. There are so many things in the public space, but who does the government listen to? That's what matters. So if the government chooses to listen to these people, I mean, I've not even all of them, three of them. If you look at the way they have been treated with this government, by this government, you notice that the government does not even care about them. I mean, this guy in Nigeria has had cause to even come out and criticize the president because he's sidelining him or his people. So I'm not sure he will be listening to those people. You understand?
Exactly. Thank you, Chuka. Thank you, Dinaka. But just before we'll go on a quick break, and when we come back, we wrap up with the defection of Governor Diri to the APC. Stay tuned. We'll be back. Welcome back. This is still the Business Day Television Roundtable, where we discuss some key issues, especially current affairs as it is right now in Nigeria. In the last 20-30 minutes or so, we've been discussing the implication of President Trump's threats to Nigeria over the alleged killing of Christians. Well, we just hope that the Nigerian government will be able to, reach out to the United States government and then find a way to bring some kind of solution such that the economy does not suffer. The progress made so far by the Tinubu administration does not suffer setback as a result of what it is that the United States president is talking about. Gentlemen, just before we go, we've seen defection upon defection. We've seen, the last one now is the governor of Bayelsa State, who has also now defected to the APC. We saw the governor of the Delta State the other time. We saw the governor of Akwa Ibom State. And there are more. I mean, from what we are hearing, I mean, even the governor of Taraba State, we also hearing issue Abu Kefas. We also hearing, but it might, also defect before maybe by next year or so.
What about Plateau?
And then, of course, gentlemen, where does this lead us as a nation? And I'm saying as a nation, as a democratic nation. It's very clear now that we might be heading the direction of one party state. I don't know. But again, I mean, as we speak, we have just 8 governors left in the PDP. And this is just 8. Yeah, this is a party that at the time in this country, the biggest party, they used to call themselves the biggest party in Africa. In Africa.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, and of course, at the time, I think they were even controlling like 28 states or thereabout. Okay.
That's true.
Yeah. During Jonathan in the 2011, I think they controlled like 23 states. Today, PDP has reduced to just 8 states, and like I said, more are likely to leave. Joker, let me start with you. What is happening to the PDP? This was a party that was in control, that was in control of this nation for 16 years.
I don't think there's anything so special that's happening to that party. What is really happening is that personal interest, is growing by the day. Because some of these people who are governors that are living with their cabinets, with the entire structure of their former party, to the opposition, to the
including members of the state
everybody, everybody, is that the people actually following the governors fail to understand or see the bigger picture. These governors are just trying to protect their interests after their term as governors. Because if you look at some of those of them who are on second term, what are now planned, those in first term are trying to make sure that they retain they come back in second term. Those who are in second term are trying to after second term, what do I do next? I think the Senate is the next destination.
No, but they will lose their immunity. So people have talked about the possibility of EFCC coming up.
And not only that, they still want to remain relevant. And to remain relevant, to have to stay. You know that majority of people in the Senate are former governors. So for you to even win election as a former governor, you have to align with the ruling party. So most of these governors are not really pursuing the interests of the people or of their states. It's about the self. What becomes of me as a second-term governorship aspirant, or what becomes of me as a Senate aspirant, a senator aspirant. So they are really working for themselves and not for the people. So for me, PDP is not suffering anything so special. It's just about the interest of individuals who populate that party overrides that of the party.
Okay. Odinaka, as we wrap up, just in a couple of seconds, we've seen these governors moving out of the PDP into APC, and one reason that almost all of them, have cited is that they want to ensure that their states benefits
from the
maximally, by aligning with the center. So I ask you, it doesn't mean that state cannot grow, state cannot do what it is that they have to do, and then develop their state
what has the most
without aligning with the center, because that's all.
That's what I'm asking you now. What has Imo State benefited from being a APC?
Interestingly, you are from Imo State.
What has Ogun State benefited from being an APC? All of these things are just noise. They are not. They are only moving there because they feel that President Tinubu is winning them. That's simple. APC is just winning them because they've seen that their house is in crisis. That's simple. There's nothing, and it's not to benefit those states. It's actually their personal political interests. Tell me why during his concluding his tenure, he's moving to APC because he still wants to be repeatedly relevant. Having seen that his party has no future, because that party, I always maintain that party is there. Remember the last time we were here, I spoke about one party. Now it's becoming very clear that by 2027, probably, just like Fayose said, there might be 4 or 5 governors there. And one of them might like Shehu Makinde might try to pick a ticket. And that's just to test run. Because they won't do anything.
And that's if Wike allows him.
That's if Wike allows. So don't be surprised that Wike might be the presidential candidate.
Yeah, it's
and
very
that will
possible.
kill the party
it's
off.
Very possible, yeah.
Kill the party off.
It's very possible.
So they have already killed that party.
All right.
And I don't blame Wike. I always say that I don't blame Wike. I blame a party that failed to abide by some of the agreements of their founding fathers. I keep on saying that Atiku Abubakar should never have contested that 2023 election. He should never have contested that election. He's the cause of this crisis. Now he has moved to elsewhere and they are dying.
All right. Thank you, Ninaka. Thank you,
Thank you so much.
It's been a very interesting session discussing with you guys on what it is that Trump has threatened, and of course the defection of the governors of the PDP to the ruling party APC. And we just hope and pray that they will sort themselves out and things can
get
because
this
at the end of the day, like I've always said, whether you are in the PDP or in the APC, what matters to us Nigerians is that wherever you are, just provide governance. It is good governance that we really want. It doesn't matter where you belong, but though we also actually do know that a one-party system in a democracy is not the best.
It's not the best at all.
It should be opposition that will be able to point out to the ruling party, look, this you are doing is not good. Kind of check. Check. So, well, that's our show today. Until we come again next week, we want to thank you for watching. And we invite you to stay tuned and continue to watch Business Day Television. My name is Joshua Bass.
Once we made the world's red gold palm oil that built nations. We wove ashoke that told our stories. We crafted leather that walked across continents. Today, we are doing it again. But this time, we own the narrative, powered by makers, artisans, designers, chefs, and dreamers who believe local is the new global. Business Day's Go Local Summit 2025 brings them all together. Go Local, from raw potential to market power. For exhibitions, sponsorship, or partnerships, call Rachel on 0806 420 3499 or send a mail to rachel.edache@businessdayonline.com.
Good afternoon and welcome to Inside Politics on Business Day TV. I'm Minio Bongiwok. The clamor for increased representation of women in Nigerian political space has once again come to the fore as stakeholders await the outcome of the reserved seat bill currently before the National Assembly. The bill, also referred to as Additional or Reserved Seat Bill, seeks to alter the 1999 Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria to provide reservation for women in national and state houses of assembly to address the low number of women in the legislature. If passed into law, the bill will address the long-standing concern of women on their representation in governance and decision-making by ensuring that these special seats are to be contested and filled by women only as a temporary measure to boost their representation. The bill proposes the creation of one special seat for women per senatorial district and for one per federal constituency to be contested by women in general election, of which they will have the same privilege and responsibilities as existing members. All right, how feasible is that special seat for women
That is what we'll be discussing today on Inside Politics. I have my guests all the way from Ilorin, Kwara State. I have Ahmed Adebowale. He's a civil society actor and gender advocate. I also have joining me from Rivers State is our regular guest, Olalekan Ige, political analyst and also a journalist. Welcome to the program.
Yeah, thank you very much and good afternoon.
Of course, we had a female supposed to be on the program. You'll be wondering this kind of issues that concern women. We don't have a female registration. We had a woman that's supposed to be on the program, a politician. I guess she had urgent travel to Abuja this morning, so she couldn't join. I'm sure she will be on the program some other time. Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
All right, Mr. Olalekan. Okay, let me just read some of the highlights of the bill being proposed here. I think it has passed through the second reading in the National Assembly in the committee stage now. Some weeks ago, several stakeholders were at the National Assembly to make their input into the bill. Some of the highlights of the bill said in the 109 member seats, that's in the Senate now, in each of the 36 states, including the federal capital territory, we have additional senatorial seats reserved for women. That's 37 women will be added to the chamber, to the Senate chamber now, increasing the number of members, senator to 146. In the House of Rep, there will be additional seats for each state and federal capital territory for women, reserved especially for women, meaning 37 more women will be added to the House of Rep, which will bring the number to 397 members. At the subnational level, that's at the state level, state assemblies will have a special seat reserved for women from the 3 senatorial districts of each state, ensuring that more women are elected into the state assemblies. So this does not stop women from contesting for other positions. You can contest, but this special seat that will be created will be for women only. But you can contest for position in the House of Rep, in the Senate, from other 3 senatorial positions which existed before, and the House of Rep seats. Women can also contest. Mr. Olalekan, what is your take on this bill?
Well, I don't think there's anything bad in it. If you have to increase women representation in the parliament, I'm in favor of it. I'm sure you know this has its own advantages and disadvantages. But then, if we look at it on a balance of scale, I think the advantages far outweigh the disadvantage. So I'm completely in support for us to have more women in parliament. I'm in support of it.
Ahmed, all the way from Ilorin, you have been a gender advocate. You've been advocating for this for some time. What has been the issue over the years? We've seen few number of Nigerian women elected into. The number has dropped since 1999. Since the beginning of the Fourth Republic, we had, I think in 1999, we had 15 women were elected into the National Assembly, and I think we had 3 in the Senate and 12 in the House of Rep. In the 5th Assembly, 203 to 207, we had 207. We had 27 women elected into the National Assembly. In the 6th Assembly, in 2007 to 2011, we had 34 women. That was 7.2%. In 2011 to 2015, we have 26 women elected into Nigeria Parliament, about 5.5%. In 2015 to 2019, we have 23 women. That's the 8th Assembly now. 23 women elected, 5%. In the 9th Assembly, 2019 to 2023, the number come down again to 21 women, 4.5%. In the 4th, that's the 10th Assembly, which we are now, 2023 to 2027, we have only 18 women in the National Assembly, 4 senators, and 14 House of Rep member. What is your take, sir? Ahmed.
Thank you so much, and good afternoon, Mr. Olalekan and the rest of. Thank you very much for the opportunity to be here this afternoon. It's an opportunity, right? And it's not a very brilliant question if you ask me, because over the years, we've been clamoring for women representation in our political system. And such a that kind of bill is actually coming at a very critical time where we are having a decline in women representation. Not even in politics alone, in all spaces of life. We see it's only civil society organization that we have, women that we are not actually discriminating most of the time, do not necessarily or most of the time discriminate against them. But when you see in every other facet of life, you discover that women have discriminated, particularly to get to some certain position. Now let's talk about politics. Given the numbers, the data that you have been given this morning, you discover that we have actually, recorded a decline in representation. So this is a very, critical bill. And the arrangement of how many people that are going to be represented is actually also good because it's going to reflect the reality of our country, so that it's going to create a balance required to see everybody in every region, being represented, particularly women in that region. Thank you.
All right. We also have Adenike Ajiboye joining us. She's a political analyst and a broadcaster here in Lagos State. Good to have you. Good afternoon, Adenike.
Good afternoon. Good to join you on the program.
Of course, you can't discuss issues that concern women, and you don't have them joining you on the program. So I have to make sure. Thank God you join us.
All right, that's
this is an issue that concerns women, and you're a woman.
Yes. Well, I must say this is a very good topic. We look at Africa. Let's look at Africa. Female representation, really, the rate is quite low, and the reason is not far-fetched. Judging from the National Assembly, talking about the 2023 National Assembly, you found out that out of the 109 Senate seats, you have only about 3% of women. 3, yes. And if you look at the House of Representatives, right, out of the 360, you have only 17 females. And I think this is quite low, which is about 4.5%. But if you look at African countries like Rwanda, you find out that they have about 61%, while in South Africa, it is about 4.5.
Yeah, 46%.
I think 45%.
Yeah. Continue.
Hello?
Continue. You can continue. I'm hearing you.
So for me, I feel the time is right, and I feel that women should be encouraged, and I also feel that we should start from the political parties themselves. You will understand, or you realize that in most cases, even judging from the funds of these parties, these political parties, when you are contesting for one position or the other, the money is way too much. And then you find out eventually that most women cannot really afford these amounts of money. So there's a lot of, challenges that is, not making women to come forward. And even when they come forward, who are those supporting them? You find out that politics in Nigeria, it's still very difficult for you to separate money politics from it. So you just have to have enough money, because when you look at funds of millions of naira, how many women can actually afford this? You understand me? And even when you look at different careers, you begin to wonder how females will come out. So women have been relegated to the background. I'm talking about gender equity. I think it would just be right for more women to be supported and having seats at the parliament.
All right. Let me go to Ahmed now, who has been a gender advocate for a while. What is Sean Ilori there? I know contesting contesting and winning election in Nigeria has become difficult for women because of the violence and so much involved. Nika just raised the issue of money politics, which have also affected the number of women who are contesting and winning election. Our political system has been monetized over the years. If you don't have billions or somebody money back sponsoring somewhere, you can never. It's very difficult for you to win election. Considering the huge amount of money involved in winning, even to buy party form, to buy tickets, you have to pay so much. Not talk of having a polling agent across the state. We are contesting for a governor. What is the situation in Kwara State? What is your experience monitoring election that women have contested? What have stopped them over the years from winning election?
The question is for me, right?
Yes, Ahmed, yes.
All right, thank you so much. Because I was trying to get the question, you were asking what has been the
challenge women have faced, women position have faced, yes,
for women to contest elections.
What has been the challenge they have faced
the money
winning
yes,
election?
apart from the money politics that has been in existence, there's also cultural norms that relegate women from participating to lead position, particularly in Kwara State. Because of the understanding that as a woman you have to be in your husband's kitchen. Your responsibilities. You're not supposed to be at that front, and that is what is happening. That is what, even if we actually, as civil society regulation, we are championing gender equality. It is always we're always very, very careful because it is that kind of conversation is sensitive in Kwara State. Gender equality is a sensitive conversation in Kwara State, particularly when you're talking about environment that are core. So most of the time, it also affects the political landscape and giving an opportunity for women to participate in election. So apart from the money part of it, the fact that why should it be a governor? Why should women be our representative? Why should this be this? It's also there. So that is the challenge that has been in existence.
Of the religious nature. I mean, Islam and all that. High school in Ilorin, I understand now.
Of course, connected with cultural understanding or context in that environment. Yeah.
All right. Let's go to Rivers State and speak to Ale Koinge. Are you there?
Yes, I can hear you.
In the south, yeah, there seem to be, try the south. Women, we are seeing more women contest election. There's no, I think the cultural barriers have not there, but you can't say compared to what we have in Kwara State, the north, that Ahmed is talking about. What is the situation in Kwara, in Rivers State, women contesting election and winning? What have held them back, and how has it been? In recent years, it's seen a drop in number of women.
It's been that of a mixed reaction.
Yes,
I would say that in the present House of Assembly in Rivers State, I think we have just about 2 women, in the Rivers State House of Assembly.
How many members do we have in the House?
There are 32 members of Rivers State House of Assembly. Presently, I think we just have only 2 women in the Rivers State, House of Assembly. Wow. And out of the 13 House of Reps states that we have in Rivers State, only one is a woman. Then out of the 3 senatorial seats in the Rivers State, 1 is a woman. So out of the 3 senators, we have 1 that is a woman. Out of the 13 House of Rep seats, we have 1 that is a woman. And out of the 32 member Rivers State House of Assembly, we have 2 that are women. However, recently, local government elections were conducted in Rivers State, and all the vice chairmen of the 23 local governments in Rivers State are women. So you could say, in terms of local government administration, women have some inroads because of the 23 local government vice chairman, 23 are female women. Are women.
Okay, all of them are women. All the vice chairmen are women. It was reserved for women.
23 vice chairmen. Yes. Wow. All the 23 vice chairmen are women. So you could say, look, they've been able to make a major inroads.
A major breakthrough.
Governments at the, at the local government level. And I can say that of all the local governments, too, at least 3 women are councillors in each of the local government areas. That was a consensus, effort to at least have 3 women in each of the local government areas. So if you look at it very well, there are 319 wards, 319 electoral wards in Rivers State, and out of that 319, we have about 69 or 70 or thereabout, that are women.
Okay, do you think without this legislation in place, women can win election? Can they? You think we can't do without it? Because you just mentioned the example of Rivers State where you say that, maybe it appears there was a special agreement that all the vice should be women. Do you think this is what we need across the country? And without this, it will be difficult. Just like the numbers are telling us now, there's a drop in number of women who are elected into the parliament at the federal, at the state level.
Sure.
Do you think without this? Do you think without this drop, without these laws in place, or with agreement like this in place, the situation will not improve, or may get worse?
No, I think a law reserving seats for women in the parliament will strengthen their position. Remember that it is the political parties that are vehicles. They are the platforms upon which people aspire into elective positions. And without making it a law, you'll find out that a lot of political parties may still foot drag, especially when it comes to giving opportunities for women to contest election. But we have a law. A law now makes it mandatory. And I hope and pray that in that law, it also be clearly stated that any political party that does not fulfill the requirements as stated by the law, for women to contest election, such political party should not be allowed to contest general elections in Nigeria. We need to put a clause that will ensure that political parties are now forced, by the law to have women, contest for elective position. Because without that, some political parties may not even want to pay. But once they know that it's mandatory,
yes,
to have such a reservation, once they know that it's mandatory for them to have it and be able to contest general election, I'm sure political parties will now make it mandatory to ensure that they fulfill what the law says before they can contest for general elections.
Let me go to Nike. Nike, you're in Lagos State. I know you've covered so many elections here in Lagos State. But I also know that the Lagos State House of Assembly, you have only 3, I think maybe 40 members, we have only 3 who are women. And we know the challenges that women have faced in contesting election in Lagos State. What has been your experience so far? Women who have contested election, some of the challenges they faced, and why we have this number. Hello, Nike. Are you there? Hello? Hello, Nike. We seem to have lost Nike there. Okay. Let me go back to Ahmed. Ahmed.
Yes, I'm with you.
All right. So are you confident that that this situation can change? Do you believe in what Olalekan just said, that we need a sort of, there's a university was just making a point where there was an agreement where that all the vice vice chairman should be women, female. Do you think that is what we need to change these numbers?
Thank you so much.
Without this, probably the number will get worse. Things will not change.
The reason, to begin with, I align with what Mr. Olalekan said, because even from the standpoint of a civil society organization person, CSO person, I can tell you that most of the time we're always interested in policy change, policy advocacy, because we believe that with that, it's going to be binded in law, not just in good faith. So we don't want to leave the fate of our women into just a set of people deciding, okay, you go there, you go and you cannot take this particular role, go to something lesser. So when law is now, binding them to do the needful, to give women equal representation as expected, I think that way is going to also give them that sense of belonging required. And about whether or not it's going to, cause just number growing and all of that. You see, for me, we have the numbers. And when you look at it also, you will discover that the numbers that are even representing us, when you look at the standpoint, you see, for instance now, from Kwara State now, we have 3 senatorial districts, Kwara North, Kwara South, and Kwara Central. So the Kwara Central, 4 local government, Kwara North, 4 local government, and Kwara South, we have close to 7 local government. So now, talking about that kind of arrangement, we can still try to modify to be able to, integrate women, not necessarily have additional number. We can probably, maybe there's a way they go about it to be able to have a balance, to be able to have women, being represented. That way, whatever that has to do with women will be able to champion, advance the cause as it pains them. Because even we are actually advocating for gender, for women gender, we discover that we are being seen as most of the time, looking at where we are in London, for instance, women rapper, people that are, they don't have a voice. Why women? Because we believe women should also have a say. So that is the thing. So when the law is binding this particular idea, it's going to give that balance and also give them a room to have a voice where it is needed.
Do we have Nika back? Nika, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, I was just asking, our time is almost over. I was just asking what the situation in Lagos State. What has been the situation in Lagos State? I know we have only 3 members in the Lagos State Assembly who are female. Quickly, within 1 minute, could you tell us, you've been covering the election for so many years now. What has been the challenge women have faced? I know violence is pronounced in our election. What has been your experience so far that have held women back? On the field report now.
Well, like I told you earlier, I talked about the funds aspect.
Beyond the funds aspect.
Culture, I think culture also plays a role in the sense that there are so many people who believe, for instance, talk about churches, talk about mosques. These religions, sometimes they've always give prominence to men. And so for many of them, they feel that there are certain positions that women are meant to, occupy or hold. You understand? And so I think they've also brought this into this religious, perception into politics, which I think shouldn't be. Now, let's also look at our democracy. Honestly, if you ask me, democracy cannot mature to the level you and I are expecting if we don't have, high percentage of women representation when it comes to our parliament. For instance, even in our homes, you find that for any home to be to continue to grow aright in terms of talk about even the man. You agree with me? There's a saying that says behind every successful man, there's a woman. So if we have this mentality that there's a lot a woman can do, then we will begin to see reason why women must be well represented.
All right. Let me cut you there due to time. You can't run away from the fact that you have to solve these things, some of the issues that look at what happened in 2023 election. Some of the challenges, the violence that was unleashed on the voters. How will a woman be able to? A lot of people were afraid to come out. Actually, I think these are the issues I wanted you to say.
Academic experience then, because even the society. I mean, there's a lot of sensitization that we should begin to do, because even the ordinary market woman, the ordinary man on the streets, they all believe that it is the man that can spend the money. So there's no way, there's no background a woman is coming from. In most cases, you still have to have the support of the male politicians. If the male politicians are not giving you support, then it's a problem. You can't even have your space there. Do you understand? So, but I think going forward, what should be is that there should be a kind of quota right from the political parties in their primaries. They should give them a percentage that must be occupied by women. I think that is just the right place to start. Once they know that social percentage has been given for women in parliament, then they will know that they will have to give these women opportunity for them to contest. Either they have the money or not. Either they reduce the form amount for women in comparison to the men, because how many women are even ready to go? Another one is timing. Do you understand? Most women, again, they want to, they want to be responsible in their homes. And what time do politicians also meet? You are talking of
1
3
a.m.
hours.
1 a.m. 2 a.m. That is when they meet. 1 a.m.
They have their meetings. And the society also believes a lot of women in politics, they tag them as prostitutes. Do you understand? So there are so many issues to deal with for women to begin to take their place and be well represented in parliament.
All right, thank you very much. Our time is up. Let me just go to Olalekan. But a lot of people believe this bill will not be passed by the National Assembly. We saw similar bill being knocked down National Assembly in 2022. I don't know if you have any reservations about this bill, just within a seconds. Do you have any reservation that this bill will depart by National Assembly?
I don't have any reservations. I think for now, everything is on course. I think women should also start some subtle advocacy. The wife of the president is a woman. They can begin to advocate, get across. Of course, women are powerful enough to be able to influence certain decisions in their favor. So while the bill is going on in the National Assembly, they can begin to lobby and advocate, lobby powerful people to support the bill at the National Assembly.
Thank you very much. We're looking at the visibility of special seats for women by the bill in National Assembly, which is being worked on, and stakeholders have actually made input. A lot of us are hoping that National Assembly can pass that, because the numbers are not smiling. Of course, Nigeria is not even in the top 30 countries in Africa when you talk about women representation in politics at the national level, with 3.83% of women that we have at the parliament level, both at the state and at the federal level. Nigeria is not within the first 30 in Africa. That's the program for this week. My name is Inyo Bongiwo. You can tune in to your YouTube channel to watch our previous editions. Stay tuned to BusinessDay Television. Good afternoon.